So did you hear that? So if I forget na nag-record ako, please remind me. No, hindi natin mara-record. Kasi minsan nalilimutan ko. Okay, 2019 administration, welcome. So thank you for joining us today. We've worked with Microsoft certified trainers and Microsoft Partner Network to bring you world-class learning experience. Nexus is MPN, and we have more than 3 MCTs, okay? And I'm one of the MCT. Microsoft Certified Trainers Instructor is a premier technical and instructional expert who meets ongoing certification. Every year, meron kaming some sort of CPD, which we need to attend. Okay, some sort of update on how you teach, what's the most effective training method, and they give us the module. So this module you're gonna see is not created by me, but created by Microsoft itself. No? So we also have customer satisfaction guarantee. We're gonna ask for feedback later, and we wish you a great learning experience and ongoing career success. So right after the training, yung 4 days training, actually 4 days to eh. Today is theory. Actually, may demo. I'm going to be showing you how to build machine. And then you're going to perform this one tomorrow. Okay? Um, so I already introduced myself. What is the role of admin? Windows Server admin, usually they do installation, configuration, maintenance of Windows operating system. Okay, like they're part of business as usual team who's doing 24/7 support. Part of compliance team who do patching, installing of security, hot fixes, and so on. Okay? Sometimes they also do monitor system performance like yung mga call center natin sa India, doon namin na-outsource, and they monitor if one service is down, if the server went down, and if the server rebooted, no? And if it's doing non-optimized performance, no? Then we also implement security best practice. Okay, like we lock all the ports, we shut down all the services not needed, and we uninstall programs which is not being used. Okay, for security reason. And we provide technical support to consumers. So probably some of you supporting America, Europe, or Australia. No? So about this course, anybody can join this one, or anyone who has passion to learn Windows, even if you have no idea. Now, this is the beginning point. This is the first step of the ladder. Some of you will be confused, pero don't worry. Kasi I'll provide everything from scripts, books. I'm gonna give you books, step-by-step instruction, and computer-based training. So you can replay this one anytime you want. Okay, anytime you want, because I'm gonna upload this in YouTube. So this course is about to anyone starting in IT who would like to become system admin. Okay? And usually, nag-enroll dito are already in level 3 server support who would like to learn advanced such as scripting and automation. And the iba naman are on level 1 or level 2 desktop support who would like to level up sa server admin. Okay? Gusto nilang mag-mature. And someone may experience na sa Windows but would like to know how to automate yung tedious tasks. Audience is who wants to learn about core admin components like Active Directory, ano ba yung FISMA role, no? And how do AD replicates to other AD, no? And audience is yun nga, who want to automate tedious system admin job. You might be wondering, ba't 10 kayo sa team ninyo? No, ba't di na lang 2? Diba? Kaya naman gawin to kasi after nun, wala nang ginagawa yung iba. Diba? So automate nyo na lang. And meron dito mga best security practices na you have to lock down mga ports na hindi naman kailangan. No? And another audience is yung may experience na in Windows operating system. Okay? Course outline, module 1. Ang dami natin gagawin today. No, le-lecture natin. Demo ko na. First, we're gonna create a server, tatlong server in Hyper-V environment. So, I'll give you a visual of what will happen today. So, this will be our project. Okay, ito yung project natin. So, we're gonna build more than 12 projects. Before kasi 12 lang, ngayon nagdagdag pa ako. Project number 1 that you're going to build for the next 3 days are 3 virtual machine. The name of the servers are server 1, 2, and 3 with corresponding IP address 10.11.21 yung Active Directory, .22 naman yung second Active Directory, and .23 which is a member server. Mind you, server 3 is just for testing. Okay, tetest natin. Maglalag tayo dito and titingnan natin if we were granted access. Okay? Then, here you are sitting in Philippines or any other country. No, may overseas students din eh. Nakakonect sa modem ninyo and then you can connect to cyberspace. And then you will connect to my router. I'll give you the IP address tomorrow and the port number. And then you will be routed to your Hyper-V host. Okay? So kayo gagawa ng Hyper-V ninyo. Okay? Within the Hyper-V, you will build 3 virtual machine. Okay? Yun ang project number 1. 1 pa lang yun. Okay? Let's move on sa project number 2 natin, Active Directory Administration. So in Active Directory Administration, Project 2, you will install Active Directory sa Server 1 as well as a second Active Directory in Server 2. Why you need 2? For best practice, you need at least 2 so you can fail over just in case the first server is unreachable. Okay, that's 2. Module 3, you will create users using PowerShell. So you will log in dito sa Server 1. Okay, you will create 100 users using PowerShell script. Okay, so once successful, since our 2 servers are replicating, those 100 users should be replicated dito sa second Active Directory. So lalaging kayo dito, check nyo, nakreate nyo ba yung 100? Okay? That's one way to confirm. Module 4 naman, you need to maintain Active Directory. So let's say the file was deleted accidentally by user sa server 1. No? So nag-request ng user, please restore back the file, no? So gagawa tayo ng backup and restore dito. And we're gonna also back up yung Active Directory. Okay? So just in case the help desk deleted 3,000 objects, we can be able to restore back. Okay? And then project number 5, we're gonna create a group policy object sa server 1. So lalagin kayo dito. So create tayo ng group policy object. Let's say clock should be hidden. So when the user in server 3 will log in, kailangan wala tong clock to confirm na yung GPO was in effect. Okay? Module 6 naman, folder redirection. Sa folder redirection, we're gonna create an advanced group policy and we're gonna implement folder redirection. So what is folder redirection? Ito yung pag naglagay ng user, all their user profile, roaming profile, and file was redirected dito sa server, no? Sa file server na to. And let's say their laptop was stolen for some reason, they just need to log into another laptop and all file will be redirected to the server, back to his laptop, no? Some sort of redundancy. And then meron tayong file service resource management for the user na let's say nakakapag-save sila ng unlimited disk space, no? And gusto nating i-control. Let's say standard user 100 megabyte lang. Pwede yan. So gagawin natin dito, mag-implement tayo ng FSRM. Set natin si user number 1, 100 meg quota. So pag lagi ni user 1 sa server 3, then nag-save siya ng 2 gig, prohibited siya. She won't be able to save the file kasi nga may quota. Okay? Limited. And then we're gonna have DFS. Sa DFS naman, distributed file system, meaning the file save in Active Directory 1, let's say in Sydney, and then meron ka din file server na nasa Manila, they will do replication. Okay? So yung server na nasa Manila, let's say for some reason naputol yung telco, unavailable yung network, hindi siya makaka-access, right? So ang gagawin ng DFS, ira-route yung traffic ni user 1 to Sydney's file server. Okay? Some sort of failover mechanism. And then next project natin, DHCP. Napaka-simple lang nito. So DHCP, pag nag-login si user 1 dito, tapos naka-dynamic, magbabato si server 1 na may DHCP role ng IP address dynamically. Okay, ganun lang siya. And then we're gonna do failover. So papatayin natin tong server 1, no? Tapos magla-login tayo dito, mag-release renew, hugot tayo ng IP dito. Kasi nag-fail over na to. Okay? So we're gonna put failover DHCP dito. Some sort of failover scenario used in disaster recovery. And then we're going to troubleshoot what went wrong. And then we're going to go to DNS to resolve hostname resolution. No? And then failover din natin yung DNS na yan from server 1, failover natin sa secondary server natin. Tapos, test natin. Meron tayong DNS client, piping natin kung nagre-resolve ba. Once confirmed, nag-resolve, you have successfully completed the disaster recovery solution. Okay? So, some sort of DR testing yan. Then lastly, to troubleshoot natin. Kasi a good engineer should be able to troubleshoot and test natin dito. Para ba't di natin ma-resolve yung IP address? Ganun, tatanungin, anong problema? No? Dito na papasok yung skill ninyo that you learn in Nexus. Troubleshooting. No? So dito tayo binabayaran. No? Okay, any question about the projects? Okay, Module 1, Server 2019 Implementation, Lesson 1, Intro to Server. So, Server 2019 released 4 edition. Merong Essential, Standard, Data Center, and Standalone Hyper-V, which hosts multiple servers. You don't need GUI, no? You don't need graphical user interface. So, I'm gonna open my reference. So, what's the difference between Standard and Data Center? Sa standard and data center, maximum users, no? Depende sa available client access license. Let's say 24 lang yung license na purchase nyo, 24 devices lang ang pwede, no? So how many connection can you make? So ito yung file shares, sharing connection, 16 million, no? One user can have multiple connection, let's say group share, home directory share, program share, whatever. Maximum routing, how many times you can route sa server ninyo, and how many RAS, remote access server, unlimited. Authentication through internet, 2 million. How many RDP? Ilang pwedeng beses makapag-RDP? 65,000. Well, depende rin sa terminal service license nyo. No? How many CPU socket? Physical socket, ha? Let's say meron kayong server na 4 na quad core, physical. So 4 sockets yun. Okay? So ito maximum. Nakakita na ba ako 64 socket? Usually Itanium tawag nila doon. No? Number of cores, no limit din. So kung meron kayong 4 na physical socket na merong quad core, so 4 times 4, 16 cores yun. Okay? So unlimited, kaya niya support. But then again, you have to purchase the core. Okay? Number of RAM memory, 24 terabytes. Guest license sa standard, ito yung difference, dalawa lang. So you can spin up 2 virtual machine sa standard editions. Data center, unlimited. Okay? Windows container, unlimited. Hyper-V container, dito dalawa lang. Yun ang biggest difference lang niya. No? Yun lang yan. Nothing, not much. Not much. No? Hardware requirements, anong requirements na kailangan nyo? 64-bit. Well, anybody, lahat naman ng motherboard 64-bit na. Diba? Processor speed is only 1.4, minimal. RAM ninyo, you only need 512 daw. Pero depende sa rows. Space is 32 gig lang. No? So licensing and activation, minimum kailangan ma-activate nyo 8 core. Okay? Eh, lahat ng physical core must be licensed. Yun nga, kung meron kayong 4 na CPU socket na may quad-core H16 yun, dapat ma-activate yun. Okay? Bibili kayo ng 16, no? Saan bibili? Technet.com. CAL naman, ito yung access. Let's say meron kang 100 users who'd like to access in Windows ninyo. So, you need to purchase CAL and then na-apply ninyo. No? How do you activate naman yung license? Napaka-simple. So, I'll make a demonstration. So, SLMGR lang yun. So I'm gonna log into to my server. So sa server ko, lalagin tayo. So we have this Powershell, no? And this is the Powershell. So pag open ng Powershell, run as admin. ICE tawag dito, Integrated Shell Environment. So I will explain to you. Meron tayong basic ng PowerShell. No? So this is the command console prompt. Ito na yung command prompt. No? So to activate naman ng license, SLMGR. Okay? So yan. So it will be they will ask you to enter the product key. So slmgr/ipk, then spacing 16 number ben to activate the key. Ganun lang, no? You have to do it one by one kasi each operating system has its own unique license unless you have volume license activation. Okay? So once you enter the product key, no, you need to activate product with user provided confirmation. So /ATP naman. Or kung meron kang activation ID, /DTI space activation ID. Ganun lang, na? If you have multiple licenses, you have to put in a license file to install multiple license, /lic. slmgr space /lic. And then if you have volume licensing, /lil. Okay, and so many more. The first two methods are very common. Yun lang yun. Okay, Windows 2019 is designed to easily link your on-prem, which is inside your private data center, with the cloud, such as Azure. Okay, pwede siya i-link. So features nito, admin center, it can manage servers, cluster up to 32. No, before it was 16 yata or something. And it can also manage hyper-converge, which combines compute, storage, and network. Okay? Ito kasi compute lang to eh. Meaning, CPU RAM lang siya. Na? Pero kaya na niya both, pati network infrastructure, pati storage. As well as Windows 10, pwede na siya mag-host. Then, meron na siyang resilient file system, which fully support the dupe, which removes duplicate raw block data. No? So, anong purpose nun? To save up this space. Para saan to? To save up this space. No? Then, meron na siyang cluster sets, which allows you to create large scale out. I think 32 ang dati, ngayon 64 or more. No? So, depende. Wala namang gumagamit ng 64 cluster. Napakadami na nila. No? What's new? Meron na siyang Windows Defender Advanced Threat Protection. So, ano yung Advanced Threat Protection? Ito yung IPS niya, Intrusion Prevention System. Both passive and active. Pag sinabing passive, it compares the malware detection from its database, no? Passive. Detect lang niya. Okay? Ngayon meron siyang active. Once detected from the database, meron din siyang attack detection and zero-day exploit. Meaning, it will block or remove the malware. No? It will not be accepted sa network. So, active. No? Bablock na niya. Dati, detection lang. Magkahiwalay pa yung removal. So, meron din siyang server core app compatibility, which includes mga binaries from Windows, no, such as desktop. Let's say you install Hyper-V core lang, yung walang GUI, yung command line interface lang. You can convert that into full-blown desktop. And now, meron na siyang shielded VMs for Linux. Before kasi Windows lang protected. Kasi nga Microsoft eh. Why would they protect Linux? So ngayon meron na against rogue admin. Let's say na-attack niya, nag-open siya ng port. Yung port na yun will be automatically detected and compare yung mga pumapasok na malware signatures and be protected on a operating system level such as Linux. So, we're gonna do in deployment. In traditional deployment, meron tayong tinatawag na clean install. Usually, you will boot the machine from DVD, di ba? DVD. No? So, kailangan pa ng DVD-ROM. Papasok mo pa yun, you need to be inside the office. And lately, pwede ka rin mag-install ng operating system sa physical using USB. No, download mo lang yung ISO, then download mo yung ISO to USB program, then burn mo yung ISO into USB. So magbo-boot ka na pag physical. Okay? So those are traditional. Now, hindi na allowed 'yon kasi the server will be compromised. Meaning, you have to be physically in front of the server. Di ba? What if may nagbukas ng physical server, tinanggal yung RAM, or nag-install ng application, hindi nyo alam. No? So, hindi na advisable yung physical. So, everything will be virtual. You might be wondering, nasa yung server? Wala kayong idea about geolocation. No? That's one good thing. No? The server admin has no idea, nasan ba yung physical server? No, ako server namin nasa San Francisco. Nasa Boston, nasa Texas, nasa Hong Kong, nasa Japan, no? So I'm doing everything remote because I'm part of the solution architect who design the implementation. No? So ganito ginawa ko. So meron kaming single parent disk. Okay, parent disk is the master disk. What is parent disk? Anybody? Anybody? So I wanna know if you're listening. Wanna know, Dennis, what is parent disk? Ryan, what is parent disk?
As you said, sir, yung master disk.
Tama, master disk, which contains the master operating system. Okay? So, built-in na yan, nakagawa na ako. No? Magbo-boot lang tayo dun. Okay? And then we're gonna choose the language, time and currency. Papakita ko sa inyo. And we're gonna choose data center architecture. With or without desktop experience, pwede rin. And then we're gonna accept the license. And then we're gonna perform the post-installation such as injecting IP address, DNS, and subnet mask. And then we're gonna choose the volume. No? Drive C ba yun? Yung ganun. Okay? So for our first project, I will build Windows Server using PowerShell. Makikita ninyo, uy, puro PowerShell, no? Nakabuild tayo ng 3 server in half the time. No, gone are the days ang system admin will perform a linear installation, meaning server 1 muna, server 2 muna, before proceeding server 3. Now we can do 3 servers at the same time in one go. So ito yung sinasabi na you save half the time, no? And half the manpower. Makakatipid ng tao. Okay? Using PowerShell. So first, so what will be the process? Step 1, gagawa muna tayo ng virtual hard drive. Ito yung hard disk natin. And then we're gonna perform post-installation task. Okay? So ito na. So makinig na kayo. Please focus your attention here. Kasi when you perform the hands-on lab tomorrow, I won't be there. Wala ako doon. Okay? Wala ako doon. Free lang yon if you want to perform. No? So if in case you're lost, just refer to this video. Just play, pause, then perform. Ganun lang triple P gagawin nyo. Play the module, pause, then perform the module. Okay, ganun lang yung lab niyo. Then all servers, meron ditong folder called labs. So nandito yung PowerShell script natin. So the first project is installing Windows Server. Kita nyo ba o medyo maliit sa inyo? Since di nyo makita, kasi naka-high res ako baka hindi nyo makita. Control A, Control C to copy. Paste sa ating command prompt. Command shell. Okay, so much bigger. I'm sure lahat kayo nakikita nyo na to. Sino hindi nakikita? Let me know. I want to make sure this is being recorded. Okay, recorded siya. Kita po, sir. Okay, that's good, that's good. Okay, so the login ID should be uniform. Huwag na kayong gagamit ng iba kasi someone asking before. Sorry, password. Malay ko, ano ba nilagay nyo? So that's why, ito yung gamitin yung password. Ito yung gamitin yung login ID, okay? To avoid confusion, to save time, para hindi na kayo malito. Kasi the whole process is confusing enough. Okay, step 1, we're gonna create server repository. Meaning, saan natin lalagay yung server? So type nyo, change directory. No? CLS clear screen. DIR is to check directory. And then, as you can see, meron dong virtual machine. No? So pupunta kayo sa VM by typing cdvm, change directory. So nasa loob na ako ng virtual machine repository. So walang laman except parent. So punta kayo sa parent. Ang laman ng parent, yung master disk. Ayun, no, Nexus master. Go back. DIR, wala yung repository na server 1, 2, 3. Okay, so gagawa tayo. Dito natin ilalagay yung server natin. So how do you create a folder? Make directory, server 1. Okay? So pag diniyayar nyo, meron tayong server 1 folder. Then go cursor up, server 2, cursor up, server 3. So pag diniyayar nyo, meron na kayong 3 folder. Okay? Equivalent niya sa GUI is like this. So meron na kayong 3 folder. Okay? Na walang laman. Okay? Next step, sabi sa inyo, this is step by step. Next step, we're gonna create virtual hard drive. Gagawa tayo ng hard drive. Kasi lalagyan natin doon yung operating system. Okay? So, clear screen. Yan. So, the cursor will go up. So the command to create a virtual hard drive is new VHD. Okay? Again. So if you want to create something, the command is always start with the verb action word like new. Okay? So ito na yung PowerShell lesson natin. New. Okay? If you want to add something, add. Okay? If you want to install something, install. Okay? If you want to get something, get. Okay? So those are command shell. So if you have no idea, click on show command add-on. And then magkakaroon dito ng commands. Andito lahat ng mga commands. You can see all the commands, no? Let's say, gagawa ng VHD. Ano ba yung sinasabi ni sir? What do you mean by new VHD? New VHD. Yan. Then select the command. Okay, then show details. So these are all the switches. So you can check the path. So path natin is VM server 1, server 1. How big is the hard drive? How many blocks? What will be the computer name? And kung meron tong credential, login ID. No? And then all you need to do is insert. No? So let's say path nito is we're gonna create a virtual hard drive from this folder. So paste nyo lang yung path, then insert the command. Yun na. Ay. Ayan na. Ay. So that's user-friendly. It will help you. Pero kung alam niyo yung ginagawa ninyo, di na kailangan yan kasi you will be guided and each command will be explained to you. Ito na, explain ko. New VHD switch. Nakita niya? Ulitin ko ha. New VHD. Okay, switch. Meaning, you're gonna create a hard drive. Saan nyo i-create? So you need to specify the location. Remember, we created a folder called server 1. So select nyo lang yan. Okay? And the name of the hard drive will be server 1 virtual hard drive dynamic. Meaning, it expand automatically. Okay? Alam niyo yung VHDX, ha? Anybody, what do you mean VHDX? Tatawag ako, ha? Wanna see kung gising
Virtual hard.
kayo. Marby.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead, sir. Sige.
Virtual hard.
Hard drive dynamically expanding. Okay? Expanding. And then, saan natin lalagay? Ay, we would like to attach this hard drive to a master operating system. So you have to type the parent path. Okay, so ano yung location ng parent path? Remember VM? Ando lahat ng virtual machine. Then remember, I shown you, yung master natin nasa parent. And the name of the parent is Nexus master. So yun lang, sinelect ko lang. If you press enter, pakita ko sa inyo, this will create in server 1 folder. So walang laman to, walang laman yung server 1, wala. Once you press enter, it will create a hard drive. Ayun, so nakapag-create na siya ng hard drive. So block size, ayan, 2 million, physical sector standard and so on. And the parent path is there. So if you check server 1, ayun na siya. Ayun yung hard drive natin. Walang laman. If you notice, 4 megabyte lang. Okay? But it's been mapped to Nexus Master. Now, it will expand dynamically once we power on. Kailangan i-on mo yung server. Okay? Next, since we were able to create a hard drive for server 1, we can automatically create 2 or more hard drive for 2 servers. Ito yung sinasabi ko non-linear. You can do it at the same time, sabay-sabay. Okay? So, ayan, tatlong hard drive na na-create ko. Server 1, server 2, ayun. Server 3. Okay, meron na tayong hard drive. So, ito yung tinatawag na sometimes infrastructure as a code because we're building infrastructure using code lang. Okay, next is we're gonna create a virtual machine. So how do you create a virtual machine? Remember I told you how to create is using the new command. No? So create virtual machine. And then ayun yung switches. Did you notice the switches? New VM, lalabas yung switches. Ulitin ko, excuse me. New VM, labas yung switch. Ayun, no, mga switches. Okay? So, sir, paano ko mahanap switch? Ayun, no? Okay? Or dito sa the one I shown you a while ago, show command add-on, just need to type new virtual machine. Yun. Okay? And then, ito yung mga switches. Existing VHD, you have to map. if you want to create a new VHD path. Since alam na natin yan, so tatype ko na lang dito, new virtual machine. The name of the virtual machine will be server 1, and then memory startup bytes, 2 GB, meaning what will be the memory startup? Okay, kailan siya mag-start? Now, as a hard drive, so VHD path, ipo-point natin dun sa ginawa natin kanina. Okay. Saan natin ginawa yun? Di ba under VM? And then server 1 muna. Then ano pangalan ng VHD? Server 1 VHDX. And then you need a switch. Switch is, it will connect all our servers sa Nexus switch. So sir, ano yung Nexus switch? Okay, wala pa tayong Nexus switch. Meron na ba akong ano? Hyper-V. Yan. So meron na-install ko na yung Hyper-V. Ito yung switch natin, Virtual Switch Manager. So there are 3 types of switches. So ito yung lesson natin. No? External connects to internet. Okay? So yung virtual machine will be connected sa internet natin. And then internal switch will communicate this host to our virtual machine, yung virtual machine, host to VM, meaning no connection sa internet, no connection to the outer world. Malinaw. Next is private. Private is virtual machine to virtual machine. So it doesn't have internet, no connection sa host. Ulitin ko ha, external, may connection to the internet. Internal host to VM connection, private VM to VM. Ang gagawin natin switch, internal ba? Internal yata. Nalimutan, VM to VM. Internal, sige. Then the name of the switch should be the same all throughout. Else, you won't be able to connect virtual machines. Pangalan ng switch natin, Nexus switch. Tandaan nyo pag nagkamali kayo ng gawa, pag kiniselect nyo external, you have to reboot the server. Kasi mali yung ginawa nyo. Dahil ang external switch is using your network card and you will be disconnected if you select external. Okay? So yan, meron na tayong Nexus switch. So that's why Nexus switch. Okay, so iraran ko na yung command. I already explained this one. Any question about the PowerShell commandlet? Malinaw naman, di ba? Let's run. So yan, we were able to create server 1. So how can you confirm, server 1? It's off. Now, we're gonna perform server 2 and 3 later on. Pero wait, wala pa pala siyang CPU and dynamic memory. So, sir, what is CPU? CPU, basic na basic, Ito yun, si CPU, ito yung core. How many processor you can have. By default, if you click settings, makikita yung processor natin is defaulted to 1 and yung memory is defaulted to 2. Now, hindi siya naka-dynamic. So, ano naman yung dynamic? Dynamic kasi when you set sa 2 GB, kakainin niya kagad yun. So you won't be able to share your memory to others. You will experience this. Pagdating sa server 3, sir, naubusan ako ng memory kasi nalimutan niyo mag-dynamic. Meaning, if the operating system is not utilizing that memory, it will free up the portion of RAM. Magiging 512 lang, hindi 2 gig. If you untick this one, even if the portion of that RAM is not being utilized, 2 gig pa. O, diba? You're wasting lots of memory. No? So dito, we're gonna practice efficient resource management by using dynamic memory. Now, gagawin ba natin ito sa tatlong server? Napaka-tedious, di ba? Kiklik ko ba yan isa-isa? Hindi na. We're gonna do it automatically using PowerShell. Okay? Paano ginagawa yan, sir? Paano ginagawa? Ito na, manood na kayo. Sa set natin, using set VM command, yung server 1. Okay? Yung server 1, so select natin server 1, gusto ko yung processor natin is 2. Okay? Initially 1, no? And then yung memory startup bytes natin is 2 GB. And enable natin dynamic memory. So sa dynamic, we would like to make the minimum bytes as low as 512 MB lang. Kasi kung di naman ginagamit, ba't natin gagamitin 2 gigabyte, di ba? Parang sayang. So, pinakamababa 2, no? So, I'm showing you the command up, ha? And then maximum it can utilize
Sir,
or
may typo kaya 2
hardcode.
2 MB.
MN, galing. Yan ang student, no? So, alam ko nanonood kayo. Sinadya ko yan. Sinadya ko yan. 2 MN MB. Yan, thank you for correction. Oops, may mali. Kasi ayun, tama. Kasi all white eh. Variable should turn purple. Ito, dynamic memory. Hindi, ina-enable ko pala yan. Tama ako. And then memory maximum bytes. Maximum. Hindi siya nag-auto-complete. So, mag-suspect na kayo. There's something wrong. Na malalaman natin pag in-enter ko. Kasi dapat automatic yan eh. Okay? So, ginanon ko. Ayun, lumabas. Memory, max byte, 2 gigabyte. Okay? Enter. Ayun, so anong ginawa ko? I just wanna show you. Remember by default, 1 CPU and dynamic disable. Tingnan niyo ilang CPU na. Oh, dalawa. Dalawa na siya. Yung RAM kanina is not dynamic, right? Tingnan niyo, dynamic na. Okay, yun lang yung ginawa ko. Using PowerShell. Okay. Now, let's leverage the power of the PowerShell. We're gonna create, remember isang virtual machine lang. So we're gonna create multiple virtual machine. And we're gonna start them up using this command. Kita niyo to? Okay, we're gonna create server 2 and 3 using codes. Now, why am I doing copy-paste? Kasi you understand naman the concept. We're just doing repetition. Paulit-ulit lang, di ba? So why do I need to do it again? So this is the power of automation. You can recycle the same command over and over kasi yung task ng sysadd is just repetition. Yung task mo this last month will also be the task by next month, third month, fourth month, and so on. So bakit nyo ulitin? So using this code, you can save a lot of time. Ayan. So nakikreate na siya ng server 2, nakikreate na siya ng server 3, and he will be powering on server 2 and 3 at the same time. Ayan o. Okay, makikita ninyo. Ito. Okay, kita nyo yan? Meron ng 2 running. Okay? Ayun o. This is the console running. Server 3 running. Server 1, hindi ko na run. So, i-run ko manually. Makikita ninyo. Sa console, magra-run siya. Yun. Di ba? Then, what's really happening? Ito, I initially set sa 2 gigabyte. Ayan, kita nyo? So, since still booting up, max out muna siya. Since booting up, max out. Pero later on, ayan, bumaba na siya. Up to 512 because we declare 1 gigabyte, ayun na kanina, and minimum byte 512. Babagsak yan. So that's what you call minimizing the resources so you can share other resources to different servers. No? So right-click, connect, so you can see what's happening. So it's booting up, getting ready, connecting to the master operating system, which is the parent. Same with server 2, I'm gonna connect din sa server 2. Ito yung server 2 natin. So that's why you really need a big screen. Isa tapos na, and I'm going to connect sa server 3. Ito yung server 3 naman natin. Okay? So as you can see, simultaneous. Okay? Gets ba? So we have 3 booting up. So that will slow down the computer. Don't worry kung bakit nagiging mabagal yung computer. Kasi nga, 20 students booting up 3 servers. Try to imagine. CPU utilization will be up. Okay? Now, since we have created 3 servers, so from Hyper-V, set na nating RAM di ba? To dynamic tapos na yan So we're gonna log in using this credential. Mind you, please use one welcome exclamation. Kasi if someone asks for support and then di ko alam yung password ninyo, I cannot help you. So this is the standard thing, no? So accept the, let's say, ito yung license. You have to put the license one by one, pero skip na natin yan. Do this later. So, accept the license agreement. Ito yung post-installation task. Actually, welcome lang tayo. And then the password, one welcome exclamation. One welcome exclamation. Okay, then it'll boot up. And then login na kayo sa inyong server 1 by clicking action, control, alt, delete. And then password is one welcome. Okay? So, login na kayo sa server ninyo, sa first server. And then, meron diyang post-installation task, which means you have to put your IP address. So, ito na yun. So, post-installation task, ano ginagawa sa post? So, lalagyan natin siya ng IP address, subnet mask, gateway, DNS. Yun lang. Okay. So, as per diagram, meron tayong diagram dito. O, yung dami nag-join, 24, 20 lang paid. 26 na. Dito yung OJT? OJT? Sino OJT? Raise your hand.
Yes po, sir.
Ayan, welcome to our session. Ganda ng OJT. So, OJT, tutulungan kayo niyan, in everything. Sa Cisco lang pala sila nag-assist. Like, ngayon, may Cisco ngayon, di ba? Di ba may CCA-A dyan sa Ortigas? Nandiyan
Opo,
pa kayo?
sir. Mamayang 9 po.
9
alis pa lang po.
Maaga pa pala. Kasi dito sa Estrella 10. So, ito yung first project natin. Gagawin natin itong 1, IP address this.21. Okay? And then move server 2, server 3. Okay? So, ganun yung lesson, no? I'm showing you visually. Kasi yung ibang student, they find it more efficient if I can be able to show visually. Ano ba yung ginagawa natin? Yeah, okay? Kasi iba, sabaw pa rin. Ano ba yung ginagawa? Ito na. So, server 1, close this one. Go to control panel. Inject IP address. Go to network status and task. Lalagyan lang natin siya ng IP address. If you find this quick, now you can just pause and replay. 21, remember? Subnet mask 2255. Gateway 211. And then DNS is server 1. Laging server 1, as per, diagram. Yun lang, okay? Next is to rename the computer. So just go to system. Napaka-basic nito. Mamaya malilito na kayo. Rename computer. Pangalanan lang natin siyang server 1. Ganun lang. Okay? And then reboot. Yun lang. Dalawa lang IP address. Computer name. Then proceed to server 2. Same story. Napakadali. No? Do this later. Accept the license key. Put the password. Paulit-ulit ang buhay. Okay? Kung sanay na kayo, pagsabay-sabayin nyo na yan. Okay? Kung feeling nyo expert na kayo, pagsabay-sabayin nyo na yan. Kasi pare-pareho lang naman yung ginagawa O, diba? Puro repetition. Lagi na kayo dito. Server 2. So, how will you identify kung sino which one is which? Server, dito, makikita ninyo. Server 2, server 3. Okay? Ay, mali. Pag nagkamali ulit. Sana hindi. Ayun, tama yung password ko. Kasi pag nagkamali ulit kayo yan. Ay, ba't tinurn off ko? Control Alt Delete. So password will be one welcome exclamation. Okay, so login na. So lalagin na ako dito sa 1. Ito may IP address na yan Ito wala pa. So I'm gonna inject IP address. Don't be surprised kung bakit slow. Actually, mabilis na nga yan Kasi nga, 1 host, 20 student kayo. Okay? Try to imagine. 20 times 3 servers equals 60 servers running at the same time. Natural babagal yan. Anong IP address nito? Anybody can help me? Server 2. Anong IP address? Server 2. Anybody help me? Help me. Gustong magising kayo. Anong IP address? Server 2. Dali. Yung sinabi ko.
Dito.
Tama, 22. So, nandito. So, meron kayong step-by-step procedure. Ang server 2 is 22. Server 3, 23. Okay? So, nandiyan sa guide yan. Posibleng maligaw kayo. So, 22. Gateway is just the same. DNS is the first server. Kasi yun ang gagawin DNS server. Okay? And then, next step is to rename by going system. Scroll down until you see rename this PC and then rename it to its appropriate name, which is server 2. Okay? Huwag na kayo mag-invento ng ibang name kasi sa script na ginawa ko, server 2. Now, if you run that one using different name, mag-error kayo. Okay? Just follow the settings kung ano yung sinet ko. Ito naman is 23. 10.1.1. Ay, tayo. 10.1.1. 23. 21 ang DNS. Okay? Laging 21 ang DNS tsaka DHCP. Next is rename. So, napakasimple, di ba? So, if you got lost, just play the this YouTube. Upload ko sa YouTube. No? So, gano'n lang. Play the YouTube module. Pause ninyo. And then perform the lab. Okay? So, we have 3 servers. Tapos na! So, hindi ko na gagawin yan. Kung gusto niyo lang gawin yun, pwede na. This is automatic na. So, congratulations, you have installed Windows Server. Any question? So, meron na tayong 3 servers. So, that concludes our first project. Any question?
Sir, question. Paano nyo na-set up yung parent?
Parent, gumawa ako ng parent. So, paano ginawa yung parent? So, ganito yung parent. Good question. No? So, differential. So, dito sa manual yan. No? Anyway, you only create one parent. So, how do you create parents? So, first, you need to create hard drive, remember? No? Hard disk. Ito yung manual. Okay? So, gagawa tayo ng dynamic expanding. So, what's the difference with VHD and VHDX? Ang VHD kasi, 2 terabyte lang, max. VHD, up to 64 tera. Okay? So, let's say malaking parent. Sobrang laki naman yun. Now, ito, difference. So, what is fixed? Fixed, let's say you assign 100 gig. 100 gig will be eaten up. Kakainin agad. Okay? Dynamically naman, expanding, initially 4 MB, then it will expand as you save data. Difference naman yung wala dun sa master. Sa child. Remember, we have 3 servers. So we have server 1. So ito yung child disk. Kanina, di ba, 4 MB? Nag-expand na siya, 2.7 gigabyte na. So question dito, saan kinuha tong operating system? This child has been attached to difference disk. Yung whatever missing here is nasa master. Okay? So, differencing tawag doon. So, how do you create differencing disk? So, gagawa ka ng different. Anyway, bibigay ko na to sa inyo kasi medyo complicated to. So, sabihin natin na master. Okay? Select the folder. Yan. So, pangalan niya master. Okay? Specify the virtual hard drives. So, specify nyo sa VM. Pero you don't need to do this, no? Kasi I will give you the master. Ayan, hindi niyo makita. No? So, pag sinave mo doon yung hard drive, let's say na-click mo, masasave din yung parent. Okay? Then once you have parent, mag-create ka ng new virtual machine. Ito yung standard. No? Ito yung standard. So, you need to select between Gen 1, Gen 2. Gen 2, merong boot Pixie. Kung alam niyo yung boot from Sun, boot from network, Gen 2 yun. Well, ito boot from hard drive. Boot from Sun kasi yung hard drive natin nasa storage area network, no? Itong different storage, Gen 2. And then, how big is your initial operating system? 1 gigabyte, kung ari lang. Then, connect nyo sa switch, mano-mano, no? And then, how big is your hard drive? Let's say, 32 gigabyte lang, kung gusto niya. No? Next, and then finish niya siya. No? Okay, kung gusto niyo install yung operating system ngayon, hanapin niyo lang yung ISO. Wala akong ISO. So, wala akong ISO kasi. Wala ba akong ISO? Wala akong ISO. No? So, pag sinelect niyo yan, click finish, and then power on, magbuboot yan sa Windows. Yun ang magiging parent ninyo. So, tapusin niyo lang yung installation, that will be the parent. Okay? But don't worry, I'll give this one to you. Bibigay ko yung master sa inyo. Kasi matagal yan. Okay, any more question? Any more question? Okay, wala na. So, let's proceed to lesson 2, Windows administration. So, we perform PowerShell, di ba, kanina? So, what is PowerShell? So, PowerShell is a command line shell and scripting language which allows task automation and configuration management. So, yung ginawa natin kanina, configuration management, we set the VM to master, we set the memory to dynamic, we set the RAM to minimum of 512 and 2 GB maximum. We set the CPU to 2 cores, di ba? Now, PowerShell command let execute a PowerShell command. When you say command let, one-liner lang. It's not a script actually. But when you combine multiple command let, it'll be called script. Okay, command let are small commands, can be combined and can be piped together to perform multiple operations. What is module? Modules, command lets specific to product, package together, installed as modules. You might be wondering, if you type get command sa Windows, nag-error. No, let's say get AD user. Tingnan niyo ito. I'll demonstrate to you. So dito sa server 1 natin, I haven't installed the Active Directory module. So papakita ko sa inyo. So I'm gonna run PowerShell ICE. Always run as admin, ha? ICE meaning integrated shell environment which you do your PowerShell scripting. Okay, kaya ICE lagi tayo. ICE is very user-friendly because it will give you the command. Kasi hindi nyo alam yung command. No? Yan. I will show you, walang Active Directory dito. So when if I type get AD user, mag-error siya. Kita nyo? Yung autocomplete is not showing the command get AD user. Error siya. So when you see red or pink, that's an error. Okay, malinaw? Error yan, ha? So don't panic. It's organic. Don't panic because you need to read the command. Dito na papasok yung pagiging system engineer ninyo. The reason why they're paying you $100 an hour, no? You give $100 an hour because you can interpret this error, no? If you cannot interpret this error, no, you won't get to a place na you'll be getting lots of money. Okay? Remember, our main objective is to get a higher salary, personal development, and career, higher career level. Okay? You will not stick up to the past, yung level na, ay, hindi ko alam to, sir, kasi hindi ko naman alam na. Ganito, interpret natin. So, dito ka binabayaran ng $800 a day. So, babasahin ninyo, no? You need to be analytical. So, you need to use your neocortex. Sa ulo ninyo, yung unang-unang harap ninyo, yung noo, that's your neocortex brain. Yung right brain is analytical mind. So, gagamitin niyo yung right and neocortex. Neocortex is your CEO. Ito yung nagdi-decide. Sabi niyo, di-decide ako, I need to Google this error. No? Hanapin niyo to. Hanapin niyo. The term get user is not recognized. And then, ta-translate niyo sa Tagalog. Ang get AD user ay hindi nakilala. Okay? Bakit hindi nakilala? Eh kasi nga, wala pang module. So, dito na papasok yung command na module. So, sa modules, you need to be installed. Some are installed by default and some need to be added manually. Kailangan install ninyo. Malinaw. Ngayon, demonstrate ko paano install yan later. PowerShell ICE integrated script environment is a graphical user interface based tool which allows you can run command, you can test a script, blah, blah, blah. Windows PowerShell Remote Management naman allows PowerShell to remotely run command from host to virtual machine. Okay? What is PowerShell Direct naman? Ang PowerShell Direct naman, external. From different machine, let's say yung machine is nasa US, they can be able to run PowerShell command dun sa virtual machine remotely. Okay? So dalawa yan, two different thing. Server Manager, which allows you to manage certain aspect of server administration. I'll show you. So dito, click on Server Manager. Ito, Server Manager. Yan, yan. And then you can be able to manage the local servers, manage the Hyper-V. Ito yung Hyper-V server natin. You can shut down, run Hyper-V. You can configure NIC teaming, or you can run PowerShell remotely. Okay? Overview of least privilege admin concept. So the simple explanation to this one, for each user who just joined the company, you need to apply the least privilege, no? Which is read access only. On the first day that the system admin join, usually ginagrant lang namin view only. You don't grant full domain access. So sa amin, binibigyan lang ako full domain after 5 days. Kasi nga, they don't know you, no? Malay mo, may shutdown mo lahat ng virtual machine. Eh, no? So least privilege, meaning they will be granted as maybe authenticated users, domain users, or read access only. And then meron naman tinatawag na delegate privilege. Delegate is using delegation of control wizard. Since this is your first day as a help desk person, I will delegate a simple task to you such as password reset. So yung task ni user 1, walang power kundi mag-password reset. So I'll demonstrate that one using delegation of control wizard. A jump server naman is hardened server, meaning one NIC is sitting public, which has 50% in security, and one NIC network card is sitting on private, now which has 50% security, 50-50. So this is called DMZ, demilitarized zone, no? Kasi dalawa yung face niya, internet facing and private facing. Sometimes called perimeter network. So he's sitting on the edge server. Okay. So question number 1, let's see if we learn something. Sa standard edition, how many CPU by default? Anybody? 1, 2, unlimited, none. Remember yung kanina I discussed the main difference between the two flavor, data center and standard, are the number of virtual machines, di ba? So sa standard, how many virtual machine can you have?
2.
2 lang. Tama. That's good. Galing. So we learned something. Okay. Next is you must install SSL to use Windows Admin Center. Well, it depends. If you access via web, you need SSL. If via RDP, hindi na syempre. Kasi you will connect remotely. For you want help desk group, let's say merong isang group, tawag is help desk 1. Pero gusto mo power niya is add remove user lang. He doesn't have the power to shut down the server. He doesn't have the power to reboot the server. He doesn't have the power to create users or delete users. So, saan ginagawa yun? Anybody? Discuss ko lang.
Use the delegation control wizard.
Tama, delegation control wizard. Because ang delegation of control wizard is applying the least privilege admin concept. Minimal rights, minimal permission to certain groups or certain users. Okay? So yun yan. Any questions? So tapos na tayo. So thank you for listening for Module 1. I was able to explain lahat ng concept and theory, and I was able to demonstrate to you how to build 3 virtual machine using PowerShell script. Any question before it goes a 5-minute break?
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Yung sa scripting, kasi doon ako medyo weak sa scripting. Ano ba, saan mapapag-aralan yung gano'n?
Bibigay ko sa inyo.
Okay. Okay, sige.
It will be given to you. So sa lahat ng servers ninyo, the script is located under labs. So kiklik nyo lang yung labs na yan, ito na yung mga scripts ninyo. So for our first project, ito yung script. Yan. Second project, installing Active Directory, ito. Actually, gagawin ko manual. Project number 3, how to create 1,100 users. Ayan. So, I explain ko yan one by one. So, you will learn. Okay? Complete.
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yung ano nyo, yung Hyper-V manager nyo, ano yun? Third-party software or kasama na sa server?
Hindi, Windows server siya.
So nandun na siya. Can this be like, say for example, matapos na yung access namin dun sa sa servers ninyo? Can we replicate this on our own?
Yeah.
May sarili akong ISO through VMware?
Tama. So, kung ako sa inyo, gawa na lang kayo ng sarili niyo operating system sa laptop ninyo. You only need 6 gig. Pwedeng gawin. So, you can simulate this one longer period of time kasi 3 days lang yung free.
That's what I'm thinking as well.
So, if
Hello,
you
sir.
want longer than 3 days, may bayad na 500 pesos per day. Pero kung sa inyo, kaya nyo naman gawin 'to, eh. So, paano ginagawa 'to? So, ganito, so meron kayong Windows operating system, 'di ba? So, it has to be, professional. Ako kasi naka-home ako, eh. So, paano install ng Hyper-V? Just go control. Okay, control. And then, saan na yung, programs, turn Windows features on or off. And then lalabas dito yung Hyper-V. Ayun, no, Hyper-V. Kiklik nyo lang yan, Hyper-V. Select nyo yan, then okay. Then it will install by itself. And then reboot. Meron na kayong Hyper-V server. Hi? Ganun lang, ha? Pero
yan, sir.
kailangan professional.
Okay. So
Home,
that doesn't
wala.
need to have yung mga Windows Server na operating system. Kahit yung mga basic Windows lang, okay lang yan.
Hindi. Kailangan mo Windows 10 Pro and Windows 2019 server.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, any question before we go sa 5-minute break?
Sir, may question ako.
Go ahead.
Sir, yung may server kami sa office, nung nag-install kami, wala siyang GUI. Pwede ba naming lagyan ng
Okay.
GUI yun?
Oo. Install desktop experience sa core niya. Or format mo na lang. Gawa ka ng bago para fresh. Pwede yun. Lagyan nyo desktop minus desktop experience.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any question? Any question? Wala na? 3, 2, 1. Okay. I'm gonna pause the recording. Pause. So, welcome to Module 2, which is Active Directory Administration. In our lesson, we're gonna discuss what is Active Directory domain services, objects, forests, and domains, what is OU, schema, replication, and sign-in process. So what is Active Directory domain services? So Active Directory primary function is to authenticate and authorize. No? So ano yung authenticate and authorize? Authenticate is authenticate is to when you log in your username and password, it will be compared sa Active Directory database if it exists with a certain password. No, you will be given authentication services. Normally, this is it's a built-in group in Active Directory. No? So once you authenticated, the next step is to authorize you. As per database, pag nakita nila you are authorized to log in sa Workstation 1 and Workstation 2, you will be granted a TGT, a ticket granting ticket. No? That ticket will be used to access the resources. No? So yan yung main function ng AD. Pero hindi lang yan, napakadami pa. So again, what are the function of AD? Authentication and authorization. No? I-elaborate ko pa yan mamaya. AD is composed of both logical, which is a subset of the physical, and physical. Physical, they have this physical database component which is under the data store. So ano yung mga physical? Physical is like domain controllers. No? They have their own database. Data store are the location of the database, and global catalog servers which contains a portion of information for easier referencing of Active Directory objects. And meron ding read-only domain controller, meaning access only, meaning they can only authenticate you, but you won't be able to make changes such as password reset and so on. No? Sa DC, meron tong partitions, no? 4 partitions yan. No? Ang DC meron ding schema, which is the blueprint of Active Directory, meaning yung database built, yung row and column, X and Y access, database schema. No? Sa domain controller, it can host multiple domains. Okay, in a multiple domain, there should be a single tree or multiple trees. Let's say .com, no? Tapos yung subdomain naman niya, .com.au, mga ganun. In a single forest, it can host multiple domains. No? So isang forest can host probably Lenovo.com, IBM.com, yung mga ganun, no? Conglomerate, pero isang company lang yon. Domain is a collection of multiple servers. Okay? Forest is a collection of multiple domains. Sites naman, usually physical site or logical site, which is separated by regions. Okay? Not necessarily overseas, but also land-based. OU naman is a container. Let's say, container of Windows 10 operating system, container of Windows 2019 operating system. Why do you need to separate? Kasi when you download the patch for Windows 10, applicable lang sa Windows 10 yung patch na yun, right? You cannot apply sa Windows 2019. So that's why you need to create your own organizational unit. No? So dito naman, you can create users group. No, let's say user from Ortigas, users from Makati, and you can also create groups. No, let's say help desk group 1, system admin group 1, and containers. No? So, ang Active Directory has more than 3 actually, no? Pero when you say AD object, composed of user group and computers. Users, ito yung employee, yung tao, no? Unique identity. Group naman is a collection of users or a collection of computers, no? Sa group, meron siyang 2 types, security and distribution. Distribution, ginagamit lang sa email blasting, walang security ID. Security na ID naman, meron tong security ID which can grant or deny access. Let's say I would like to give access to this group, security gagamitin niya. Then meron namang scopes, no? Local, which gives you access sa local server. You can shut down the local, but you cannot shut down remotely kasi local nga lang. You know? Another group scope is domain local. No, parang pareho lang yan. Ang global naman, yung server is part of domain. Meaning, if you log into different server in a single domain, you can be able to control the servers. You can shut down and pretty much do anything. Universal naman is on a different domain but single forest. No? So, para may power yung user, ilalagay niya sa universal. No? And computer objects, these are servers, laptops, cell phones, and so on. So, I'll be using the term object. Pag sinabi kong object, these are user groups and computer. Okay, I'm going to be asking Desiree, what do you mean by objects? Or si Rafi. Pag sinabi kong object, what do you mean by that? O anybody na lang, anybody.
User group computer.
Tama. So ito, I'll be using the term object. It's user group computer. Okay. Next is the forest and domain. Forest is a security boundary. Forest is collection of multiple domains. Let's say forest mo is ibm.com. Tapos meron ko pang subdomain such as makati.ibm.com, ortigas.ibm.com. Yun yung mga domain. Domain can be a top level or subdomain, which is yung na-mention ko nga. Forest is a replication boundary, meaning all the rights will be replicated within the single forest. No? Hindi pwedeng lumabas. A domain is a replication boundary then, meaning if you are user part of, let's say, ortigas.ibm.com, ang rights mo is within that same boundary lang. So you won't be able to get access externally. And yung admin center mo will be on the same boundary. Ang main task ng domain controller is to provide authentication and authorization, just like I mentioned kanina. Trust relationship naman, provide access to resource such as file server, printer, bigyan ka ng access sa server 2, 3, 4, and 5, and so on. There are 6 types of trust, parent and child. Yung master na nasa taas can give access dun sa child na yan. So, you can have two-way din, no? Meaning yung child domain, yung ortigas.ibm.com can access fully yung resources sa ibm.com. Okay, and vice versa. Yun ang parent and child. Ang tree root naman is, remember, nag-start ka sa root, no? Let's say yung puno. So, paano ba nag-start ang puno? Ugat muna, di ba? So, it rooted in ibm.com. So, usually, this is the top level. Any domain which belong to top level, you can establish two-way or one-way trust. No? One-way trust is yung domain 1 can have access sa domain 2, but not vice versa. Okay, yung one-way. Ang two-way naman, vice versa. Okay? External naman, ito yung different company. Let's say, supplier ng IBM. Let's say, motherboard.com. Pwede siyang bigyan ng external trust. And then, realm naman, ito yung pseudo domain. They can establish parang real DC to DC connectivity. Ang forest naman, ito yung forest to forest, two different forests. Let's say, Lenovo.com, IBM.com, two different forests, pero single conglomerate company lang yun, isang company lang sila. No? Pero they can establish one-way or two-way trust. Depende sa settings. Shortcut naman, instead of going directly sa different organization, they can create shortcut from child to child directly without going sa parent. Okay? So let's compare authentication authorization. So ito yung main function ng domain controller. Para saan ang DC? To authenticate and authorize. Yun ang main function niya. Authentication, it will identify the person or the one seeking access. Sino ba yung gusto? No? Let's say ito. Si Andrea Brillantes, gusto niya to. Gusto mag-access server 1. So, she's requesting legitimate access credential. So, bibigay yung ID niya. No, sa HR, ito yung name niya, Andrea Brillantes. Pag na-authenticate na yan, no, mag-create ka na ng user sa Active Directory. No? So this physical identity will be the basis for creating secure identity and access control. So create siya ng secure identity. Why did you say secure? Kasi nga, you will be given authentication method, such as it will ask for username or multi-factor authentication. Yung magse-text sa inyo ng one-time PIN password. No? Or yung biometric, no? Or yung retina scan, or yung facial recognition. So that's one way of authenticating. Once authenticated, that's the only time that the AD will give you authorization. Authorization naman, it will tell you what level of access you have. Let's say, may access ka sa server 1, pero read-only. May access ka sa server 2, full access. Ganun na. Ito yung nagbibigay ng access. Ito na may nagbibigay ng credential. Klaro ba? Klaro? About DC? I hope malinaw sa inyo domain controller. So, anybody, what do you mean by domain? Ano function ng domain controller? Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Hello,
Yeah,
sir.
anong
Good morning. Sir,
Good morning.
authentication at saka authorization.
Correct, tama. Galing yan. Yun lang yun, no? Actually, marami pa, hindi lang yun. Next, OU is a container to group objects within the domain. No? Kasi yun nga, you cannot apply GPU to containers. And containers are used to system objects. Meaning, let's say, you would like to upgrade Windows 10, install Service Pack to Windows 10. So mag-group ka ng lahat ng computer who belongs to Windows 10. Tapos dun mo i-apply, right-click, group policy, patch this security. No? Hindi naman pwede i-apply sa 2019 kasi different operating system na yun. No? Ang schema is a blueprint of the Active Directory database. Meaning, ito yung rows and columns. Tingnan nyo. So sa home phone, so may rows, no? May columns sa database. So ito yung table name niya, user. Inside the table, meron siyang variable declaration na home phone. And then sa variable na yon, meron siyang value. Ano yung home phone? Probably your number. 0917, blah, blah, blah. Okay, value. And then, one more example, user principal name. So, sa row name na user principal name, ano pangalan niya? Chris. Okay, ganun. Chris. To give you an example. So, dito, pansinin niyo, walang AD user. Hindi magra-run kasi wala nga module, di ba? Sa server 1, ito yung server 1 natin. Gusto kong lakihan. Shucks, hindi lumalaki. Kita niyo ba? Kita niyo? So when you run as admin, admin. I hope kita ninyo. Yeah. So if you notice, if I type get Active Directory user, it doesn't display anything kasi nga wala pang module. Okay. So installan natin yan. So once installed, we can be able to examine tong schema ng home phone and user principal name. Okay. So AD replication. So when you say replication, it synchronizes the objects to different AD. Active Directory has 4 partition. A config partition, which contains how domain controller are connected. Ang schema naman, how database were laid out. And domain partition, which domain belongs to which. And optional application. What kind of application is running on this domain? Okay. Characteristic of domain, meron siyang multi-master. Meaning, anyone can replicate to anybody. So ganito yun. Let's say meron kang DC server 1 and second DC server 2. If you created a user 100 user, it will auto-replicate server 2 kasi nga multi-master. Meaning this symbolized database, itong database nito can synchronize to this database and then this database can pull. So they're doing push and pull or multi-master. Anybody is a master, anybody can broadcast, anybody can receive. Malinaw ba yung multi-master? Next is pool-based, meaning download only. Okay? Kailangan i-copyhin mo muna yung Active Directory database bago ma-authenticate mga user. So usually ginagamit sa sites. No? Meron naman store and forward. Paano naman yung store and forward? Ganito, you created a user here, replicate dito. Then if you have Active Directory dito, it will be forward, then store. Kung may Active Directory pa dito, it will forward and store sa database. Ganun, store and forward. And then meron man data store partitioning. Specific data store lang pwede. Let's say, ito yung partition, di ba? Gusto ko i-configure, i-copy lang schema, yung blueprint. Pero hindi not all user. Yun ang data store partitioning. Okay? Or gusto ko lang copyhin yung domain. No? Pero walang user. Yun ang data store partitioning. Selective, in short. Then meron namang auto-gen. By default, automatic generation. Anybody can be multi-master. You don't have to do anything. Okay? Meron naman attribute level. Let's say dito sa schema natin, di ba, meron tayong schema. Attribute lang. Home phone. Gusto ko lang kopyahin yung, i-update yung telephone number na home phone to specific user. Or to all user. Yun lang. Specific attributes. This attribute, the attribute has its own property. So, attribute level replication. Meron namang distinct control site of inter-site replication. So, ito yun. Let's say, site 1 in Africa, site 2 in Sydney, then you don't trust Active Directory in Africa. Yung Africa will copy a certain attribute sa server 1. Let's say I would like to copy only yung password attributes download. Pero I can never change password here for security reason. Para hindi ma-hack. Just in case they hack this one, they have no permission to change the password. Kasi dito yung password na nangyayari. No? So you just copy the password property. No? Specific lang doon. So meaning, distinct control. Next is collision detection and management. So very intelligent. Once it found out na meron siyang duplicate, it will discard during replication. Let's say ito, nagre-replicate na sila, no? So dito, nag-update si user 1 ng, let's say si Ellen Adarna, no? Dito naman, Ellen Adarna, Ellen, ano na, sino bagong asawa ni Ellen Adarna? Si, Ramsey. Yeah. Ellen Ramsey. Sabay pinindot dito, Ellen Adarna Cruz, nung jowa pa niya si John Lloyd Cruz. Ito naman, Ellen Ramsey na. So, sino masusunod, di ba? Sabay. As in, sabay. Ganun. So, magkakaroon ng collision. Malilito siya. Sabi na AD, sino susundin ko? Sino susundin ko dito? Okay, remember, Active Directory is, boundary is within the same replication domain. Since same directory siya, linear yung date stamping and linear yung journaling. Meaning, journal kasi, ito yung may USN, Universal Serial Number. Serial number can never be repeated, di ba? Let's say product 1 is 1, second product na 2. Automatic. So, it will treat as product 1, product 2. Ganon. Linear. Unique number. So, magtatatak yan dito sa update 1, update 2. Ngayon, how will the Active Directory rule out? Who will win? The one with the latest date stamp and the one with the latest USN journal. Since ito yung latest journal, kasi 2 na to eh. Pangalawa na, di ba? So it will honor the name Ellen Ramsey. And will be discarded yung Ellen Adarna. Okay? Nagets niya? Nagets niya ba? So paano nag-rule out? The one with the latest USN journaling. Okay? So yun yung collision detection and management. Any question? Any question about AD replication? Wala. Malinaw ba? Malinaw. Tanong lang. Next is the sign-in process. So when you log in sa Facebook, no, though ang authentication method niya is OAuth, which is more advanced, it's an open source. Totally different from Windows. So Windows, napakasimple lang. The user account will log in. Okay? He will provide username and password. Sa DC, once that password is authenticated sa database niya, bibigyan siya ng ticket granting ticket. So bibigay sa user. So yung client naman yun, apply niya yung TGT. Sa TGT, nandun lang yung access na server 1 read-only, server 2 full access. So when he log in sa workstation, makaka full access, pero sa server 2, read-only. Okay? Ganun lang siya. Lesson 2, deploying Windows server domain. So how do you install Active Directory? Ito na yan. So there are multiple ways to install Active Directory. Using domain controller from Server Manager, which is the graphical user interface, ito yung manual. So dito, you will be presented with 3 options. The first is add DC to an existing DC. So ito yung gagawin natin, no? Pero first, mag-install muna tayo ng forest, no? You usually start with the forest. After forest, domain na. So second method natin, first method natin, add new forest. Lalagay natin dito nexus.local, select, and then meron siyang credential, yung local admin. And then eventually that local admin will become domain admin. New forest, then next, then reboot. That will take a while. And then sa second domain controller, we will do add domain controller to an existing domain. Kasi para dalawa yung domain controller natin. Okay, so yun ang ating second project. We're gonna install AD. So step by step, we navigate sa AD center, then perform admin tasks, then we can create users, view all objects, and then you're gonna use Powershell. Okay.
Hello, sir.
So,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry, sir. May question lang ako. Sir, what if pala pag mag-migrate ka ng AD? Kunyari kasi meron kang Windows Server 2008 R2. Then now, si company bumili ng bagong machines. Windows Server 2022. Paano sir i-migrate sir yung domain?
Big question yan. Big task yan. Actually, migration takes 6 months na. So, ganito yung high level. So, usually, I install another operating system. Let's say Windows 2019. Galing kayong luma. Sa 2022, no? So, you need to create manually.
From
Install fresh.
2008 R2.
From 2008 to 2019, no? Install a fresh install. So, why fresh install? Ba't di na lang migrate? Kasi maraming function. If you migrate, directly, maraming function, forest level na hindi existing sa 2008. So you won't be able to maximize the power of 2019. So ito yung resolution na ginagawa namin. We install 2019 fresh. We create a new user fresh. We create a new password. Create a groups. And then grant access to those groups. Create a new file servers. Totally new. Talagang bago. Di-discard mo na yung 2008. Tatapon mo na yan to the point na hindi mo na kailangan. Ano yan?
Sir. Kasi sir, medyo marami kasing naka-config doon sa sa 2008 R2.
That's why it's 6 months project.
Okay.
Totally discard mo na yung 2008. It's a new one. Talagang tapon na yan. Kasi why would you cling on the old operating system kung binayaran mo naman yung 2019, di ba? Di ba? Ang daming missing. Wala siyang DFS. Wala siyang FSRM niya, limited. So, would you choose an operating system that keeps on hanging or a reliable operating system? Ganun yun eh. You have to choose between the two. So, you can coexist, pero yung mga bug sa 2008, magko-coexist din sa 2019. You understand?
So hindi siya, pero possible siya i-migrate, sir.
Yeah. Pero ang daming disadvantage. So why would you migrate directly? Yun ang question. So you need a solution architect. No. Who sees everything? Yung parang si Gandalf, no? He can see everything kasi matanda na siya.
Oo. Kasi if ever kasi sir na mag-create ako, medyo maraming user nila sa ano.
Talagang
Parang
ganun.
sa 500 plus.
500
lahat
lang,
siya
sa amin nga 100,000.
Oo. So lahat yan, sir, tama ba?
Kaya-create mo.
Manually i-create yung mga ano yun, yung
Hindi.
mga aid nila.
Kung hindi ka nag-enroll sa Nexus, ma-manual mo yun. Pero since nag-enroll ka sa amin, o-automate natin lahat. Nakita mo yung kanina, yung installation of server pa lang yun, ha? Ngayon, papakita ko sa iyo Active Directory installation. And then, ilan user nyo?
Siguro, mga 500 to 600, mga ganun.
I will make your life easier. Gagawin nating scripted lahat.
Sir.
So, instead of, let's say, creation of user in one day, probably 50, di ba? So, dito, creation of 500 user, less than an hour. De-demonstrate ko. So, this lesson, talagang full migration. Ito yung, let's say, from 2008 to 2019, ma-migrate mo. Ito na yun. Ito na yung lesson.
Sorry, ano siya? 2018 to 2022, yung latest yung
same concept.
namin.
You can use the same script pa rin. So, papakita ko sa iyo paano mag-build automatic ng virtual machine. Actually, pinakita ko na kanina, di ba? And then, paano mag-create ng Active Directory. Paano mag-create ng 500 user. Mamaya, papakita ko sa inyo. In less than 30 minutes, meron ka ng 500 users. So, di ba? Tapos install mo lahat ng services, DFS. Hindi lang yan, meron ka pang failover mechanism, meron ka pang quota management, napakadami. Sabihin mo, thank God, nag-enroll ako sa Nexus.
So yung WDS ba, tsaka WDS kasama din?
Di mo na kailangan yun, pare. Di mo na kailangan ng Windows deployment. Kasi kanina pinakita ko, nag-deploy na tayo, di ba? Sabay-sabay pa nga, 3 server. Di mo na ang deployment kasi manual yan di ba? Manual, mano-mano yan.
Actually, it's more for client piece.
Ang tagal yan. Kukonek ka sa ISO niyan, install manually, gano'n. Pinakita ko kanina, tapos na. Wala pa yatang 30 minutes. Nakatatlo na tayo. So ito, kung gusto niyo mag-migrate, no? Anyway, did I answer your question pala before I move on?
Sir, siguro wait ako dun sa mesa.
Ito na. Let's say magma-migrate kayo. Kailangan nyo ng domain controller, you need global catalog, kailangan nyo ng ops master, kailangan nyo ng kung ano-ano. Pakadami, no? So ito, what is domain controller? DC, main functions to authenticate and authorize. This server that hosts the database, which is ntds.dit under folder, and as well as sysvol. So dalawang folder yung ntds na yan. Ang domain controller is using Kerberos authentication. No, we're going to be using Kerberos. And for best practice, kailangan dalawa. Okay, dalawa ba yung ginagawa yung DC? Isa lang. Anyway, and best practices, you need to use BitLocker. Ito yung when you log in sa domain controller, usually username, password lang, di ba? Pag may BitLocker, tatanungin kayo ng PIN number. 6-digit PIN number pa. Di ba? Secure. Sino nag-BitLocker dito? Hindi Bitcoin, ha? Pero tumaas na yung Bitcoin, 29,000. Anyway, next is global catalog. So these are the stuff you need to do before migration. Actually, kung magma-migrate ka, kailangan nyo talaga ng architect. Hindi pwedeng engineer level lang. Kasi hindi nyo nakikita yung whole scenario. Like, one thing is IP addressing. Alam niyo ba yung IP addressing na ginagamit ng ibang under the same forest, di ba? Hindi niyo alam. What services you need to run. Okay? And migration, normally, minimal 6 months. Kasi nga, 500 user, no? Depende sa number of users yan. Dahil ang dami yung ima-migrate. Yung file server, group share, security ID, files and permissions, ang quota nyo, and group sharing, and then DFS access, folder redirection, di ba? Mga ganun daming ko consider. So you need an architect. You need to design. So first, dito, kayo na? Ito na. That's good. So first of all, gagawa kayo ng IP addressing muna. So enroll ka muna sa CCA-A. Kasi doon pinag-aaralan yung VPN. Paano ka connect sa server kung walang VPN? Di ba? Paano may connect yung VPN kung wala kang IP addressing? So merong subnetting doon. So 5 days training yon. Magkakaroon din kami ng online. As of now, meron kami ngayon, Cisco. Di ba? OJT, nandito pa yung OJT. Busy na yata nag-access sa Cisco. So, kung kaya kailangan VPN, anything related sa networking, Cisco yan, CCA-A. Okay. Global catalog hosts partial attribute set for other domains. Ang ibig sabihin nito, meron siyang small kind of information stored in your domain for easier searching. Okay. Hindi nyo tatanungin lahat ng domain controller. Let's say, 20 doon DC nyo, tatanungin nyo ba si Miss Andre Brillantes, nasa kaya yung credential nito? Ganun tatanungin mo ba? Hindi. So, meron kang global catalog. Okay? So, ano yung ibig sabihin ng global catalog? For easier referencing. Kasi in a multi-domain environment, no, Informaster should not be global. Okay? Kailangan nag-store lang siya sa global catalog for single central querying. Kasi hindi mo tatanungin lahat ng DC. Isa lang tatanungin mo. Kasi what will happen if you ask 20 person? So which one is faster? Let's say you're asking for direction. Will you ask 20 person or single person lang? Di ba sa Mega Mall, meron dong single information desk? Di ba? Mas madali approach kasi single lang siya, isa lang siya. Okay? So that's the purpose of global catalog. When you have multiple sites, you should also make at least one DC. And on each site, kailangan isang global catalog. Okay? Next is Ops Master. So in the multi-master replication model, when you say multi-master, everyone can replicate to anybody. No? You can download, you can upload, anybody can push-pull Active Directory content. No? In multi-master, some operation must be single lang. Meaning, isa lang yung function niya. Like, domain naming master schema, read infra PDC. Isa lang, no? For performance optimization. Kasi try to imagine, kung jack of all trade ka, let's say system engineer ka na, network engineer ka na, ikaw pa yung help desk, taga-reset ng password, ikaw pa yung architect, ikaw din yung taga-linis ng office niyo bago umuwi. Exhausted ka, di ba? Do you think you are performing optimal, you're doing optimal performance? Hindi, di ba? Hati ang trabaho mo sa 5. Kasi ito may 5 eh. Probably dito 20%, 20%, 20%. You can never dedicate 100% sa isang role. Okay? So, this is good for optimize performance. No? In multi-master, you can also configure single lang ang role niya. Okay? Many terms are used for single. Okay? Meron ditong ops master, which performs everything. Meron naman single master, which performs single role. And meron namang flexible single master. Pwede marami sa kanya. No? Pero before I go here, kailangan may AD na tayo. Install ko muna yung AD. No? Napa-advance tayo. Back to project number 2 muna tayo. Okay? So ito lang ang ating hands-on lab. Makinig na kayo. In server 1, I'm gonna install Active Directory and server 2, second Active Directory. Yan ang aking project. So, ito na. So I'm gonna log in sa ating server 1 and I'm gonna install Active Directory by going Server Manager. Now, before you do this, I want to make sure na reachable in dalawang server. By pinging, kailangan maping nyo ha, server 2. Oh, pinging, success. Ping server 3. Success, okay? Kailangan reachable. Okay, server manager, add role. Select next. We're gonna select first the first option kasi we're gonna configure single server. Second option kasi if you wanna install a role sa desktop. Okay, so server lang tayo. And then which server you want to install Active Directory sa server 1. And what role you would like to install? I would like to install Active Directory Domain Services. And meron siyang dependency. Meaning, it will install remote server admin tool so you can manage remotely. Without this, you won't be able. And it will install the module PowerShell. Remember kanina, pinakita ko get AD user error kasi nga hindi pa na-install. So ito na, install natin yung PowerShell module. Add those features, click next, and then go to the end up until you see install. Now, you need to restart the server, so changes will take effect. So don't be surprised, magre-reboot mag-isa. Yung ibang students sabi, eh sir, nag-restart mag-isa eh. Kasi nga, sinelect natin to. Bakit kailangan i-restart? So changes will take effect. So yan, install na natin. Okay? So that will take a while. Iwanan natin yan. Let's move on sa server 2. So server 2, I want to make sure reachable si server 1. Maglalagin ako dito. So yung mga gustong mag-migrate, ito yung prerequisite. Ito yung project implementation, no? Ang dami yung gagawin, ang dami yung trabaho. From module 1 up until DNS. Kailangan niya, very important ang DNS. So, I want to make sure na pingable si server 1. Pingable ba? Yes. Pingable si server 2. Pingable ba? Yes. Ako pala yung server 2. If you notice, sabi dito, promote this server to a domain controller. So, po-promote natin siya. So, the first thing you need to do is create a new forest. Okay? So, new forest natin, as per script, so meron tayong script dito, number 2. So, open nyo lang yung script niyo as some sort of guidance. Puntahan nyo lang into project 2. Control A to select all, Control C to copy. Then, hindi nyo pala makakopy ta. Kasi internal, nasa private mode ta. Yan, okay? So, dito, ano ba yung domain? Nexus local. So, Nexus local. Okay? So, this one is asking for root. The root will be nexus.local. Next. So, it will do validation. It will do prerequisite checking. If you notice, forest functional levels 2016. Pero kung magmamigrate ka from 2008, select mo to. So, you can communicate with 2008. If your environment is hybrid, kailangan i-select nyo kung anong edition. I mean, anong functional level. So, in case, sa case mo, select mo yan. Okay? Now, kung lahat naman 2016, you can take advantage fully ng 2016. Meaning, wala nang missing features. Fully functional. Kasi kung meron ka pang 2008, you won't be able to leverage from full-blown 2016 operating system. Okay, kaya pangit may mix eh. Gumawa ka na lang ng bago, migrate mo lahat ng user. It will make your life easier. Kasi kung may bug, 2008, you will also experience yung bug na yon. Kung naghahang palagi, after migration, may experience mo pa rin yun. No? Kasi na-migrate mo eh. Okay, NetBIOS name, ito yung pre-Windows server, yung luma. NetBIOS can resolve host name to IP for Windows 11, Windows XP. Yung 11 maximum character. Kasi limited lang siya sa 11 eh. Na? So in this case, Nexus. Okay? 11, 12 pala. So the NetBIOS name is Nexus. So meaning when you ping Nexus, resolvable kahit sa Windows XP. Database, I will accept the location, default location. Unless you want to change. Pero don't change. No? Now, it will check prerequisite. It will detect walang DNS. Then he will make a suggestion na kailangan may DNS so we can resolve the domain controller. Kasi the next time you join server sa DC, you won't be able to find it kasi walang DNS. Kaya dito, install natin pati DNS. So sabi niya, ang progress pero is still validating. No? Validating. Titingnan niya what's missing. Okay. So if you have Windows NT4, ayan, alaman niya walang DNS. NT4 prevents weaker cryptography. No, it's not advising to coexist with NT4. Checking group policy. Kung may group policy, since wala, fresh install, it will install group policy feature by default. Ayan. Another thing in 2008, meron siyang weak cryptography din. So if you pass over that weak cryptography sa 2019, madali siya ma-hack. Okay, ang daming disadvantage ng old OS. So we usually use full-blown in brand new install. Okay, magre-reboot siya mag-isa niya. Okay. Tingnan natin. Hindi ko yung gagalawin, magre-reboot mag-isa. Ayan, nag-reboot. Okay, hindi ko ginalaw yan.
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Pwede ba maging seamless yung yung migration, yung hindi mo na-notice ng ng user na na-migrate na pala sila?
Hindi naman yun. Kasi ganito yun eh. They are logging sa old OS, di ba? Di ba? Nakalagin sila, nakakonect.
Yes.
While they're in production, you're creating this one. So ginagawa mo to. And then later on, pag na-create mo na lahat ng users, group, na-add mo na sa permission and whatever, may quota na lahat, doon pa lang bibigay sa user yung username, password. So let's say na-migrate mo na pati yung files nila, data, profile. Kasi te-testingin mo pa yan eh, di ba? 1 month to 2 month testing yan eh. Kaya 3 months lang talaga yung project niya eh. 2 months, maglalaging ka as Andrea Brillantes, titingnan mo successful ba, nakikita mo ba yung mga files niya, no? Tapos nagsisync ba yung dalawang folder? Yung sa DFS, nagsisync ba? Let's say, nag-save siya 10 seconds ago, na-save ba sa bagong file server? Yan ang question eh, di ba? Tetestingin mo yan eh. And then pag 100% na-test mo na, tsaka mo lang bibigay yung user ID sa user. So if starting tomorrow, use this user ID, you will be logged into a new environment. Tapos, disable mo na yung account yung luma. Hindi mo di-delete. Kasi if you wanna go back, you can easily go back. Ganun lang.
Paano yung client niya? It will be joining a new Active
new domain.
Directory.
Yes.
Oo.
Totally new environment. Kasi nga, that's the purpose of migration. Ayaw mo sa 2008. Kasi madali siya ma-hack. No management will allow you to use the old cryptography for security reason. Kung magaling siya talaga sa cybersecurity, why would I use 16-bit cryptography sa 2008? Samantalang ito, 2 megabit cryptography, mas stronger, di ba?
I agree.
So for security reason, you need to cross the river of change. Kailangan mag-cross. So for other user, it's the unknown. For other architects, the unknown. Kasi hindi nila na-experience. So how do you resolve the unknown? By doing a lot of QA testing. Yan. So dito, medyo matagal yan kasi he's installing the module. No? So patient lang kayo. No? Kuha muna kayo ng kape or chips. Kain muna kayo. So if you have any question, this is the best time to ask question. Yan, tapos na. I want change the time, no? Kasi it will keep on changing as per group policy. So lalagi na ako as domain admin, ayan, no? So how will you know kung domain admin? Meron kong domain/admin. No? Okay, so since domain controller na to, I'll open up domain controller by typing dsa.msc. Sulat niyo yun, ha? Kasi shortcut na yung binibigay ko sa inyo. Kung gusto yung long cut for beginners, running DSA, directory service admin lang yan. Okay? If notice, hindi nagre-respond kasi it's dynamically expanding. Remember, hindi pa siya full-blown. You need to wait at least 3 hours. Kung titingnan nyo dito, nag-expand pa yung server ninyo. Tingnan nyo, 5 gig na, 5.6 gig. Okay, 5. Kanina 4 megabyte, di ba? 5.6, re-refresh ko. 424, tandaan nyo, 424. As we go along, magsisave ng data, it will expand. Kaya don't be surprised kung bakit slow. So, ang bagal, okay lang yan, nag-expand pa kasi. You need to understand everything. Okay? So, ulitin ko lang, dsa.msc. In-enter ko, loading pa siya. There's another way, server manager. Then click ayun, running. Click tools, andito yung Active Directory, users, and computers. Yan ang iraran niya, ha? Yan, Okay, so this is Active Directory. These are OU. As of now, itong OU na to, there's no computer join. As of today, ang DC natin server 1 lang. Okay? So we're gonna proceed sa ating 2.5 project wherein we're gonna install second Active Directory sa server 2. Okay, so we're gonna go on server 2. First thing we need is join this one to Active Directory and do the same thing. Tandaan nyo, domain controller is only 1. Magiging 2 yan mamaya. So go here, scroll down, system info, and then naka-work group siya. We need to join sa domain. Okay? Ano pangalan ng domain, anybody? Local.
Nexus.local.
Yes. Tama. Ay, but welcome. Administrator pala. So domain admin is the administrator. So domain is Nexus local. Username administrator. Administrator. And then it will tell you, welcome to the domain. Then you need to reboot for changes to take effect. So magre-reboot siya. Okay? So we're going to do the same thing, but this time we're going to select the first option, which is join in an existing domain. Kasi meron na tayong forest and domain sa magiging second domain lang to. So why do we need two? For best practice kasi. In case the first domain controller goes down. And for some sort of performance. Two domain is faster than one, di ba? Very simple logic. So I was able to join and then I'm gonna promote this one to become a domain controller. Same steps. Server to yan. Ay, back. Sumobra. Active Directory. Saan na yan? Naduduling ako. Domain service, ha? Active Directory domain service. Next. Yun lang. Restart. Install. Ayan. So, mag-install na yan. Okay? So, later on, I'll finish. Now, I would like to demonstrate to you something. Yung kaninang hindi nag-work, will work na. So, I'm gonna run ICE as admin. Remember kanina, get AD users not working? Kasi nga hindi pa na-install. No? So, how do you verify kung na-install na yung module? The command is get command. Then, I would like to verify what module were installed. Anong na-install na yung module? No? So, I'm gonna query adds deployment module. Yun. So, I was able to install commandlet install adds, install the forest. No? So, ito yung commandlets available now. Okay? And then, pwede na tayo bang mag-get AD user. Get AD user. Yun, no? Lumabas na. Kasi nga na-install na. So, this will display the users. So, filter natin. Gusto ko i-display si AD user properties star. No, gusto ko i-display yung security ID ni user administrator. Gusto ko pakita sa inyo yung security ID niya. Yan. So, security ID ni administrator is S1. Basahin na lang natin dulo. 500. Ha? Continue ko lang itong install. So, if you see exclamation point, meaning there's a task you need to perform. So, remember kanina we install Forest. Ngayon, this time, I would like to add DC sa existing Nexus local. Okay? You must supply credential. Yan, lagay niya. Credential.
Hello, sir. Tama ba, sir? Piniremove mo yung, yung pangalawang AD.
Ha?
Piniremove nyo rin, sir, yung pangalawang AD.
Yes, oo. Kinlik ko promote. Ayan. Ay, far out. Ini-install niya yung DNS. Nako, dapat hindi. Ayoko install yung DNS dito. Kasi de-demo ko mamaya. Ayun, antique DNS ha? Antique DNS. Okay? Huwag niyo install ha? Kasi pag na-install yun ha, magre-replicate pa yung DNS record. Oh, you won't be able to do manual installation. Kasi module 14 yun eh. Yan, okay? So dito, let's say gusto mo mag-create ng user, Chris, okay? Ayan. Using PowerShell lang. Now, if I would like to display yung security ID ni Chris, tatype mo lang user dito. It will display the user ID rin. Tandaan nyo user ID is 1104. Now, I'm going to remove Chris. Remove AD user Chris. So, ito siya. Nandito siya by default under user. Ayun siya. Okay? Di-delete ko. If you do want to delete, yes. Tanggal na siya. So, wala lang Chris. The moment I create another ID with the name Chris and query si Chris, iba na yung security ID. Okay, ito yung role ng fees mo. Flexible single master. Yung read master, makikreate ng unique identifier. Remember kanina, anong number? Diba 1104? Ngayon 1105. Yan ang function ng flexible single master operation role, which is read master. Read master is to create relative identifier, such as unique universal ID identifier or security ID to identify the user. So yan ang trabaho ng read master. Na-feel nyo? Tingnan nyo kanina, 1104. Oh. So meaning, the user you created in the first instant will not be the same user you created on the second instance. Gets ba? Gets? Mag-ibang user yan. So meaning, if you delete their folder permission, tapos nag-create ka ng bagong user, matatanggal yung permission niya sa folder na yan. Automatically. Ha? Kasi totally different user yan. Oo, totally different user.
So yung didelete nating Chris na una, pwede bang ma-recover yun, sir?
Pwede. Pero you need to enable yung recycle bin.
Like for example,
Recycle bin.
sa mga rehire.
Oh, let's say na-delete mo. Oo, pwede yan. Let's say na-delete ko na, di ba? Sa recycle bin. Mamaya, pagpunta natin sa topic, big topic yan.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
actually, simple lang. You have to enable recycle bin. Whatever deleted will go to recycle bin. Then right-click restore. Ganun lang siya.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, ayan. Congratulations, we've done the project 2. Meron na tayong 2 Active Directory. So, nag-create ako ng Chris. This should be replicated sa second Active Directory with the same security ID.
That should be 1105.
Correct. So, help me. How do you open Active Directory? Anybody? Click Tools. Click Active Directory Users and Computers. Ay, loading pa siya. Hanapin mo dito, user. Ayun siya. Hi. Ngayon, tingnan natin using PowerShell. Run as admin. Admin, always run as admin. Tingnan natin kung ito nga yung latest user. Ha? Anong command? Anybody? Get AD user. Then the name of the user. minus I would like to display the properties of security ID. 1104, 1105, di ba? O, pareho. Confirm and affirm that that unique user has been replicated sa second active directory.
Ayun, sir.
Okay, nag-replicate Okay, sige, question.
Sir, paano pag once mag-down yung server 1 mo?
Okay lang, mag-authenticate sa server 2. So that's the main purpose. That's
so,
good.
paano kung permanently down natin yung server 1? So, lahat ng ADs mo replicate kayo, no? Kay server 2 pa rin, tama?
Yeah, multi-master replication siya. Anybody can replicate to anyone. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Pwede.
Automatic na yan. Wala nang, it's automatically generated. So wala
So,
nang
basta
generation of
promote ko lang
topology.
yung server 2, no?
Oo, like yung dinemo kanina. Promote mo lang siya.
Sir, paano
Okay, any
kung halimbawa,
question? Sige. Go ahead.
halimbawa, sir, kasi ko yan, gagawa lang ko ng isang server na 2022. Tapos yung server 2022 na yun, i-connect mo doon sa sa 2008 R2. So tama ba? Makukuha ko lahat yung AD users?
Ko-connect mo sa 2008?
Oo. R2.
Ay, magkakaroon ka ng forest functional level 2008. Which is hindi maganda. May backward compatibility ka. Hindi maganda. Ang good migration, talagang 100% 2022. Kasi nga, yun ang reason kung bakit ka aalis sa 2008. Ngayon, kung i-connect mo sa 2008, pwede yun. Makikita mo yung mga user. Pero, functional level mo, 2008, like in cryptography, napaka-weak. Wala siyang DFS. Maraming wala. Hindi mo, parang, you're still back in the old operating system. Ganun din. Ba't nag-migrate ka pa, di ba?
pero kahit ang OSIS 2022 na, sir? Ganun pa din siya?
Full blown. Lahat to 2022 na. Talagang brand new. Talagang mag-install ka ng bago. Yun ang migration talaga. Parang ikaw galing Philippines, gusto mo migrate sa Amerika. Yung paa mo nasa Amerika, wala sa Philippines, di ba? Talagang nandun ka sa state.
Akala ko, sir, mangyari parang makakopy niya lang yung mga edits from the old server to new server.
Pwede. Pwede yun. Pwede mong gawin yan. Makikita mo, all the user from 2008 is nasa 2012. Pero, functional level mo, 2008 pa rin.
2008. Okay.
What's the use of migration?
Thank you,
Kaya
sir.
maganda, gawa ka ng bagong user, bagong group, bagong permission. And this lecture will demonstrate to you how to create a new user. Hi? Any question ba? Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Sir, to clarify, clarification, yung Nexus.local, di ba yun yung domain?
Yes.
Okay, and then we use that domain to connect the AD from the server 2 tsaka yung server 1. Tama ba? So kaya nakita natin si Chris sa AD sa server 2 dahil nakakonect na siya sa domain na. Okay, nagagets ko na.
Kaya nag-replicate din, proper replication. Later on, sa module 3, we're gonna create 100 users and we'll replicate sa domain 2. Sa pangalawang domain. Okay, any question before we go sa break? Sige,
Another one, sir. Yung domain nating Nexus.local, saang forest siya belong?
Nexus local din. Same forest, same domain din.
Okay.
Single forest lang yung ginawa ko.
Single forest. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, for the time being, let's have a break, 5-minute break, and we'll resume after the break. See you later. Okay, next module, module 3, user creation using PowerShell. So first of all, creating user accounts. So ano yung user accounts? User account will allow or deny access to sign into computers. It can grant access to process and service and manage access to network. So these are the credentials that you need to log in sa workstation. User accounts can be created using Active Directory users in computer, yung mano-mano, like this one. Yung kanina, dinemo ko, no? Right-click new user. Ay, hindi pa pala. Demo ko mamaya. Or using Admin Center. You can also create user using PowerShell and DS command. Okay, so 4 ways to create. And consideration for naming users include naming format and UPN suffixes. So let's say Accenture user, no? Accenture user. So, yung iba naman sabi Accenture 01, 02, 03, 04, IBM 01, 02, 03, or first name dot last name or last name dot first name or in first two characters combination. No? Configuring user account, so meron siyang attribute, properties, which in a tabulized format. So meron ditong tab, no? You can see account dito. So meron siyang sa tab na yan maraming properties. Profile, which shows the location of your profile. And if you ever have a login script which maps to a home directory, no? Member of, so ito yung group membership, and then policy and so on. So user account templates naman is much easier. Just create a template and can be applied to anybody. No? So I think template account, all you need to do is pre-fill the group membership, the same path, same login script, same password, same manager department, and then apply to the new employee. No? Mas madali yung ganun. So ito, demo. Ang demo ko will create multiple user. So ito na yung, let's say gusto yung mag-migrate, 500 user nyo. No? So how is it possible to create 500 user? No? In probably less than 2 minutes, tapos na. Ang bilis na. So demo, I will create multiple unique users. Okay, ito yung real names. No? And demo number 2 is create test user. Yung same naman, yung same UPN suffixes such as Accenture 01, Accenture 2, 03, and so forth. Dalawa yung demonstration ko. So thank you for listening. So ito na yung demo ko. So login tayo sa ating server. So dito sa server 1, which is our first Active Directory as domain admin. Okay. And then open server manager. Active Directory users and computers. Makikita nyo dito, wala pang user, okay? Wala pang OU. Pero yung domain controller natin, dalawa na, 1 and 2, okay? So, ang lab natin, just open up your lab. No? So, yung lab nyo nandito, so you need to type nyo to. Ako, tinype ko yun. So, type nyo itong mga projects, no, manually. Kasi kung kakopy and paste nyo, magiging ano kayo? CCNP. Alam nyo ba yung CCNP? Certified Copy and Paste Engineer. Okay? So, huwag kayong magka-copy and paste. Cisco certified.
Cisco.
So, copy and paste engineer kayo noon.
Bago
So,
yun, sir.
kailangan i-type natin. Saan ba yun? View, show script. Ito yung script natin. So, ako kasi diyan, nilagay ko na dito. Ito yung create user using script. Control A, Control C to copy. So, lalagay mo sa notepad. Tapos, dito yung gagawin. Okay? So, ito yung script natin. Huwag nyo kakopyahin na. You need to understand. Ano ba tong script na to? No? Okay, the first, we want to make sure if module is installed. No? So, the command is get AD. Import muna natin. Import module. Anong module natin gusto? Active Directory. Pero no need to type this kasi existing na. I just want to show you kung ano yung mga na-install. Ayan, install na daw siya. And then, this command, first we need to create marketing organizational unit. Remember, wala ditong marketing. So, one way to create is using manual, create organizational unit. No? Let's say sales. So, may OU na tayo. Okay, ayan o. Sales. Now, how do you do using PowerShell? So, create market. Ito yung command, new AD organizational unit. AD organizational unit. Tapos name is marketing. Saan mo lalagay? Saang path? No, path will be domain controller is Nexus local. No. Ganyan. And then, protect from accidental deletion para hindi ma-delete, no? Pero kung gusto ko i-delete, papakita ko sa inyo, no? Is false. Okay? Para ma-delete natin. Okay? Enter. So, meron na tayong OU called marketing. So, if you notice, ba't wala, sir? You need to refresh. Yun. Okay? So, since protection from accidental deletion is false, we can be able to delete. Okay, na-delete natin. Okay? So, create again, na-create natin. Okay, refresh. Ayun siya. Okay? Nagets ba? Nagets? Next, you need to define this
Sir,
script.
question po.
Go ahead.
Yung accident deletion po, pwede po ba yan ma-protect yan?
Oo nga, yun nga, pinrotect ko. True. Gawin mo true. Hindi yung madidelete.
Okay, good. Sige po. Thank you, sir.
Ngayon, this is the script na medyo combination na to ng maraming commands. No? So, I'll explain to you line by line. Kung hindi nyo na-gets, at first, you can replay. So first, we have to define the variable path. Initially, walang laman ng path. Kaya pag tinype mo path, empty. Now, we have to path to the correct OU, which is organizational unit is marketing. Okay? Marketing is under the domain called Nexus. Local. Okay? So the next time you query path, may laman na siya. Ano yung path? Marketing. So all user will be redirected to organizational unit marketing. So dito makikreate ng users. Okay? So that's what you call path. Next is we're gonna declare another variable, AD users. Initially, it doesn't have any value. Okay? So itong AD user na to, we're gonna assign the command import CSV command. Ang import CSV will import the comma separated value which is located sa labs. Di ba may folder na labs and user CSV. Okay? So ito papalitan niyo to, ha? Papalitan niyo yan. Kasi yung user CSV ko, ang laman niya, ang location niya is under labs. And then user CSV content is all the users. No? So kung magmamigrate kayo, you need to manually enter the username dito. Or you can import the user, then export the user, and then reformat nyo na lang. So sa comma separated value, meron tayong header. Let's say first name is John Lloyd. Okay? Andrea and Ellen. Last, then separated by comma. So the computer will understand it's a next column. Okay? Last name is Cruz, Adarna, or Brillantes. Username naman, JLC, Ellen, Andrea, and so on. Okay? So, meron dito OU, password, and password. Nakita, one welcome, mali ito. Edit nyo, ha? Sinadya ko yan para hindi copy-paste. Kasi iba kinaka-copy-paste. Okay? Kaya hindi makalagin. Then, OU, yung location ng user. I would like to redirect the user to be under marketing. Okay? Then save the user CSV. So, yan yung ating input. Okay?
Sir,
So,
question.
go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Tawag dito, so kung may CSV file, so it's possible to, alam ba, example ni Sir Kevin kanina, yung 2008 niya. So, pwede ka na lang mag-export ng CSV ng mga users from that,
Correct. Yes.
from 2008.
Yeah, pwede.
How do you do that, sir?
Ito, dinedemo ko na. Paano mag-export?
Pag-export, okay, thank you.
You mean export user? Ganito lang.
Pag-export.
Let's say merong user Chris, di ba? Export mo lang ito pa. Export list. Let's say from 2008, di ba? Ito yung mga users na lalabas dito. Yun. Na-export ko na. So, ito yung mga users. Yan ang mga users. Okay. Hanapin mo si Chris. Ayun, si Chris. Okay. Then you need to reformat pa rin kasi walang comma separated value.
Hindi pa siya
diba?
CSV, no?
Oo, kaya kailangan mo ng user CSV. Reformat mo pa yan in such a way na CSV format. Ay, mano-mano pa rin, di ba? So, kaya matrabaho yan. 6 months yung migration na yan. Minimum. Hindi yan madali. Okay? So, did I answer your question? Na-answer ko ba yun?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then, kanina, we define AD user to have the value. Ngayon may value na. Ayun, nakita mo? Hinugot na niya. Nilagay na sa RAM. Okay? So, when I recall AD users, i-display niya itong mga users. Yan ang i-create niya dito. Dito sa marketing. Okay? Saan galing yun? Sa buffer. Temporary buffer na AD users. Okay? Malinaw ba? Next, we're gonna use for each statement. Meaning, papasadahan niya lahat nitong variable na to. So, for each $user, okay, table name in AD users. So, table users in AD users buffer, babasahin niya yan. Such as, ito, first name, first name, nakita mo? Yung first name na yan, na Andrea, will be saved under $first name variable. Okay? Yung last name na Brillantes, last name will be saved under last name. Yung password na welcome, password, ayan, will be saved under $password. Okay? So, kumbaga, variable replacement lang yung ginawa natin. Kinol natin tong variable na to na nasa CSV, nilagay natin sa variable na to. Initially, walang laman yan. So, I'll show you. $username. Walang laman. Di ba? Magkakalaman yan. Okay? Then we have a validation, some sort of intelligent checking. If the user is equal to username, nag-exist, sabihin nito, a user account already exists to avoid duplicate. Talino, Talino. And that command is embedded in curly braces. Okay? If a user does not exist, mag-i-issue siya ng new AD user. Yung ginawa ko kanina, new AD user. Gagawa yan ng user, But this one, it's more complete. AD user from some account named $user, which is a temporary buffer we created above. Ang UPN niya magiging, let's say, John, JLC, dependent user at Nexus local. The name will have first name, last name. Given name is first name lang. Surname is yung last name. And we're gonna enable the user. By default, it's disabled. If you notice, yung crease naka-down, kita niya down because it's disabled. So we're gonna enable. And then, hindi natin na-allow in change password para hindi na magpalit ng password. And display name will be that one. And the user will be created under the path. Saan ba yung path? Yung define natin. Sa marketing. So lahat ng user mag-create sa path. And then the account password will be converted into secure string. Kasi as you remember, yung password dito, clear text, readable. Diba? Tingnan mo, password. Clear text, readable. Anybody can read. It's not secure. So, convert natin yung clear text into secure. Magiging hexadecimal number yan. Okay? Then, end curly braces. And then, that will be created. Makikreate na yung tatlo. Okay? Ready na ba kayo? Walang laman, Walang laman, mga kaibigan. Magic. Magkakaroon po ng tatlong users. Ito na. Ready na ba kayo? In 3, 2, 1. Run. Ayan, run. So, nag-run na. Tingnan natin kung na-create yung tatlong user. Yan, tapos na. Na-create na. Ang bilis, di ba? Try to imagine 500 user. Wala pang 30 minutes. Tapos na yan. Ngayon, is this production quality? Meaning, usable ba? Usable. Ilagay natin si Andrea. Remember yung server 3 natin is a test server. Lalagay natin si Andrea. Sign out mo. Okay. Change user. Change ka ng user dito. Ay, napindot ko shutdown. Nag-ingat kayo dito. Lagi. Napindot ko yung shutdown. Sandali. Sige, antayin natin. Ngayon, hindi ko pwede login dito kasi domain controller to. All you need to do is click other user, then login as Andrea. Ganun lang. Dito ko ilalagin kasi ito pang test to. Diba? Ngayon, question dito, na-join ko na ba sa domain to? Ay, hindi pa
Hindi
pala.
yung join, sir.
Oo,
Because,
join
sir,
ka muna sa domain.
kaya hindi nalabas yung other user, sir.
Kaya hindi nalabas yung other user. So, join natin. So, sa baba. System info. Kailangan naka-join ha. Yun, naka-work group lang eh.
Nexus.local.
So, tama. Nexus local. Then administrator. One welcome. Eh, paano na-contact DNS? Kasi kanina nilagay ko ng DNS, di ba? .21. Oh, shit. Ano daw? Ay, teka, computer. Ano yan? Mali yata yung password ko. Ulitin natin. Tama ba? Administrator. Pasok. Welcome to Nexus local domain. Then we have to reboot. So changes will take effect. Okay. Now, tetestingin natin kung fully production quality si Andrea. No? So, ang login name nito? Ayan, nakarate siya. Display name, last name, then account. Ang login ID niya, Andrea. Hindi siya lock. And account will expire after May 1. So let's log in. May other
Sir, may
user.
question po ako.
Yun. Go ahead.
Sir, question ko po, paano po sir yung, di ba nag-create po tayo ng mga different users, kanari sir, di ba nag-migrate tayo from 2008 to
Yes. Ayan, nakalagin si Andrea.
2022? Sir, paano sir yung mga privileges or permissions ng bawat user?
Yeah.
Paano siya masama?
You have to do it one by one. Iisa-isahin mo siya. Like, a-add mo yung membership niya. A-add mo dito.
So type sir,
Isa-isa.
mano-mano po?
Pwede rin PowerShell.
Noted sir.
Ayan, so, nakalagin ako as Andrea. Okay? Successful production quality. And these 3 users were also synchronized sa second AD natin. So, I'll show you. So, nasa second AD na yan. Ano ba yan? Yun. Tignan natin if it's replicated properly. Na? Yun, no? Under marketing, andun yung tatlong user. Okay, successful! Any question before we proceed to the next one? Wala na. So that's completed. We were able to synchronize 100 users to second Active Directory. Meron pa pala isa. So, second project is how do you create 100 users? No, kasi tatlo yung users na kinrate natin. So, meron akong script dyan. You can just create. No? So, ito yung 3.2. Napaka-simple. So, once you encoded, you have to type this manually. Ha? Kasi if you copy-paste, CCNP kayo nun, Certified Copy and Paste Engineer. Ito naman, this script will create 100 users. Okay? Using standard user principal name. So, ano yung user principal name? Gusto ko Nexus users. Kasi Nexus users sila. So, magkikreate ng OU, Nexus users. And the path will be under that same path. And then the username will be Nexus user. Dash 1 up to 101. Gusto ko up to 101. Okay? So we're going to be using the same for each statement. For each I is a variable. I has no value. Then mag-assign tayo ng initial value 1. So magiging user will be Nexus user 1, Nexus user 2, Nexus user 3, Nexus user 4, up to 101. Okay? Kung gusto nyo 500, Eh di gawin yung 500 to. Okay? Ganun lang, no? Gusto ko 101 lang. Okay? So, it will still use the same PowerShell command, new add user. Then, it will pull up the variable plus the word 1. No? Pwede mo lagyan ng ganyan. Okay? And then, path will be under Nexus users. Change as password. Ito, mag-change na ng password true. And convert the password into secure string. No? Papalitan nyo to ha, kasi baka hindi kayo makalagin eh. And then, run the command. Ready na ba kayo? Tingnan niyo ha. Walang OU na Nexus users. Magkikreate siya automatically. Wala. Oh, refresh. So, magkikreate yan ng OU, Nexus users, plus magkikreate ng 100 users. Kung walang error, ready na ba? In 3, 2, 1, run. So, creating 7, 65, 21, 23, 42 for users, 53, 67, 101. Tapos na po. Ang bilis ano, nakita nyo ba yan? Parang hindi. Di ba? So, pag ni-refresh nyo, hindi pa updated in database. All you need to do is close the DSA. So, sobrang bilis kasi. Hindi pa committed. So, refresh. Ayun o, Nexus users. And meron na siyang Nexus user 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 101. Okay? Ang dami oh. Ang dami. Nag-replicate ba yan dito? Eh, di-refresh mo. Wala pa, di ba? Why? Kasi hindi pa fully replicated dahil napakabilis masyado. Wala pa nga 1 minute eh, nagawa na. So, how do you update the database? By closing the database and reopen. Ayun siya, 100. Ito pala Nexus users. Na-replicate na yung 100 users. Okay? So that's how you create 100 users. Okay? Success! Ang bilis, di ba? Okay, in a secure environment, you don't give the real name. Mga police dito, mga official, mga CIA, you don't give the real name. Kaya nga meron silang badge eh. Di ba? So how do you create user using badge number? So ang ginagawa namin, edi gagawin mong badge to. Gagawin mong badge. Yan. Tapos serial badge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ganun lang. Sa IBM naman, ayaw na nila expose yung totoong pangalan nila. Kasi na-hack sila eh. Let's say, John Lloyd Cruz. Uy, si John Lloyd doon. Pinapalitan nila. Ginagawang IBM dash 001. Mga ganun. Wala ka na makikita ang pangalan na totoo. Na-realize nila through GDPR, you are exposing first name and last name, which is the sensitive information publicized on the internet. Delikado yun. Okay? So suggest nyo sa boss nyo, boss, di natin pwede gamitin pangalan natin. Okay? Yeah, any question?
Question po, sir. How about yung password, sir? Di ba naka-enable dyan? Meaning, it will... ano pong ibig sabihin po yan, sir?
Password na, in-encode ko na yung password.
So, sa lahat po ng user 1 up to 101, the same po?
Same password, yes.
That can be changed po? Individually?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, to answer that question, in-enable niya yung change password option on login.
Na-enable. Tama. If you notice, yung command, nandito siya enabled true. So you can change that first password, first logon. Yan. Okay. Testingin natin. Okay, so hugot tayo na isang user, random user, Nexus user 99. So lalogout natin. Tingnan natin kung mag-change ng, if it's gonna ask for a change password at logon talaga. No? So, random Nexus 99. So, ako lagi na sa domain user, Nexus 99. Tapos, i-input ko yung initial password. Then, mag-ask yan, change password. And boom, sabi ko. The password is incorrect. Hindi, correct pala. Teka, mali yung pinasok ko. Teka, Nexus user pala. User. Oh, yun no? So that confirmed that this command take effect, change password. So it's asking, the user password must be changed. Okay, so papalitan natin. So, welcome. Yun, nag-change na siya. So, secure pa rin, no? So nobody will know the password. Okay? Did I answer the question?
Sir, yung na-change na password niya is one welcome na, di ba? Can
Ah.
I view the latest password sa data niya sa Nexus
Hindi.
99?
No one can view password. Security yan. Security breach.
Ah,
No one knows.
Even though I am the admin. Sir.
Oo, kahit admin ka, wala kang rights para mag-view password. Kasi, let's say may crush ka, si Andre Brillantes. Uy, alam ko password nito. Maglalaging ka as Andrea, di ba? So that's invading your privacy, ba? Hindi mo dapat alam. Nobody knows except the user.
Sir,
And nobody knows, pero you can change the password kasi admin ka.
You can change. So kung gusto mong change, reset password lang. Ganun lang. Tapos bibigyan
Sir,
sa kanya, then he
pwede
need to
bang-
change.
hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, pwede bang i-set yung time for 1 day lang yung change password? Kung
Yeah,
sakali?
group policy. Pwede mo set.
Group
Move on
policy.
tayo sa group policy.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so tapos na. Wala nang question. Can we proceed sa 4? May question?
Yes, sir. For example, may bagong, kunyari, may bagong hires, mga 10. Tapos gagawa ng mga bagong profile. Dadaanan din natin dito yun. O dinaanan na natin ba yun? O yun yung diniscuss mo lang. Kumbaga ba, mga bagong users, kumbaga mga bagong hire kasi itong mga to.
Oo naman. You mean profile?
Oo, yung mga new profile.
Topic number 6 yata yan.
Okay. So, dadaanan. Advance
Ito
ako.
to.
Sorry.
Folder
Advance ako.
redirection. Yan yung user profile.
Okay.
Okay, saan ba tayo? 4 pa lang tayo. Okay, 4.
Sir, question po.
Go ahead.
Sir, yung sa scripting ho ba, ano po bang yung parang mga commands gamit, mga Python po ba or may sarili pong
Powershell lang.
Pero sir, yung mga syntax, yung mga
Yeah, PowerShell. Yung ginagawa ko kanina.
so you noted. Okay, sir.
Beginner's question po. Kasi nakita ko sa command line na naka-define yun doon, di ba, kung naka-enable ba yung change password at first logon. Saan doon, sir, naka-indicate din sa command line na ito yung default password na naka-provision doon sa command line na yun?
Ayan.
Okay. So yun yung
dinefine ko na siya. Yes.
Welcome. Ayun. Thank you po.
And you will get this script. Bibigay ko yan. One-liner lang, no? Very powerful. Okay, wala na. Let's move to number 4. Actually, ito ba yung number 4? Hindi yata. Ito yung number 4. Ayan, tata. Active Directory maintenance. Just want to check recording. Recording. Okay, module 4, Active Directory maintenance. Get your AD organized. No? As part of sysadmin, you have to manage your own AD. Number 1, group policy. Having good OU design will make implementing and managing group policy much easier. So flat down. Okay, top down mo lang. Simpleng group policy. Meaning, kung gagawa ka ng group policy, it has to be more defined, no? More appropriate. So let's say dito sa group policy, kung gagawa kang group policy sa domain mo, sa group policy, let's say very definitive. Let's say remove control panel. Okay? So from here, you can identify ng next admin, let's say na-terminate kayo, wag naman, na itong policy na to will remove control panel. Okay? So naming convention. No? Number 2, delegate permission. Does your help desk need to reset password, add, remove computer? Ito yung delegation wizard. No? Kung ang role naman ng help desk 1 is mag-reset lang ng password, why do you need to give domain admin? No? Not necessarily. Huwag niyo bibigyan ng admin rights, not even full rights. No? Delegate mo yung permission. How do you do that? So ganito. So, using delegation control wizard, so go sa domain, right click. Let's say go at, right click, delegate control. Okay? Delegate control. Then add mo si Andrea Brillantes. Andrea. Okay, si Andrea is part of help desk 1. And then okay. Then ang power niya is to reset user password lang. Oh, so yan lang rights niya. Applying the least privilege mode. So wala siyang rights to shut down the server, to reboot the server, no? Ang meron lang siya reset password. Tingnan nga natin. Yan reset lang Si Andrea. Okay, si Andrea reset. Sige, login natin dito sa domain. I'm not even sure kung makakalagin siya sa domain So, tingnan natin. Kasi user lang siya Andrea. Yung password nito. Hindi pwede. Domain user lang kasi siya. Kaya hindi pwede. No? Ano ba bang rights? Kailangan niya, may isa pang rights siya. Si Andrea. No? Tingnan natin kung remote. Domain users lang siya. Remote. Kung pwede siya maging remote user. Kasi naglalagin siya remotely Sinali ko na pareho. Tingnan natin kung makakalagin siya. Okay, tingnan natin. Let's see. If not, okay lang. Hindi pa rin. Kailangan domain admin lang talaga dito. So, dito lang siya pwede mag-login. Yan. So, pag nag-login si Andrea, nakita nyo, na-feel nyo, least privilege, hindi nga siya makalagin sa domain Kasi yun lang binigay na rights. Nagets niya? So, nakalagin siya dito. From here on, meron siyang tool na i-install. Na may install yan, tapos ko-connect sa domain. Ang rights lang niya mag-reset. Okay? So, pwede lang siya ito lang lalabas sa kanya, reset lang. The rest are grayed out. Okay? Least privilege. Next is admin tasks. Modifying user accounts using LDAP, reporting, bulk change, common admin. No, it will simplify yung day-to-day task ninyo. May nag-join. So, I'll give example. So, let's say you have 100 users. No? Pwede bang export yan? Yeah, pwede. Export. Yung pinakita ko kanina. X2. Okay. Save. Na-export na siya. Ngayon, meron pa bang ibang format? Tignan natin. Meron pa bang ibang format? Ayun, CSV. Meron pa ng CSV. Save. Ayan. So, na-export ko na siya. Ito yung CSV. Ayan siya. Di ba? Ayan yung user.
Pwede naman
Amazing.
pala.
Pwede. CSV lang pala, no? Lagyan mo ng password. Password. One welcome. Yeah. Okay, ganun lang. Mas lagyan mo pa ng department IT. Yun. Ma-export yan sa IT department. Ganun lang.
Pwede ito
Kaya.
di ba? Sir, pwedeng i-transfer mo na sa Excel, no? Tapos doon ka na lang mag-edit.
Yeah. Oo, Excel na. Any question? Okay, ano pa? Administrative, day-to-day task talaga. So ito. So, meron ako dito. Ito yung araw-araw na ginagawa namin. To make life easier. Okay. To create a new computer, napakadali. New computer. Let's say server 4. Ayan, created na yan. So check nyo dito. Computers, meron siyang 4. Yun, nakaka-create ko. How to delete, remove AD computer. Okay? So let's say meron kasing cycle na tinatawag housekeeping, di ba? Housekeeping. Paki-delete nga yung mga computer na wala naman, di naman nag-exist, sayang lang yung database. So anong gagawin nyo? Powershell command let to delete. If you wanna create a new group, the command is new AD group. Name ng group Nexus team. Name Nexus team. Okay? Ano? Then meron tong group scope. Group scope. Ano yung group scope? Pag hindi nyo na alam, press space bar lang lalabas na. So pag sinabi local, it will exist in that single computer. Pag global naman, it can exist to any computer in a single domain. Universal naman, any domain in any forest. Okay? So global permission lang. Gusto ko, he can log in any computer to any domain, to single domain. Let's say, nasira yung laptop niya for some reason. No? That user can be able to log in to any computer. Global yun. What card? One second. Here.
Sir, ano to? Ibig sabihin automatic, naka-roaming na siya.
Yan. Okay, so global and then category, group category. Remember, there are 3 categories. Distribution used for email blasting and security to create security ID so they can give you access or deny permission. Okay, so Nexus team, global security. Ayan, nakapag-create na ako ng group. Everyday work yan eh. No? So, saan na-create yun? Under dito lagi. Yan. So, Nexus team. Ayun, no? So, when you right-click the group, global security. Okay. Ngayon walang member. Wala pang member. Paano natin i-add sa mga members? No? So, the command is new AD group member. Ayan o, ayan o. So, add natin si Andrea, new AD group member. Kasi pag nag-migrate kayo, napakadaming group membership, di ba? So, saan natin i-add? Sa Nexus team. So, hindi niya kailangan gawin mano-mano. Sinong member gusto niyong i-add? Ay, teka. Hindi lumalabas. Mali pala. AD group member. Group member. Parang hindi lumalabas. Nexus team. And then members. Pa tayo lumabas member. Members. Ayaw. Andrea. Tingnan natin ha. New AD group member. Ay, add pala. Ako ulit. Tataka ako bakit hindi lumalabas. Mali. Add. Hindi daw makita si Andrea. Bakit? Server. Server 1. Nexus. Local. Hindi siya makita. Ay, ang dami pala. Ayan, just follow this one. You can be able, no? Ang dami pa palang i-add. Yan. So, joining a computer, kanina manual. You can be able to do this. Join automatically. And to enable AD account, no? Enable AD kasi kanina disable. Nag-right click pa ako. How to lock AD account, no? So, ilalak natin tong si Andrea. Si Andrea, lalak natin. Lock. Lalak natin. Ay, wala pala dito. So, mano-mano na lang. I mean, PowerShell. Let's say, na-lock na lang. Ito yung other command pala. Kasi hindi ko ma-simulate yung lock. Identity and then username. Ayan, na-unlock na siya. Na? Try to imagine meron kang 100 user na you need to unlock. All you have to do is the same. No? And then to locate a disabled computer account, let's say disabled tong tatlong to. Disable natin yan. O yan, so hindi maka-login. Let's say end of contract, no? So sasabihin ng boss mo, paki-enable nga yung 1,000 account. Ang dami. Ang dami, no? So ganito lang yung gagawin niya. Search account na disabled, no? And then unlock. So makikita niya dito, tatlo. You know, disabled si John, Ellen, and Andrea, no? So all you have to do, enable AD account. Enable, para ma-enable sila, no? Enable AD account. Andrea, sino pa ba? John, and hindi niya kilala si John. JLC pala yan. Doesn't exist, no? Kung babasahin mo, JLC. And sino pa? Andrea. Sino pa ba? JLC. Ellen, si Ellen. Ayan. So I was able to unlock using Powershell. Ayan, nakita mo, lock na, refresh mo, unlock na. So they can be able to log in kung back to work na sila. No? And so on, napakadaming maintenance. No? Next, best practices, you have to disable accounts for employees na naka-leave for security reason. Kasi gagamitin yan ng mga attacker. Sabi niya, nag-leave ako pero siya pala yung nag-a-attack. Di ko alam paano na-login. No? Kaya you need to disable. No? Kung end of contract, for some reason, disable nyo din. Pag bumalik na lang, tsaka nyo enable. Next, number 2, managing accounts for departed personnel. Kung umalis sila, you don't delete, you disable pa rin. Kasi they can recreate, no, using the same privilege. Kaya you need to disable para wala nang way siya para makreate. Next is backup exchange data. So you need to backup yung database niya, no, ntds.net. Next is exercise caution with admin account, no. Admin should be given sa trusted personnel lang. No? For number 5, make sure that guest access stay disabled. So kanina 'di ba nag-query ako sino yung mga disabled account. So how do you check kung disabled yung account? Yan. Kita niyo yung guest account. Yan, no? Disable siya. Okay? Kailangan disable yan. Pati yung Kerberos ticket, granting ticket. Pag yan na-enable, nako, gagamitin yan. Delikado. 6, purge inactive accounts. Meaning, delete the old accounts. No? Delete mo yung mga hindi naman ginagamit. No? Next is automate Active Directory cleaning. No? Okay, so get the backup Active Directory. Rep admin show backup kung meron kayong backup. No? Get rep admin show backup. Yan, so meron siyang backup. Saan ba tumatawag? Far out. Sandali lang.
Wala ba?
May kausap lang ako sandali.
Okay, sorry. Kala ko nawala.
Wala.
Sir, mamaya may quick question ako.
Ngayon na, tanong mo na ba?
Sir, yung kasi sa office namin, manually ko nire-reset yung mga change password within 3 months. sa mga active users. Pwede ko bang gawin yun sa lahat ng active users? Change password on the next logon, parang ganon. Yung isa-set, isang command, parang ganon. Sa lahat ng active. Opo.
Pwede yata yun. Enable lang eh. Wala makita. Pwede. You need to Google the exact command. For sure meron yan. Okay, so that's 4. Any question about maintenance before we go sa ating next module?
On the deleting accounts, sir. Pagka dinelete yung account, di ba, disable, pagka kunyari na end of contract, di-disable lang siya. Then, after a while, like, siniset ba natin kung ilan yung years or time para ma-delete yung profile na yun? Or manually natin ginagawa?
Manual. Pagdating ng third, pwede ring script on the 6th month. Actually, pag na-create ka ni user, by default to, 3 months yata. Tingnan mo, by default, makikita mo kailan siya mag-expire. Kita mo to? May 1 expire na siya. Hindi, let's say if you select this one, kasi hindi pa siya nag-login eh. Teka. Punta tayo sa mga nag-login na si Andrea.
Yung totally delete.
Ito never no? So you have to select and let's say kailangan na, ano ba ngayon? April, March, May, June, July. So every 3 months, papalitan mo to, July. Automatic na siya mag-change. July 1. Yan, mag-change na yan. Mag-expire na yung account niya. Let's say contract niya 6 months, edi gawin mo 6 months.
Kung after 6 months, nag-end siya and then na-disable to.
Madi-disable yan.
So pag ilang years natin siya bago i-delete sa Active Directory or within the policy of the company yun?
Kami hindi kami nagdi-delete, we disable lang.
At disable lang.
Pero kung policy ninyo, mag-housekeeping, no, sabihin.
Yung housekeeping kasi yun eh.
So you need to identify kung sino yung disabled. Kasi pag disabled, meaning not being used, di ba? So tatype mo to. Di-display mo tong disabled. Yung mga yan, for deletion na yan. Kasi matagal nang hindi ginagamit. Tsaka nyo, i-delete kung gusto nyo mag-delete.
Like for example, 10 years na kasi hindi na talaga na-i-rehire.
So kung ang last log on is more than a year na, disable nyo na.
Like 20 years, gano'n.
Grabe naman, tagal naman nun.
Kaya nag-retired na eh.
Nag-retired. Linisin nyo na.
So ano po yung rationale? Manually yun, manually do that.
Manually yun,
manual.
Okay. Kasi kung i-automate nyo, baka ma-delete lahat ng user.
Oo nga naman.
Pwede rin script, last log on command. Deletion, meron yan eh. Remove AD account. Ito yan, diba? Remove AD account. AD account. AD user pala. AD account ng AD. AD user, yan tol. Nakita mo yun? Mabilis masyado. Sandali. Sige, command add-on so I can demonstrate to you. Remove AD user. So, ano mga switch nito? Yan. Common parameters. Yan, yung mga parameters na yan. Say, what if...
Mga rules yun.
Oo.
What if?
Meron yan eh, last log on. No? Ganun lalagay mo last log on. Hindi pinapakita. Pwede yan. Okay, next question. Sino pa may question?
Yes, sir. Yung tanong ko, sir, is yung rationale behind yung sinabi niyo na hindi kayo nagdi-delete no kahit naka-disabled. Kasi sa amin, ganyan din. Pero na-audit kami ng isang parang insurance company yata na for insurance security na maling hindi daw best practice yung ganun. Pero kayo, sir, ano yung take niyo dun po?
Yung once you created the user, it will have its own unique identifier, diba? May, let's say get AD user. Get AD user. Si Andrea. Properties. Starseed. Okay, so this security ID is very unique. Yung seed niya. Which is may access na siya dito sa folder having seed 1109. Okay, 1109. Pag dinilit mo siya, you need to redo the whole process. What if yung contractor, alam mo naman babalik after a few months, no? I-rehire mo siya kasi meron tayong migration na naman. So you don't have to redo the whole process again. Number two, so that's number one. Number two, once you disable the account, you won't be able to recreate kasi duplicate eh. Diba? Let's say may attacker, oy, gagawa ko ng user privilege na root access. Chris, no? Para siya i-blame sa kanya lahat. So, by having an existing account, no, you won't be able to duplicate the same account and attacker cannot masquerade. No? They cannot use as proxy. Hindi ka pwedeng magamit. Okay? Kasi existing nga siya eh. Pag na-create ka ng same account, existing, mag-error. Diba? So, yun yung logic behind that. So, security reason and
may mga company kasi na ang rules eh. If last login is like after 10 years na.
10 years naman.
Dine-delete na nila yun.
Yun, pwede man i-delete yun kung gusto niya. O, depende sa company talaga.
Depende sa policy ng company kasi.
So, hindi na ako makapag-create ito. Tingnan mo. Existing eh. Diba? Sabi, the account already exists. So, one way of avoiding attacker from recreating another user account. So, yan. So, if the company would like to perform housekeeping, like user account deletion, no, it's their prerogative. No, sa kanila yan. Okay, so klaro ba yung ating 4 maintenance? Let's move on sa 5.
Sir, may question po ako.
Meron pa? Sige, go ahead. Interesting.
Sir, yung kapag ba na-delete na po ba, may way po ba to retrieve again just in case na parang ano?
Na-delete? Oo, recycle bin.
Recycle bin lang.
Recycle bin lang yan. So, paano gawin yon? Part of maintenance din yon. So, gagamit ka na ng Advanced Admin Center. No? So, pupunta ka na dito sa Admin Center. Tools. Nakita niyo to? Admin Center. First of all, you won't be able to recycle kung disabled yung recycle bin. So, gagawin mo, enable mo muna yung recycle bin. Kita mo to? Yan o, recycle bin. Tingnan niyo dito, walang deleted objects. Tandaan niyo, walang deleted objects. Re-refresh ko. Domain controller lang, ha? So, mamaya, there will be a deleted objects after enabling recycle bin. Enable mo. Okay. Refresh mo. Refresh mo. Ay, ayaw niya. Ba't ayaw niya? Naka-open yan. Ay, ayaw nga pala. Dami naka-open kasi. Come on, open. The face more hours could not be direct application. Hindi pa daw siya nagre-replicate. Tingnan ko lang kung nag-replicate na. For sure nag-replicate din. Imposibleng hindi. Kailangan ko i-reboot to. Ay, ayun, okay na. I need to reboot. So, ayan yung, mamaya reboot natin. Pero yun ang concept, no? To answer your question, you have to enable recycle bin, go under deleted object, then right-click recycle. Okay, yun lang yun. Next, module 5. Question? May question ba? Wala.
None.
Yeah. Module 5. This lesson describe what are GPO, ano yung default domain GPO and storage DPO, and ano yung admin template. So first of all, ano yung GPO? GPO is a group policy object and it's a very powerful admin tool. No, powerful kasi you can implement a single setting to multiple computer in just one policy. Okay? Let's say, for example, you would like to disable yung clock to all users. No? You can do so. No? Let's say users mo nasa US and mga 10,000 sila. All you need to do is create a single group policy. Okay? GPO, you can use it to enforce various type of settings to a large number of users. Let's say you would like to add additional DNS setting to 10,000 users, no, 10,000 computers. You can do so. No? Typically, you use GPO to apply security settings. Let's say you would like to enable firewall, no, inbound and outbound. No? Kasi by default, naka ano lang sila naka-domain lang. No? You can also manage desktop application setting. Let's say you would like to install Adobe Acrobat Reader to 10,000 users. You can do so. No? You can also push application. No? Pero most powerful niya is you can manage folder redirection, which is an advanced topic na natin. You can also configure network settings. Let's say yung gateway niya by default is only one. And meron kayong mga application which is sitting on different subnet. No? So magde-define ka ng gateway para makakonect sa subnet na yon. So bibigyan mo siya ng dalawang gateway. No? So overview, GPO, you can scope using GPO link, right link. Then you can filter. Let's say you're looking for a single object na hindi nyo makita, like control panel. So you can filter. No? You can also use Windows Media Instrumentation for hardware objects. No? GPOs are processed on a client. So sa pinaprocess sa client, not on the server. So that's why you need to log in dun sa device na yun. No? How in processing normally, whatever local policy will take effect first, then will be overridden by site level and by domain, whatever yung policy ng domain. No? And then kung meron kayong child OU, yung under ng OU, meron pang isang OU, child OU, pwede rin i-apply yung GPO. So ito yung itsura ng GPO. You have to type gpmc.msc. Then it will present you the domain you would like to create the GPO. Meron na siyang default domain group policy, no? Na you just have to click. Ito na siya. By default, GPMC. So meron na siyang default. Yan. Andito na lahat ng settings. Na? So if you would like to incorporate yung mga settings ninyo, yan, settings. Like settings nito is, pakita ko. Dito, ang settings niya is, ayan, it enforce password history. He can remember 24 password. And then maximum password age 42. So mag-expire siya ng 42. Minimum password age 1 day. Ito yung question kanina ni sir, no? Minimum password age, isa lang. And for security reason, kailangan at least 7 characters. Eh, hindi naman safe ang 7, di ba? Ang dali i-hack niyan. Gusto ko 11 characters. So how will you do that? So gagawa ka ng group policy object. So new. Dito lang sa default domain. Right click. Pwede nyo itong i-edit. Okay. Edit. No? Remember 11 anong 11? 7. Minimum password age. So search nyo. Saan ba yung password? Let's say, hindi ko alam. Punta lang kay admin template, filter on. Password age. Type nyo lang password age. Okay? Yun. Password age ba hinanap natin? Yeah, hindi. Password length. Password length, ulitin natin. Filter option. Password length. Length. Andito daw. Password. Dami, no? Sobrang dami. Malilito kayo dito. Hindi ko makita. Ako naman dito yan. Dami, no? Pansinin yung dami. Ayun, nakita ko na. Security, software policy, yan eh. So, dito kailangan matyaga kaya. So, hanapin nyo. Hindi kasi part ng demo ko. Pero napakasimple lang na makikita. Alam ko sa local, pero... So, kung pupunta ka ng local, sec policy, ito lang yan. Secpol, no? Secpol, makikita mo agad. Ito siya. Account policy, password policy. Ayun, password length, no? Local yan. And you cannot change local. So, password policy pala. Okay, sige, puntahan natin. Password policy. Edit. Nakita ko na yun. Saan ka ba nagtatago? Dito ba yan? Password policy. Policy. Kasi daming pinresent eh. Hindi ko makita, no? Anyway, iwanan natin yan. Hindi ko ano yun eh. Demo. Anyway, ito yung mga OU and then group policy object. Dito nakastore mga GPO, no? So ito na, demo, create a GPO. So we're gonna manage objects using in Active Directory via GPO. We're gonna right-click link to OU and then tingnan natin effect, kung nag-take effect talaga siya. No? Okay, so tingnan natin kung mag-take effect tong project natin. So, ang demo ko, gusto ko si Andrea mawalan ng clock. Kasi tingin siya ng tingin sa oras eh. Yun no? Sabi, uwi yan na. Di ba? Ayoko umuwi kasi crush ko siya. Ngari lang. gusto ko hindi niya makita yung time. So, paano magagawin niya without her knowing? Or let's say, 10,000 users, you would like to remove this one kasi ang daming tabs na dito, no? So, ganito yan. So, gagawa tayo ng group policy. So, gawa tayo ng new group. Kasi, meron na pala akong ginawa kanina. Remove control panel. Edit mo lang yan. And then this is called notification area. Okay? So you need to identify anong location. Tawag dito desktop. Ito naman taskbar. Taskbar yan. Ito yung notification area. Ha? Ang clock is nasa notification area. So, user yan. No, user. Hanapin natin dito. Right-click. Hanapin natin yung clock. Desktop clock tawag yan. No? Ayun, no? Taskbar. Di ba? Taskbar. And then sa taskbar na ako, remove clock from system notification area. That's what we're looking for. So all you need to do is edit, enable. Okay? Enable meaning naka-on. Okay? So mawala na yan. If you gonna look, ayan, enable. No? So how change will take effect? Kita niyo may clock pa, she need to log out. Okay, you can type GP update force, pero hindi mo pwedeng gawin kay Andrea kasi standard user lang siya. So all you need to do is for changes to take effect, you need to reboot the server. Anyway, server, yung desktop. Nakita nyo applying user settings? Nakita nyo? Bakit may clock pa? Anybody? Kasi hindi ko pa na-link. Okay? Yung policy. So si Andrea is sitting under marketing, di ba? I'll show you. Active Directory, users and computers. And then si Andrea is marketing. Ayun, So, you need to link. Kita mo, wala nakalink. You need to link yung group policy by clicking link existing policy. So, this is the existing policy. Yun, na-link mo na. So, the next time na mag-logout si Andrea, the group policy should take effect. Yan, applying user settings. Nakita niya? Oh, wala na yung clock. Okay. Ang galing. Ang galing. Hindi lang yan. So, maraming power itong group policy. Let's say you would like to create install Office. Gusto yung installan na Office. Okay? So, all you need to do is edit yung group policy na install Office. So, ang installation ng Office is sa computer, hindi sa user. So, go to policy. Nakita niyo yung software settings. Nakita yung software installation. Right-click, new, package. So, hanap kayo ng MSI. Hanapin niyo yung package na MSI. Pag nakita niyo, wala kasi ko eh, no? Click OK. Same story. Yung software install na yon, link mo sa group na sa yan, sa OU, install Office. Ayan, install na siya. Okay? So the moment na mag-reboot to, then mag-login, i-install na yung Office. Galing, ano?
Ay, sir. Sir, excuse.
Yeah.
Sir, ibig sabihin ba no, lahat na nasa OU ng marketing is mag-apply yung yung sa install ng MS Office tsaka remove ng
Correct.
ng
Yes.
Slack.
Yes.
Pwede pa yun, sir, sa specific na user lang?
Ay, hindi. Kung specific user, you have to create a OU kasi ang group policy can only be apply OU. Walang user. Pansinin nyo, walang
Okay.
user. OU lang eh. So, gawa ka ng OU. So, mga test lang. Test OU. Test. Ganun lang. Test. Na? Tapos, lagay mo yung user dyan. Let's say, ang si user is si Ellen Adarna. Move mo user for the time being. Pero pag na-move mo yan, ako, nalipat na yung OU niya. Ayan. Post-deploy mo na. Tapos dito, asan yung test? Pansin mo, hindi nag-take effect. Ano? Close mo lang. Open mo lang yung GPMC. Okay. Ayan test. Then link mo yung install Office. Okay. So the moment na mag-login to, Andrea, please log in. May install yung Office. Tapos you need to put back again the user. Pabalik mo yung si Ellen sa proper OU niya. Kasi hindi he will lose all the permission. Balik mo siya din. Ganun lang. For testing purpose lang. Okay, any question about group policy? That's the basic group policy.
Sir, paano kung hindi nag-take effect tapos sure tayo na link natin yung yung
Hindi nag-take effect?
GPO dun sa
Reboot mo
OU?
lang.
Yeah.
Reboot mo lang.
Sir,
Take effect
paano yung
go ahead.
sorry sir. Yes, paano yung yung license ng Office if in any case install mo siya sa computer?
Usually they buy volume license key. Para hindi na
So,
magtanong. Like
hindi na
yung
siya.
web-based Office, VLK lang siya.
Okay.
Kung license mo, nako, kailangan mo na ng Office training yan. Kasi you have to go sa console, sa portal. May sariling portal yan eh. Pupunta ka na ng portal, Office 365 administration na yan. Tinuturo ko yan dati pero hindi na ngayon. Pupunta ka dito mo i-manage mga license. So pupunta ka sa user na yun, you have to check the license. Ayan, portal. May sarili kang portal dapat. Pero this is one topic, one course to. No?
Mag-open ba ang Nexus ng
days,
365, sir?
Hindi na. Hindi lang nag-enroll dito. Yan. So
Sayang.
may portal ako. Yan. So dito namin minamanage mga license. Dyan may manage mga licensing, lahat-lahat na. Dami yan, pare. So one topic yan. Ay, yun ang ating basic group policy. Next, folder redirection, which is advanced group policy. Mamaya naman, break naman muna kayo. Yung iba daw hindi pa nakakahinga. So dito, 1:00 na. Anong oras na sa Pinas? 10?
11.
11.
11. 11 na ba? 11 na pala niya. Sige, lunch break muna tayo ng 30 minutes. Lunch break. Then we'll see after 30 minutes. Yan, so folder redirection. So first of all, what is folder redirection? FR enables users and admin to redirect the path of a known folder to new location. So manually or by using group policy. So ibig sabihin, yung shared folder which is under file server can be redirect to any server, not necessarily Active Directory server. Pwede sa dedicated server, no? And can be pointed to a user's workstation or laptop, no? Dynamically. Then the new location can be a folder on local or kahit nasa domain. Then yung folder na yon, users will interact with files. Let's say update, delete, create. And anything done within the local folder will be redirected sa server folder as if na nag-exist sa local. No? Even if you're updating a file offline, let's say naka-laptop ka, no connection sa internet, no? The moment you reconnect, it will be uploaded. Okay? New changes will take effect dun sa servers. You don't even need to copy and paste. No? The files in the folder are then available to the user from any computer on network. Let's say for example, ito yung user, no? Let's say may calls contact agent 123. Okay? On the first day, ito yung ginamit nila, user 123. Then the following day, for some reason, in-upgrade to, no? Not available. So yung user 123, contact center 123, can use any computer sa pool. Pwede siya dito, dito, dito. Okay? So, pag lumipat siya, question, paano yung files niya? Paano yung user profile? Asan yung mga files niya? Nandun pa rin. So whatever you save from here, ina-upload dito sa server, then the moment you log in, it will send and upload the updated file dito. As if you're working in a local computer. Hindi mo mafe-feel. Na? So you can roam anywhere. You can use any computer anywhere in the world. No? Laptop mo sa bahay, pwede. And sa workstation mo sa office, pwede. No? Uy, ang dami natin, 27. Ilan tayo? 23. Okay, so that's the concept of file redirection. Practical applications ang ginagamit to centralize data from client computers for admin tasks such as server-based backup tool to backup users folder and settings. So isang location lang but can be replicated to different region. Okay. Enable users to continue accessing network files even if there is a network or server outage. So let's say, yun nga, nagkaroon ka ng outage sa network. No connectivity, hindi kayo mapag-VPN. No, it's okay. Saves lang yun sa desktop ninyo. The moment you have established connection, ma-upload yung latest file ninyo. And let's say yung bandwidth, no? This folder redirection will optimize bandwidth. Kasi nga, you're not updating directly sa server, no? Hence, there's no bandwidth. You're updating sa laptop mo, then laptop to server, dun lang siya nasisync. So this will enhance experience of user branch office who access file hosted by off-site server. Let's say you're in Makati, pero server nyo nasa BGC, no? That's okay. And this will enable mobile user to access network file while working offline. Let's say kahit nasa Boracay kayo, you can still work, update your file, and the moment na makakonect kayo dun sa site, you will be able to update the file in the site. Okay, thank you. So that's done. Any question about the discussion? So ito yung demo. So for you to understand more, of course, meron tayong demonstration. So server 1 and then pang test natin is server 3. No? Server 3. Lalagin natin dito si Andrea Brillante. Saan nakalagay na pala? Okay, okay. Let's say offline, offline. Nasa Boracay kayo, tamad mode. Ayaw niyo magtrabaho. Busy na trabaho yan. Na-istorbo yung Boracay ko, di ba? So, ganito gagawin nyo. Let's say, okay, pero wait, kung nga work ako, work from home, pero work from beach. So, gagawa siya ng task, no? Ito yung mga task niya. Okay. Kung nga may task siya dito. Tapos, in-update niya kung nga yung CRM niya. Tapos, in-upgrade yung Windows Server. Tapos, nag-reset ng password. Tapos, nakaka-rate ng DFS, no? Kinlik niya yan. Save. Without DFS, it won't be replicated dito sa file server, no? So you won't be able to save this file. So when your laptop is gone, wala na, forever never gone na to. Okay? So that's why mag-i-implement tayo ng DFS. Okay? So paano gawin ang DFS? So ang DFS, nandun sa lab din ninyo. Punta lang kayo sa lab ninyo. May FSRM pa pala. Na-skip ko tuloy. Teka, ano bang topic natin? Anyway, sige, na-skip ko yung isa. Balikan na lang natin yan. So, implementing DFS, this exercise will install DFS both in server 1 and 2 at the same time. No? So, step 1, power on yung dalawang server, 1 and 2. So, pa-power on natin yung 1 and 2. So, this is the step-by-step instruction. So, na-power on ko na siya. So, ito yung second server natin. Yan. So we will do the installation in a single server, but the roles will be installed simultaneously sa server 1 and server 2. Sabay siya. Sabay. Pakita ko, wala. So wala pang DFS. I'll show you sa server manager. Makikita mo dito, walang DFS. Ayan, wala ka nakikita ng D. Meron lang defrag, disk cleanup. Okay? Malinaw? Wala, hindi naka-install. Defrag, disk cleanup. Okay, so install natin using PowerShell. Lagi tayong naka-PowerShell. Why? Kasi nga tedious job to eh. Iisa-isahin mo pa ba? Diba? So just open up ICE, run as admin. Laging admin, ha? Yan. Tapos, the command is invoke command. Okay? Ngayon, paano na-build up yan, sir? Tong command na to, paano nyo nabuo to? Yun ang question dyan, diba? Now, if I'll give you the root level on how to build up PowerShell command. Root level. Ngayon, first thing, you need to think, ano yung gusto nyo install? Hindi nyo alam yung name ng role, di ba? So how will you find out kung ano yung role? So the command is get Windows feature. Feature. And then redirect sa file called T. Okay? Yan. So open up the file kasi lahat ng output was redirected sa T. So these are the roles. Active Directory Certificate, Active Directory Domain Service. Remember kanina we installed that one. So that's why there's an X mark. So X means installed. Blank means not installed. Malinaw. Ngayon ang gusto natin, DFS. Ngayon, this is the display name and this is the actual service name. And when you see installed, nakita nyo installed, that means installed. When you see available, that means available for installation. Malinaw. Okay? So dito ako kinukuha yan. So these are the exact role name. Ngayon, ang hinahanap natin, distributed file system. So hanapin nyo lang DFS. Hindi yan. Ayun, DFS namespace, which is this one. So, bibuild up tayo ng command. Ayan yung command, no? So, kung nga rin, hindi natin alam. So, the command is invoke. When you say invoke, push the command, no? Or run the command from multiple computer. Gusto ko i-run sa server 1, server 2, and ano yung command you would like to invoke on a remote computer? No? The command will be embedded in curly braces. The command install Windows feature. Okay? So ganun na buo, no? So if you have 10 servers, you can install in 10 servers at the same time. No? Hitting two birds in one stone, kumbaga. So what feature you want to install? Kung nga rin di mo alam to, saan kinuha yan? Dun nga sa get Windows feature. So dito ko siya kinuha. I would like to install DFS namespace. Okay, what is namespace? Namespace, the URL. Next one is replication service. So it will replicate from one file server to another. Okay, and then what else? Anything na related sa DFS. Ano pa ba meron dito? As of now, dalawa lang nakikita nyo, di ba? So search pa kayo. Alt-EF na merong DFS. Of course, yung remote server admin tool. Without server admin tool, you won't be able to launch graphical user interface. Okay, so ano pangalan ng remote server admin tool? Ito, RSAT, Remote Server Admin Tool, DFS Management Console. Okay, so that's how you build up a PowerShell script or command. Then ended by curly braces. Okay, so ayan na. So it will install to both server. So it's starting installation sa server 2. Makikita nyo done na installation. Nakita nyo nag-blink yung server 2 kasi na-install yung apps. Tapos, sabay. Pareho. Sabay na tapos. Okay, so now, meron na tong DFS. Ayun, no? Oh, di ba, di ba? Pero dito natin i-manage. We will manage from this server. Kasi nga, pangit na yung remote, dala-dala pa, di ba? Ayan, DFS management. Okay? So, successful installation of namespace and replication. Don't be feel intimidated when you say namespace. Ito lang URL. No? Let's say fs.nexus.local. Yun lang yun. Replication is a service which replicate from one server to another. So, hindi ko pa pala napakita. Teka, na. DFS pala hindi ni-discuss ko, hindi folder redirection. Nag-jump ako. Shit, mali. Discuss ko muna yung DFS. Nagkamali ako, sorry. Nalito kasi ko eh. Kasi laman nito folder redirection. Hindi yan. DFS. Asan yung DF? Ba't wala dito? Nagkapalit. Kaya pala nalito ko. Tuloy ko na lang tong DFS ha. Kasi na-implement ko na kasi. Okay, so sa DFS may tatlong scenario. So branch office can download and upload sa site. Okay? Ang data collection naman from hub, download lang from branch office yung mga files. Okay? Meron namang data distribution. Sa hub site naman, sila yung nagsasubmit ng mga reports sa branch office. Ganun yung scenario. Ha? And then, ito yung ating high-level schematic diagram natin na kung ano ba yung ginagawa natin. So let's say you are in New York. Practically, you need to access the server in New York for faster response time. If you live in London, you need to access the local server, di ba? Alangan na naman New York galing ang London, okay? Pero there are scenarios that the server in New York will be unavailable for some reason. Let's say upgrade, network downtime. No? So that's why user New York, para he won't feel any downtime, he will be given a ticket. Okay? Yung ticket na yun, ipo-point ka sa target folder mo. Po-point ka dito. Let's say marketing. Makikita mo yung marketing file as if kala mo nasa New York ka. So this user can be able to work non-stop. No? So ida-down natin to. Makikita natin user sa New York. Na-access natin yung file server na nasa London. Okay? So yun ang main purpose natin. Yun lang yun. Okay, so ito na. New York, London. New York, London. Okay. So gagawa tayo, first step, gagawa tayo ng URL. New namespace. Okay. So if you're wondering asan ba yung steps, ito yung steps. Yan ang steps. Napakahaba niya. Napakahaba niya. So I will show you na lang. So server 1, New York, kung nga no? So tatype mo, anong pangalan ng server sa New York? Server 1. And then what will be the namespace? Like itong UNC, Universal Naming Convention, no? Marketing, sabihin ko na lang, marketing folder that we will share. Now you need to grant full access during initial installation. So custom permission, kailangan not everyone can access kasi delikado yun. Kung nga marketing team lang. Kasi marketing folder itong ginagawa natin, di ba? Wala pa palang group. So, gagawa tayong group. Gagawa ko ng group na marketing. No? So, DSA.MSC. Gawa tayong group. So, marketing. Ganito gumawa. Group. Ang group natin will be Global Security. Pangalan niya is marketing. Na nandito lahat ng marketing team. So, yan. So, may marketing group. Then, we're gonna add all the users. Like si Andrea, si John Lloyd Cruz, at si Ellen Adarna. Okay? Ayan. So, may tatlong member na tayo sa marketing. So, dito, check natin yung group. Yan. So, exclusive permission lang to sa marketing. Pero, I would like to add domain admins para just in case something goes wrong, we have power to view. Okay? Pero don't worry, that will be there for temporary lang. Okay? So, meron tayong DFS shared folder. No? Pangalan is marketing. Yan. Ito siya. Under, hindi pa na-create kasi hindi ko pa na-okay. Na DFS. Yan. Okay. In-okay ko na. Next. Domain base, name base. So when you access, gonna be like this, Nexus local / marketing, which is universal naming convention. Hindi tulad nito, single server lang kasi yan. Okay, so let's create the DFS namespace. Done, success. So meron na tayong file server na ang pangalan ay marketing. Ayun na. Okay? So if you're gonna verify the permission, ang permission lang nito, exclusive to marketing. Ayun na, marketing. Shared sa marketing lang ta. So wala makaka-access niyan kundi yung tatlo. That's done. So how do you access this one? Using universal naming convention. Okay. Next, step 2, you need to create a replication group. So when you say multipurpose, server 1 and 2 can synchronize at the same time. And then replication group will be a seed. Sorry, ano yun? New York, London. New York, London. Okay, replication group. And then who will be the master? Si server 1. Yan. Okay. Who will be a secondary? Partner, server 2, which is London. I guess London. How would you like to connect? Mesh, meaning interconnected to each other. So just in case you added additional server, wala na nating to configure. Then speed, what bandwidth you would like? Full bandwidth na. And then who will be the master? Server 1 ang ating master. And then what is the local path? Remember kanina, DFS root marketing. So meaning all the file will be saved under marketing shared folder. And then you have to check the permission. Kailangan full. Tama, wala yung marketing no? So they won't be able to save. So this is security permission. Yung kanina, shared permission yon. Okay? You need to identify between the two. And you need domain admin just in case something goes wrong. You can troubleshoot. No? Okay? So meron na tayong folder called marketing. Then next. Ito naman, that's the primary member. And secondary, member naman, server 2. So wala pa tayong nakakonfigure dito. Wala pang folder tingnan niyo yan. Diba? Wala nga. Walang laman. Nothing. Okay? So we gonna enable keep the following folder synchronized from member 1. And then anong pangalan ng folder? So dito tayo kikreate, hindi dito. No? So pangalan, let's name it as the usual. Yung same pala. Marketing. Okay? Ayun, naka-create na siya. Check nyo yung permission. So, wala pang shared permission, walang security. So, hindi gagana yan. So, ito gagawin natin. So, create muna. Okay? So, successful. Replication will begin, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Now, let's go back to our replication group. Okay? Check the properties. Edit schedule. Kailan magre-replicate? 24/7 non-stop. Okay? Naka-blue. What else do we need to check? Replication group. Yan. Tapos. Verify topology. Topology successful. Connected. Ano pa ba? Edit replication group. Okay lang. And then. I'm looking for the permission kasi hindi natin na-set dito. So since yan. So dito sa server 2 I would like to check member replicated. Ito yung staging. Then for 4 gig ang staging. Staging meaning dun niya gagawin nyo. Zip nyo muna before sending out. Okay, that's good. Pero wala pa ring permission, di ba? So let's set it manually. Ay, ayun na pala. Ayan, meron na pala. Na-inherit. Ayun na. Na-inherit. Sa shared man, meron ba? Wala. So shared mo to as marketing. Ayun, everyone, delikado yun. Take note. You have to manually check. Kasi if you expose the file, that's security breach. So marketing, full permission. Mano-mano to. add domain admin. Ayan, so double check. So we won't make any mistake. Marketing, sharing, marketing. Ah, good. So goods na siya. So running na ang ating DFS. Now, I'll show you. Asan yung folder? So this is the folder. Okay, walang laman, walang laman. Ngayon, testingin na natin. Let's test if this one will work. So lalagin ako as Andrea Brillante sa server 3. Yan. Andrea Brillantes. And then how you gonna access the DFS? So mamap natin siya. Though you can create your script to map. No? So this is kung M for marketing group. No? So on a DFS path, it will be nexus.local/marketing. Testingin muna natin. Ha? Gagana ba to? Gagana ba yan? Kumana. Ayun, na-map ko. So, meron na akong drive M, which is this one. Now, yung mga user, ito yung nakikita. Okay? Ito yung nakikita. Let's say, nag-create siya ng Excel. Ayun, na-generate na dun. Okay? Ito yung user, ito yung server. Ngayon yung dito naman, sa London naman, ayun, na-generate din. Okay? So, to site, we have created successfully a DFS site which replicates. Testingin nga natin. So, ito user testing lang to. Ito yung servers, no? So, testingin natin. Nag-update tayo ng version 1. Tingnan natin kung na-update to both servers. Okay, check ko dito. Updated. Check ko sa London server. Uy, ba't wala pa? No? So, may replication problem. Ayun. So, delay lang. Delay. Okay, isa pa, ha? Update natin, user updated to version 2 na. He added something. On the fly, dapat updated to version 2. Tama, di ba? Diba? Ito. O version, no, may delay, no? O refresh natin. Uy, wala pa. Tagal, tagal. Ayun, finally. Okay, updated siya, updated. So, working siya, no? It's being replicated to different regions. Okay, any question about DFS?
Factors pag nagma-migrate ng OS bawa 2012 to 2016 yung isang component ng migration dun yung DFS nagkaka-issue. Anong possible factor nun, sir, na magfe-fail yung DFS?
Well, yung vector version protocol is not syncing. I mean, yung service is not running. Kasi the moment na mag-stop tong protocol na to, I'll show you. DFS. Hanap natin DFS. Re-restart nyo lang yung DFS replication. Nakita nyo? Running, syncing. Pag yan for some reason nag-stop, and then nag-update yung user, hindi yan magsisynchronize. So you have to make sure na re-restart nyo yung service. Tingnan nyo, version 3. Ngayon directly, I'm connected sa master. Dito ako connected. Hindi dun sa London. No? So ito updated to, version 3. Pero since namatay yung replication, itong server 2 na nasa London, hindi siya mag-update. Yun na. Kita nyo? Old version pa rin. So you need to restart the service. Or, pag na-disconnect yung sa network, for some reason, na-disconnect to, walang mag-update. No? So ito updated na. Ayun, synchronize ko na kasi. Another thing is, kung hindi naman nagra-running schedule ng DFS, no, let's say hindi mo naman kinonfigure na mag-run. Saan eh? Ba't nawala? Let's say 2 hours lang pagitan. Dami kasi naka-open. Data DFS, yan. Yung window, remember kanina meron tayong window. Schedule, let's say, Sunday, no replication. Na nakaganon lang siya. Yan, Sunday, walang replication. Siyempre, hindi magre-replicate. Diba, diba? So, yung config kasi not to replicate on Sunday kasi wala naman nag-update, wala namang user ng Sunday. Diba? Yan. So, Monday to Saturday lang yung replication. So, there are so many things you need to check. No? Then, verify kung connected. Yan. So, good. Create diagnostic report. So, health report, generate health report for both servers. No? Tapos magke-create na yan. Yan. So ito yung report niya. Yan. So healthy. Healthy siya. Oh, we have one error. Okay? Yan, generating pa rin. Pwede naman generating na ito.
Yung sintomas kasi sa amin, may lumalabas ang error na contact your network administrator, pero at the same time, while nire-replicate yung issue na yun, nagko-continuous ping in the background yung mga network. So, napapatunayan nila na yung bare network is malinis.
Oo, yung network is clean. No, walang problem. Ayan, okay. So that's DFS. Another issue, yun nga, like tulad na sinabi ni Sir, baka naman network issues. So they need some artifact na they need to find to show na working, okay naman yung network. Wala sa kanila yung problem.
Sir, may tanong lang po.
Okay, question.
Yun po bang DFS pwede pong i-install sa una pa lang po?
Oo, pwede. Kasi kailangan niya ng file server, di ba?
Isasabay na po din sa una.
Oo, sabay mo na sa una. Kayo bahala, ano gusto niyo ba? Slides. Ito ko ng pantalon. So, balik tayo. So, is that okay? Okay na ba yung ating DFS? Balik tayo dito sa demo kasi. Folder redirection. Balik tayo, folder redirection. No, anyway, you understand the concept. The concept is all user roaming profile, user data will be redirected dito sa server. So the moment na mag-change siya ng computer, no, that information will be downloaded to his current computer. So ito na yun. So close ko na tong DFS natin. Running siya. No? Mabilis lang. Wala pa natang 30 minutes eh. Punta tayo sa folder redirection. So paano install ang folder redirection? The usual. So you click add roles and feature. Ang folder redirection is a file redirection. So it should be under file, file and storage services. Then click nyo itong arrow, hanapin nyo yung folder redirection. Ay, sorry. We're talking about group policy pala. Group policy. GPMC. Advanced Group Policy. No? So, ito na yun. Gagawa tayo ng folder redirection. So, I can do it from PowerShell then. So, gawa tayo ng bagong group policy. New, the command is new group policy object. Pangalan ng policy is folder redirection. Okay? Yan. So, we have a group policy. So, refresh lang natin to. Engineer. Ayun, folder redirection. Okay? So, edit. Then enable folder redirection. Nakita nyo to? User folder redirection. Kasi sa level ng user yan. So, ang re-redirect natin is anything from the desktop. Okay? So, ngayon, saan yung file? The question is, where is the file? Lagi ko na rin sa marketing. Okay? So, dito, para mag-replicate din siya. Na? DFS root marketing. So, configure nyo yung basic. So, this will redirect sa path na to. Okay? See this roots marketing. And then it will create specific user. Okay, only user can see their file, not even admin. Okay? So, meaning lahat ng file na sinave ni Andrea, let's say task, will be redirected dito sa marketing. Makikita nyo later. Nandito yung tong task na to. Mag-appear dito. No? So, desktop, okay? Yes. Yes. Parang mali yata. Teka, mali. Gusto niya UNC path. Nag-complain siya. So, hanapin mo yung UNC path. UNC path is Universal Naming Convention. Kasi hindi yan ma-access kung di ka naka-UNC path. Ngayon, anong shared to? Marketing. Marketing. Tingnan natin kung ma-access ko, ha? Ay, na-access ko nga. So, existing. Okay? So, that will be the path. So, dito natin lalagay yung path. Yun, oh. Yan, ha? UNC apply. Yes. Okay. Walang error, no? Kanina nag-error. Next, is anything you save sa documents, yung sa desktop, it has a document folder, di ba? Ito yun eh. Yan, no? Document, let's say. File from document. No? File from document. Yan. Masasave din yan sa file server. So, configure natin. Basic lang. And the same UNC path. You know, under documents ng user. This is the username. Okay? What else? Let's say, nag-download siya ng mga video. Pero usually, hindi na sinisync yan eh. Pero pwede, no? You would like to synchronize pati yung contact? Yes, pwede rin. Same path. No? Ano pa gusto niyo synchronize? Yung mga pictures. Let's say, crush niyo si Andrea Brillantes. No? Mas makikita niyo picture. Pero hindi niyo makikita. Wala kayong rights. No? So, meron ditong pictures. Let's say, galing siyang Bora. Kung nga picture lang to, sabihin natin Bora picture. Masisync yan sa server. That will appear dito. Ay, mamaya. Ano pa? Music, start menu. Save search. Let's say nag-Google kayo. Nag-Google kayo. Malalaman nila kung ano yung mga ginugoogle nyo sa delikado. Pati yung mga lahat ng pinag-search ninyo, malalaman nila. Pero hindi na importante. So, yun lang ang importante sa atin. Okay? So, yan. Then, you have to link this one sa group. So, marketing group. Link an existing group. Folder redirection. So, that folder redirection service will take effect sa marketing users lang. Not to all. Okay? Ayan. Walang laman, ha? Walang laman. Tingnan natin kung yung group policy will take effect. Okay. So, how will group policy take effect? Sign in, sign out. So, server 3, sa sign in ko si Andrea. Then, if successful, you will see group policy redirection policy being applied. Tapos, makikita niyo yung file dito. So, meron ditong Andrea. No, hindi niyo pala makikita yung file. Makikita niyo yung folder Andrea. Ayan na. Applying user settings. Apply folder redirection. Nakita niyo? Then, na-create na si Andrea folder. Okay. Success. Okay? And that exists sa London server din. Ayun, okay? So, nagre-replicate na sa dalawang country. No? Sa New York, automatically na propagate sa London. Okay? Just in case this one is dead, you can still open the file. Andun pa rin. Ayun, no? Ano yung mga file? Tingnan mo, ito yung shared, ayun, no? Siya lang may permission to see those file, no? Pero hindi na-upload yung laman, no? Ba't hindi na-upload? Isa pa. Sign out. Dapat ma-upload yung mga file. Hindi. Kasi kinrate natin before folder redirection. So, dapat after. Okay? After. Okay? So, gagawa na tayo. Ito, you don't have any permission dito as domain admin. No? Pag nag-take effect. Pero nakikita ako eh. So, ito na. So, save na ako bago. Task 2. Yung question, nag-replicate na dito ba yan? No? Desktop. Parang hindi nag-replicate. Sandali. No problem. Hindi, nag-create ng folder eh. The fact na nag-create ng folder eh. No? So, nag-create na siya ng folder eh. Sinama ba natin yung desktop? Yun ang question.
Baka dapat nasa docs.
Ayaw nga pala. Sandali. Ako nilagay yung folder redirection. Hindi kaya ito nilagay sa marketing eh. GPMC. Buksan natin yung folder. Anong folder ba nilagay? Now, how will you know yung settings? Ito. Ayan. Di ba na-set ko to? Parang nawala. Ay, hindi. Group policy pala. Edit. Huh? Hindi kaya yata na okay? Ah, hindi. Ayun, tama yun. Hindi na sa marketing eh. Then, the fact na na-create siya na pero not syncing up. May ginawa ba akong docs? Wala naman ng docs eh. Then, the fact na na-create siya eh. Okay siya. Anyway, ano ba naka, folder redirect, documents. Parang ayaw niya to. Palitan ko lang try ko lang. So, parang ayaw niya i-honor yung folder ng documents. So, ayan. Ay, hindi. Tama yung ginawa ko eh. Sa desktop dapat mag-sync yun eh. Somehow hindi siya nagsisync. Reboot natin si Andrea. Restart. Ayan, pinatay ko. Tama ito eh. Kailangan UNC path. Okay, tama yan, tama. Some reason, bakit hindi nag-take effect na? Yan, question upload ba? Dapat may desktop dito eh. Sandali. Baka naman dito sa kabila. Ayan. Permission. So, ganito. Troubleshooting na to ha. Meron ba siyang permission? Marketing, yes. Marketing, yes. Kay Andrea, meron ba siyang permission? Marketing, yes. So, check niya ha. Marketing, Andrea, yes. Okay, meron eh. I don't know. So, let's create test. Is ito ba yung desktop ni Andre? Dapat mag-create ng desktop dito. Ulitin natin. Baka nag-bug lang to. Patayin natin lahat. Then, re-reboot ko tong server 1. For some reason, di nag-sync ka. Okay? Pause ko. Pinos ko. Kasi nag-reboot ako. Okay. Kasi ayaw mag-take effect ba? O, bakit? Yan, nag-reboot. Nag-reboot na ako. Okay, so let's check again the policy. So, GPMC, check natin yung group policy. Pas reboot ko na rin si Andrea. Si Andrea ni-reboot. Folder redirection. Bakit ayaw niya mag-UNC path? Tulong yan eh. Hindi ko. Question. Nakashare ba itong marketing? Nakashare ba ito? Okay. So, yun ang main check. Next check, permission. Anong permission ng marketing? Ay, wala. Ayun no, kaya hindi nagsisync. Tingnan nyo, walang laman na desktop. So, ganun no, you need to find out, no? Dito tayo binabayaran. Kailangan meron kayong critical thinking. Hindi yun, ay, ba't di gumana? Something wrong with Windows. Walang permission, no? Everyone change read. Pero you have no right to create. Ito kasi yung full control. Yan yung kasi yung create. Ito update lang to. Read the view lang yan eh. So, you need to grant proper permission. Okay, pati domain admin. So, pati local admins din. Kailangan may local. Kasi local server to eh. Hindi local service. Local lang. Which is administrators. Si may S. Local group to. Okay, allow full permission. Domain full permission din. Administrators. Marketing. Ayan. Marketing especially. Full permission. Okay. Okay na. So, meron ng shared. And how about security? Full. Meron. Okay. Good. So, kailangan magkaroon ng desktop to the moment mag-login si Andrea. Okay, tingnan natin kung magkakaroon ng desktop. Applying users and folder redirection policy. Nakita nyo? Oh, yun. Nagkaroon ng pictures. Desktop pa. Pas documents. Applying folder redirection policy. Yun, documents. Lumabas. Sa pa, desktop. Kailangan lumabas yung desktop. Applying pa rin. Ayun, lumabas yung desktop. Yun. Nakita nyo how I troubleshoot? No? Kailangan meron ding failure. Kasi kung success lang, how will you find out? No? How will you troubleshoot? Okay, yan. So, we successfully troubleshoot. Yan ang buhay ng system admin. So, meron akong 3 files sa desktop. It should reflect sa desktop. Na yung ngayon, wala kang permission. Even domain admin, kasi naka-domain admin ako. The only one who has permission is user lang for security reason. Ayun, makikita ko yung laman. Ayun, no? Sa desktop, di ba may 3 files? Ayun, no? 1, 2, 3. Okay? This is from the file server and this is local. Tingnan nyo, update ko itong task. Nag-add ako ng line number 5. Pag sinave ko yan, save na rin yan. It will be redirected sa file server, which is, ito, ano yan? Task. Tama, may 5 na. Oh, di ba? Isa lang yan. Ngayon, dito, hindi nyo talaga ma-view kasi lock yan, permission na yan to Andrea only. Okay? Okay, so nagsisync. So even if you shut down the server 1, up and running pa rin to. Tingnan nyo shutdown ko yung 2, up and running pa rin to. So papatayin ko yung London. Shutdown ko na yung London. Okay, mawawala ba tong file share ko? No, it's not. No? Accessible pa rin yan. Tingnan nyo. Oh. Mag-update yung user from the desktop. Desktop to ha. Nilagyan ko ng step number 6. 6. Yes. From the desktop, it will be uploaded sa file server. Check nyo yung task. Tingnan natin kung na-upload. Nag-sync yun. Nag-sync nga. Okay? So even if the partner is down, service will still continue. So that's the folder redirection. Any question? So marami ditong features. Hindi lang yung file. You can also do roaming profile. Okay? Gusto nyo kahit saan sila lumipat, no? Roaming profile mo siya. No? So ako, sinelect ko lang yung iba. Ito, roaming profile. So pag lumipat ka sa ibang desktop, you can be able to see yung profile mo pa rin. Yan. Okay. Kita mo yun dito. Lalabas dito, profile. Okay, any question? Pag dinilit ba sa desktop, madidelete ba sa server? Tingnan natin ha. Delete natin tong task 2 and test. Ito yung server, tingnan mo madidelete ko. Na-refresh ko. Deleted din. So whatever you did sa desktop ninyo will reflect back sa server. Right? Any question? So yun ang folder redirection. So next one is FSRM 7. File Service Resource Manager. So FSRM, Module 7. So what is FSRM? FSRM is File Server Resource Manager, is a role in Windows which enable you to manage and classify data on file server. No? So you can use File Service Resource Manager to automatically classify file, whether Excel ba siya, MP3, audio, video. You can perform tasks based on this classification. Let's say you would like to block MP3 kasi naubusan na kayo ng space sa file server. And you want to set quota. Let's say standard analyst should have 100 megabyte, pero yung mga managers 1 gigabyte. Okay? Walang unlimited disk space kasi maubos ang disk space ninyo. Okay? So features, ang dami niyang features. Number 1, quota management. It will limit the space. No? Dito, define natin 1 gig manager. 100 megabyte lang masasave ng user, standard user. And then file classification, we can be able to classify kung sino yung gusto natin restrict. Let's say, no saving of video. Okay, so magiging AVI, WMV, MP4 will not be allowed. No? Meron namang file management task na let's say, when was the file was accessed? Let's say, in-access niya 10 years ago, meaning dead na, wala na pala nag-access nito. It's time to do housekeeping. Okay? Then file screening management, you can be able to screen which one is not allowed or which one is allowed. No? And then may reporting din dito na optional na lang. No? So, yan, gawin na natin. Hands-on lab na tayo sa ating FSRM. So, FSRM, ang daming role ng server natin, no? So, FSRM. Yun, 7. Yeah. So, ito yung step-by-step kung gusto nyo. But if you want, you can just watch me. No, watch me. So, FSRM is a role. So, hence you can install this using PowerShell or GUI. So, mag-PowerShell tayo. So, help me. Gusto kong install FSRM. Anong command? Anybody? So, the command will be install Windows feature. No? Okay, so anong pangalan? Anong pangalan? So, to get the feature, you have to query. Okay? And then open up yung redirected output na nasa while. Hanapin mo FSRM. So, Alt-E-F, FSRM. Yun, no? Kita niya? So, the name is Remote Server Admin Tool. Tool pa lang yan. No? Ano pa? Ano pa kailangan i-install? FSRM File Server. Hanapin niyo pa dito. File Server. Server yun eh, server. Yun. File server resource manager. So yung dalawang yan ang i-install mo. Na? So I'll show you via Wizard and then I'll show you via PowerShell. So file servers under file and storage. Hanapin mo FSR. Ayun na. File server resource manager. If I click this one, it will also click the RSAT. Tama? So this is the main module and this is the remote server admin module. Okay? So add features, yun lang. No? Then reboot the server if needed. So ganun lang mag-install. So isa lang ang ating FSRM. Done! Installation succeeded. Tapos na daw. So, invoke natin to. So, install natin. Install Windows feature. File server resource manager. Plus RSAT. Ngayon, installed na siya, di ba? So, ang sasabihin dito, pag inano mo, iniran mo pa rin, it's already successfully installed. You don't need to restart. Nothing changed. Ganun lang. Okay? So, you won't be able to duplicate. So, meron na siyang RSAT. So, punta kayo dito. Hanapin niyo File Service Resource Manager. Yan. So, quota management. So, first feature, quota. So, merong quota template na 100 megabyte na. Ready na. Or kung gusto mong gumawa. Gamitin ko na lang tong quota limit. So, create quota from template. Tapos, anong folder yung gusto mong i-quota? Gamitin ko na lang yung marketing folder. So anybody save under marketing will have a 100 megabyte hard quota. And then it will send a warning via email if 85% utilization and if 95 mag-email plus event log. Okay? Create. O yan, may quota na siya. So if you click quota, hard quota 100 megabyte. Si Andrea, so gaano kalaki pwedeng save ni Andrea sa marketing folder? Ito marketing folder, no? Tingnan natin kung makakasave siya ng more than 100 megabyte. Okay? So gagawa ko ng dummy file na 100 megabyte. So gagawa tayo ng directory test. Mas paano gumawa ng 100 megabyte? Andito na, sinulat ko na. No? So the command is fsutil file create new file.txt na 200 megabyte. 1, 2, 3. 200 kilobytes na yan. 1, 2, 3. 200 megabyte. Access denied. Sabi ko CMD eh. Kasi naka-standard user ako. So, ano tayo gagawin na? Yan. So, ulitin ko. fsutil. Kikreate lang tayo ng dummy file. 200. 1, 2, 3. Ay, shit. 200. 200 bytes. Kilobytes. Megabytes. Malinaw. So, nakapag-create yun ng 200 megabyte under Windows System 32. Ngayon, i-upload natin sa file server. So, dapat hindi siya ma-save, no? Saan ba yung nilagay? System 32 daw eh. Saan yung file natin? Yun, file. Okay? Malinaw ah. Gaano kalaki ang file? 190. Ilan ang quota natin? Anybody? Ano yung quota natin?
100.
100 lang, di ba? So, dapat hindi ma-save sa file server. Testingin nga natin. So, isi-save ko to sa file server, which is under marketing. Yan, marketing, ha? So, save natin, dapat error. Oh, yun, error siya. Sabi, there's not enough space. So, you won't be able to save 100 megabyte. More than 100. Okay. Yun, nag-take effect na. So, walang user makakapag-save more than quota. Okay, let's say manager to. How do you increase the disk space? Pare, manager yan eh. Bossing natin yun. 1 gig. Bigyan mo naman 1 gig. Nagsisave ng 100. Installer yata yan. Sige, punta tayo dito. So, how to adjust the quota? Kasi naka-hard quota ng 100 megabyte lang. Eh. Edit quota. Tapos gawin mong 200. Okay? Okay? Yan. Makasasave ninyo yan. Tingnan mo, try again. Boom! Save niya yung 200 megabyte. Okay? So, ganun lang pag-adjust ng quota. Any question? So, sa mga nagmamigrate, gagawin nyo din to. Ang dami nyong gagawin. Laking trabaho yan, man. Buti na lang, nag-enroll ka sa Nexus. Next is file screening management. So, file screening, ito yung kasi download kayo ng download ng mga video, mga MP4, MP3, not business related. So sabihin ng boss niyo, pwede bang i-block yung mga MP4, MP3 para hindi makapag-save ito? Sayang di space eh. Mahalan di space, no? So pwede yan. So meron ng template. Gagamit tayo ng template. So gusto ko i-block yung audio and video. Okay. So create file screen template. So bablock niya audio and video. So, apply mo lang sa folder you would like to block yung file server na DFS, 'di ba? Nag-DFS na kanina. And pangalan and yung shared file marketing, 'di ba? Yeah. Create. Tapos na. May file screening na siya. So this user you won't be able to save MP3 and MP4. Tingnan mo gagawa ako nga rin ng MP3. New file. New file na ano lang, 100 bytes lang, okay? Pero music to, music na pangalan ng song is Dan Dillions. danDillions.mp3. Music yan, ha? Okay, na-create. Tapos, gagawa tayo ng video ng pangalan is paupahan.mp4. Okay? Ngayon, pwede bang ma-save yan? Hindi pwede. upload natin tong video, MP4. Okay, dito sa ating file service. Save natin kasi para mapanood natin bukas to. Boom, not allowed. Okay, na-screen mo yung file. No user can save video. Kahit anong gawin mo pa. Okay? Pero let's say, I would like to have an exemption. Gusto ko MP4. MP4 ma-allow. Edit mo yung template. Video. Edit mo yung video. Andito lang yung MP4. Yan. Remove mo yan. Okay mo. Okay. Okay. Try mo na MP4. Oh, na-save. Okay? So there's always exemption to the rule. Okay? Wala naman talagang hard rule. Everything can be adjusted. Next, MP3. Naka-block yung MP3. So, hindi ka pwedeng makapag-save ng MP3. Okay? Galing yan. Na-restrict ninyo. Ang galing yung admin pag nagawa niya. Okay? Make sense? Next is storage report. So, if you want to create a storage report, let's say in HTML format and CSV, no? Yung mga duplicate file. Duplicate sayang ang disk space, di ba? Di ba? And then scope, lahat ng application, backup, and group. Pero anong folder gusto mo i-scope? I would like to scope yung marketing folder lang. Hindi lahat. Pag lahat yan, ako, ang dami niyan. And then delivery, kung meron kayong email, it will be sent to you. It will be sent to you, or if you'd like to receive a report every morning, meron kaming morning meeting no? Morning 9:00 ng umaga So gusto ko makita itong report, mag-run siya tuwing 8:00 ng umaga, para pagdating ng morning, alam ko i-report, para poging-pogi kayo sa boss ninyo. No, sabihin, ito may day space report na ako. Okay. So magra-run yan sa umaga. Okay. Kaso force natin, run natin, tingnan ko lang kung magra-run siya. Status, queuing. Error, may error no? How about generate reports now? Scope, file lang. Anong folder? Under marketing. Okay. Before it was to be generated. So, generating reports. Teka, nag-generate ba talaga ito? Ayun, nag-generate na reports. Okay. Ayun, nakita niya. So, wala siyang na-detect kasi wala naman daw siyang file under marketing. Walang duplicate. Okay, nothing is, wala naman talagang duplicate, di ba? So, yan, meron kang duplicate file report. Yun lang kasi pinili ko. Success! Any question about folder, ano ba yan? FSRM? Sino may tanong sa FSRM?
May tanong yata si, sir, si Marby sa chat.
Please use audio. Kasi hindi ko napapansin na delay, magantay lang kaya. Pag na-disconnect both server, nandun pa rin ba yung file? Yan, nandun pa rin. Hindi ma-delete yan. Paano po mag-rename at tinanggal ng extension name po? Wait, ma-detect yung video at MP. Paano po mag-rename at tinanggal? Yung kanina, dinemo ko na. So, ulitin ko, paano mag-rename? Diba yung sa file screening? Inalaw ko MP4. Edit file screening. Video, audio. Tinanggal ko yung MP4 dito.
I think yung yung question ni Marby, sir, halimbawa MP4 file siya, pero yung user finorce i-rename niya yung mismong file to a different extension.
Wala na. There's no way to check that. Kasi ang screening is per extension file name. So nakalusot siya dun. So yung iba nire-rename into zip. So pwede mo i-block yung zip. Ano? Kung wala naman file extension, wala. There's no way for Windows to detect. Pero may quota ka pa rin. Hindi ka makalusot sa quota. Okay. Next one is DHCP. Pero break muna tayo. Break muna tayo. 5 minutes, ha? So, pupunta tayo dito sa module 9 after 5 minutes. Coffee lang tayo. See you later. Bye. And then next topic is DHCP module 9. Now, overview of DHCP. So DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Main function is to give you an IP address dynamically, especially use mga clients, desktops, no? Sa server naman, usually static kasi so hindi na sila nagdi-DHCP unless hindi siya naka-static. No? So DHCP simplifies management of IP on clients. It will read from the database, okay, to avoid conflict. DHCP list renewal is attempted usually at 50%. Pag na-miss niya yung 50%, let's say 10 days. On the 5th day, magre-renew na siya. Pag na-miss niya yon, meaning hindi naka-on DHCP server, mag-attempt siya on 87.5%. Or on, kung 10 days, probably 8 days. Na? DHCP for IPv6 can be stateful or stateless. No? Whether located siya within the domain or kahit not located sa single domain. No? Pwede siyang batuhan ng IP as long as he belong to the same network, as long as nagre-request siya. So, paano mag-request? So, meron tayong client, let's say laptop, and meron tayong server. First step, yung laptop natin, the moment you turn on, now if you read sa packet sniffing tool, you will see it's broadcasting discover, DHCP discover. So it's looking for a server na broadcasting DHCP. No? Yung server naman, it's broadcasting to options. May options siya, 180 yata. So the first protocol will listen to option 180, and then naman will broadcast to option 180. So nag-o-offer to, sabihin niya ako yung server, ng DHCP. No? So question, what if you have a router and server at the same time? Malilito siya, unahin niya yung router. So that's why you have to turn off the router. Kasi kung sabay siya nagbo-broadcast sa 180, it's gonna be confusing. So you have to turn off the router. And isa lang ang DHCP server broadcasting, yung authorized, whoever yung authorized. So magsasend siya, I am the authorized one. Sabihin naman ng client ninyo, pa-request nga ng IP address, sabihin ng server, it will pull up from the database of the succeeding available IP address. No, doon ibaba to. Then sabihin naman ng client, acknowledge, I'm gonna be using this IP address, then i-reserves dito sa database niya. Na makikita niyo yung paano sila mag-usap sa troubleshooting section, makikita. Papakita ko yan. No? How do you install? It's very simple. Add Windows feature, DHCP. Now, this is the role name. Include management tool, of course, the RSAT. No? So, gawin na natin. So ditong server 1 natin, wala tong DHCP. Sadya kung hindi nilagyan, no? DHCP para ma-demo ko ngayon. So, how do you install DHCP? Napakasimple. Install Windows feature, DHCP, include management tools. Yan, mag-install na siya. Ganun lang. No? So, yun yung project natin. Saan na ba tayo? Pakita ko saan na tayo. So, if I'm gonna map sa ating project. Ayan. So, install primary DHCP and failover DHCP. Okay, so dito na tayo, module 9, and then module 10 pala yung failover pa. Okay? So wala pa tayo sa failover. Ayan, done! Okay? To launch DHCP mgmt.msc. Okay, shortcut na to ha. Advanced na tayo. So if you notice, down pa siya. Okay, down pa siya. Antayin mo few minutes. Refresh. Tagal naman yung pwede naman gumawa. So, pwede na pala. So, gagawa tayong scope. Sabihin natin scope A. No? Description is subnet 10. Kasi we are sitting on 10 subnet. Starting IP range 10.1.100. And then ending IP address is 200. So automatically, na-detect niya /8 to, class A. No? And na-detect niya since class A 255 ang subnet mask, default subnet mask. Now, we can exclude, no, or we can make static para sa mga server naman. Ang exclusion is within the range pa rin ng define mong subnet. Okay, hindi external, hindi sa labas. So, ang range ko 100, di ba? Let's say gusto kong maging static is 10. So, 110. Malinaw ba? So, excluded. So, the first IP address will be 111. Di ba? Next, leasing time 8 days. So, kailan ito magre-renew? On the 4th day. Pag na-miss, on the 6th day. And then, do you want to configure the options? Yes. Ang mga option is gateway and DNS. Let's say, the moment na nag-log in si yung laptop, whoever it is, stateless, stateful, doesn't matter kung sino siya. Kasi hindi nga ito dependent sa user. Babatuhan siya ng gateway. Okay? If you notice, ito naka-static, di ba? Naka-static tong server 3 natin. So, meron siyang gateway na, saan na may gateway? Ayan. May gateway na 10.1.1, di ba? So usually kasi sa mga development dev users, they need to sit in front of database and at the same time sa application. So dalawa gateway nila. So paano gawin yon? Gusto ko dalawa gateway. So you have to define the default gateway, which is 111, plus direct connection sa database, which is sabihin natin 192.168. Ngari lang. Okay? So dalawang gateway. So the moment na nag-release renew, magkakaroon ka ng dalawang gateway. Okay? So those are the options. Next naman sa DNS, by default na detect niya, we have one DNS 21. Okay. Gusto kong gawin dalawa DNS kasi if you notice dito, ang DNS natin isa lang. What if this one fails? 'Di ba? What if this one fails? So para pag nag-fail to yung DNS resolution, meron pa tayong DNS2. No, lalabas dito .22. So de-define ko na dito sa options. Okay? Dalawa na DNS niyan. May wala siyang makakita kasi wala pang DNS eh. Or mamaya na natin gawin. Tingnan niya. Wala siyang makikita kasi wala pa yung secondary. The IP20 is not valid. I still want to add. Gusto kong iba to dito. So the moment na nag-release renew, magiging dalawa DNS ninyo. Kasi later on, gagawin natin. Next, WINS. What is WINS? Windows Internet Name Resolution is like a DNS, pero it's backward compatibility sa Windows XP, sa mga lumang operating system. Okay? So, whatever yung DNS mo, yun din. Okay? Okay, so dalawa. Do you want to activate? Yes, finish. Yan. So, ready na ang ating scope. Pero ba't hindi siya start? Since naka-green siya, naka-red siya, re-restart natin manually. So, hanapin niyo dito DHCP. Ayun na. Reboot. Restart lang. And then server. Access denied. Bakit? Restart. O yan, ready na yan magbato. Pag nag-green kasi hindi pa nag-green bakit Uy, may post installation. Ay, meron pa palang post install. Hindi ko nakita kaya naman pala. Hindi nag-green. So, post install, gusto lang niya gamitin yung domain admin account. Yun lang. Then commit mo na. So, that means na-authorize ko na to. So, you have to authorize kasi the server before you can use. Kasi nga maraming DHCP on the network, di ba? Sino i-authorize mo? Malilito na siya. Ayan, authorized na siya. So, green na yan ngayon. DHCP management. Green na yan. Ayun no, green na. Okay? So, ready na siya magbato ng IP address. Tingnan nyo, address list. Wala pa, no? Wala pa. Address pool natin, 1 to 100. And 100 to 110, static yan. So, ano magiging address na paparent natin? Anybody? Ano magiging IP address nito? Anybody?
Supposedly 11.
Tama. Dapat 11. Kasi static yung 110 di ba? Static yan. So, dynamic will be 111. Okay, so dapat maging IP nito 111. Ito na. So, release renew na natin to. Tanggalin natin yung static. Wala akong rights. Kasi si Andrea Brillantes ako eh. Either Andrea will reboot or sign out as domain admin. Okay. So lalagin na lang ako ng admin. Administrator. What? Domain. Yan. So, dapat lumabas dito 111 and yung MAC address niya. Na? Ito na, ito na. So ito, very simple lang naman yung setup niya. So tatanggalin ko tong static kasi naka-static siya. Okay, the moment I hit okay, mag-release rin yun na yan. So to verify the IP address, tagal naman ng command. Command, nasa yung command dito. Ayun lang natin, loading pa siya. Asan na yung command? Paano ngayon pakita yung command prompt Uy, nagbato. Pati ako nakakuha. In-assign yung 111 dito sa host ko. So, pag to ni-refresh ko, na-assign yung 112 sa host ko. So, server 3111. So, nakahugot na siya. Yun, no? Na-assign na. No? So, 111 na to. So, tama kaya na. Ngayon gusto kong pakita yung tayo mag-command prompt. Gusto kong pakita, binatuhan din siya ng DNS na dalawa and dalawang gateway din. Okay, the only way to go kasi is command prompt lang talaga. Wala na iba. Okay, loading siya, loading. So may mga ganyan scenario kasi ano nga siya. Bago lang eh.
Sir, baka makikita rin yan dun sa Ethernet option sa details.
Oh, pwede rin. Pwede natin puntahan yan. Gusto kong pakita yung dalawa. So, dito pwede nyo rin makita ito. Or sa control panel.
Ayun sir, yung Ethernet option sa left side.
Ayan. Ayan, kita niya?
Ayan, yan, sa details.
So, if you notice, dalawa yung binatong gateway. Kasi dalawang option yung dinefine ko. So, it can both go to another network, no? Could be nandun yung SQL Server and yung production network. And then DNS, just in case 21 is not available, mag-failover sa 22. Same with it. So, di ba, dalawa? Galing. Okay, successful. Na-assign na niya. Next is, what is our next? So, tapos na tayo sa 9. Sa advanced failover naman, module 10. Failover and load balancing. So, mag-failover tayo. So, paano mag-failover? So, first, you have to configure a failover. Right-click, configure failover, server 1. Ngayon, kanina gusto yung failover, hindi pa naka-install dito. Di ba? Sa server. So, install muna natin ulit. Sa server 2 naman. So, install natin. Habang nag-iisip pa to.
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Ano to, provided na si server ang magbibigay or magsaserve as a gateway sa clients?
DHCP
So ano
nagbibigay ng gateway.
So mag-ano to, usually kailangan ng ano, 'di ba, ng WAN, so magdadalawang ano, network card.
Dalawang network card? Oh, yeah. Dalawang network card. Kasi dalawang network yan eh. Magkaibang network, dalawang physical card yan. Pero usually virtualization eh. So, dalawang network card, isang virtual machine. Virtual machine lang yan. Dadagdagan mo lang ng NIC. Okay.
Copy.
Authorization. Okay, hindi natin wait. Remember, isa lang dapat authorize. Diba? Ngayon, how will you propagate yung existing DHCP address dito? No? Okay, so ganito. Ito na yan. So, which one do you want to fail over? Subnet 10. Okay. Sino yung partner server mo? So, yung server 2, this one. Server 2.nexus.local. Hanapin niyo yan. Server 2.nexus.local. Okay. Yan. So, kinakontakt na niya. Sabi niya, teka, sandali, wait, meron ba itong DHCP server? Kaya ganyan yan. Hindi yan nag-hang. It's trying to establish connectivity. Yun, successful. And exchanging information. So, ito na. So, relationship, server 1 to 2, maximum client lead time question dito. Kailan siya lilipat? Sabihin natin 1 minute. No? Just in case the server 1 is not available. Now, what kind of mode? Do you want to do load balancing or hot standby? Hot standby failover, meaning, ito naka-standby lang to. No? Naka-standby din. Pag namatay ito, lilipat lang siya doon. Kailan ka babalik? When will you fail back? So within 1 minute na nag-up na tong isa. Kasi we're gonna simulate a downtime sa server 1. No? When we shut down this one, ito dapat magbato ng IP. Okay? Message authentication, ano yung password? Password lang pa. Okay? Finish. Okay, dapat mag-propagate dito yan. Okay, so server 1, nag-failover na, nag-configure ang failover relationship. Unless di ko na-authorize ko naman ito. May minantay siya eh. Yun, complete DHCP, you need to define the groups pala. No? So, hindi ko pa na-define. Commit. Okay? Na-authorize na. Yun yung inaantay ko. So, green na yan. Oh, green na. Okay? Nakita nyo, nag-replicating scope 10. Active na siya. Scope 10 active. Di ba dito meron tayong leases na dalawa? 1111112. Since they're sharing the same information to different database na nag-update, I'll show you na updated na rin to. Yung address list. Tama mo, 111.112. Okay, 111.112. Okay. Ngayon papatayin natin to simulate a failover scenario. So how will we gonna stop this? So stop natin tong server 1, stop. Stop. So patay na yan. Okay? Pamatay na yan. O, patay na. Ngayon, troubleshooting natin, magre-release renew. Kaso ba't ang tagal mag-CMD nito? Well, automatic na yan. Automatic na yan. Tingnan natin kung makaka-release renew pa to. Kita nyo, 10 gigabit to. Galing. Naka-release renew siya. Same IP address lang. No? Para pakita ko sa inyo, patay natin tong adapter na to. Naka-on yan disable ko. Patay na. Enable ko. Parang to simulate release renew eh. May IP na ba? That's the question. Yeah, meron na. 111. Nakahugot ng IP even though server 1 is dead. Nakahugot siya. Kasi nga, yung DHCP natin, dinefine ko din sa... Ayun na. So, how will you know kung ito yung ginagamit na DHCP? Nakita nyo? DHCP 22, hindi 21. Meaning, dito siya humugot ng IP address, hindi dito. Nagets niya? Ayan na. Diba kanina 21? Lumipat. Ngayon, failover. Nag-failover tayo dito, meaning this is the current production na. No? Patay na to. Ngayon, failback. So we set lead time na 1 minute, lilipat siya. So ito, this should change to .21 to prove na lumipat sa server 1. No? Failback tawag doon. So i-start ko na to. So magfa-failback from this active DHCP to server 1. Ayun, nakita niyo yung sign na yan, nag-failback siya doon. Na ano yung nag-fail over doon, pas babalik yan, magiging green dapat yan. Magiging green yan. Wala pa kasi 1 minute yung settings ko, di ba? Wala pa namang 1 minute, kaya siya naka-fail back pa rin. Ito pa rin yung current. So, antayin natin 1 minute bago mag-fail back. One minute na ba? Ayun. Ay, wala pa. Fail back na ba? Fail back. Tagal naman mag-fail back na ito. Ayun, nag-fail back na. Okay? Pag red arrow naka-point dito, nag-fail over. Since nag-green, ito ni active. Successfully failed back. Okay? So, we're gonna release. Take note, naka-22 na-assign na yan. So, that will expire within 8 days. Ngayon gusto ko i-simulate, pakita sa inyo na huhugot siya sa .21. Enable natin. Tapos, details. Oh, sino primary? Sino primary DHCP? 21. Okay, so success. No? We did the failover, failback, and so on. Okay. Ano pa?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir,
Question. Say, go ahead.
Sir, pag ba nagawa ka ng DRP niyan, dapat identical model ang machine mo?
Identical ang machine. Lahat naman
Okay.
identical. Hindi, virtual lang naman to eh. Virtual lang naman siya.
Virtual.
That's one good thing about virtual. You don't use physical.
I mean, kunyari mag-DRP ka sir ng dalawang machine ganyan. Isa sa London, isa sa New York. Kailangan ba, sir? Identical model yung dalawang machine mo? Yung dalawang physical server?
Not necessarily kasi service lang naman siya. Kaya hindi pareho, okay lang. Pero magiging problem mo kasi pag hindi identical, pag nag-fail over ka, sa VMware, kailangan identical kasi. Dito, kailangan identical din.
Siguro yung resources na, sir.
Oo. Usually identical kami, hindi pwedeng magkakaiba. Oo, kasi kung 1 terabyte yung RAM sa server 1, tapos fail over mo yung 1 terabyte na requirements, tapos 512 lang sa kabila, hindi gagana yan. Mag-fail yung migration mo na. Kailangan identical as much as possible. Anyway, pag bibili ka naman physical, 3 agad or 2 agad pare-pareho, di ba? Hindi naman pa isa-isa. Unless walang budget yung company.
Kakabili pa lang ng bago, sir. Kaya
Yeah. But that's one reason kailangan nyo ng virtualize. Kasi dito, you can easily add network card. You don't have to purchase kung dalawang subnet. Kung physical, bibili ka pa ng isa pa.
Actually, sir, yung mga cloud PC namin, i-turn namin to virtual na lahat. Para less na yung maintenance ng hardware.
Maganda na yan. Let's say, dalawang network card, di ka na bibili, di ba? Add ka lang, virtual lang naman siya. Tsaka madaling implement. Tsaka, most effective kasi sa physical, ano bang speed nyo sa physical? 1 gigabyte, di ba? Tingnan mo speed natin dito, pare. Oh, kita mo to?
Yes, sir.
10 gigabit agad. Makakabili ka man ng
Diba?
network card na 10 gigabit. Meron, mahal yun. Dito, free na lang. Diba? Kaya, virtualize nyo na lang. Okay, next is troubleshooting. Module 11, troubleshooting. Ngayon, kanina pinakita ko how you do troubleshooting. Ngayon, advanced level naman. So, how will you know who is the active DHCP? So, the way you find out is by going to the log file. Ang DHCP may sariling log file to. So, it's under Windows, System 32, and DHCP. DHCP. Okay. Punta ka lang dyan. Dito makikita mo lahat. Log. Hanapin mo lang yung log. Ito log. IPv4, ito IPv6. Okay, log yan. So, lahat na nangyari nandito. So, event ID, 00 nag-start yung DHCP. No? 56 failed. Anything 50, yung rogue yan. 01 nag-stop. Tandaan niyo yan, ha? And then, nag-assign tayo. List was renewed. Nag-renew. Pag nakita yung event ID 11, then nakapag-release ng 12. Tingnan niyo. Ayan na. So, nag-start siya, yung DHCP service after installation. And then, nagkaroon siya ng failure. Nag-stop ko siya kasi hindi siya na-authorize. Remember, manually in-authorize ko. Event ID 55. Yan, servicing na. So, ready to serve. And then, in-stop ko to. Nag-fail over dito. Kaya siya nag-assign, nag-renew siya ng 111. Binato dito. Okay? Binato. Nagbato na siya. And then, nag-packet drop. Nagkaroon ng packet drop. And then, nag-renew. Okay. And then, packet drop. Kasi nag-fail over na ako dito. Okay. So, same. Dito, different story. Hindi pwede magkapareha yan kasi iba kwento niyan eh. Magkaibang server siya eh. So, Windows, System 32. Ito yung advanced. So, dito namin binabasa. Hindi sa event log. Event log kasi napakadami halo-halo. Mahihilo ka na. Okay, first, we install DHCP, tama? Ayan, so, started. Tapos naging unreachable, nag-boot yata tayo. And then, nag-authorize tayo, di ba? In-stop and start ko kasi nag-doubt ako, ba't tayo gumana? Yung pala, hindi pala siya authorized. So, ni-right click ko, authorize, committed. And then, nagbato na siya ng 111. Okay? Remember, I manually hit stop. Di ba in-stop ko to simulate disaster recovery or failover? Ayan, naglagay siya na. So, nag-failover dito. So, nag-assign to ng IP. Nag-fail back, in-on ko to. Nag-authorize siya automatically. Nag-renew, nagbato si .21. Kaya pagdating natin dito, .21 yung nagbato. So, this is the full story. Okay. Kung may attacker, malalaman nyo, attacker MAC address 102. Yan. So, sino tong 102 na yan? So, kung may suspicion na kayo, ito yun. No, you just need to confirm your suspicion. Sabihin nyo, ito yun. Ito eh. MAC address 19102. Ayun, no? 19102. Oh, ito yung PC, ginamit pang attack. No? The next thing you need to do, open nyo yung camera. So let's say itong desktop na to nasa level 5, no? Alam niyo wala. Alam niyo kasi malalaman niyo sa network team eh. Parang saan ba yung range na to? Ay level 5 'yan. So tutukan niyo yung hanapin niyo kung sino yung mga unsuspected suspicious person. Makita niyo siya 'yon. Tapos ginamit na PC ito. Kita eh. So huli ka, no? Okay, so that's advanced troubleshooting. Any question? Next topic, DNS, Module 12, DNS implementation, and then failover. Same scenario then troubleshoot. Okay, ito matatapos na tayo. Two topics na lang. 3 pa pala. DNS implementation. Yeah. So, DNS implementation. So what is DNS? DNS stands for Domain Name System. No, it provides host name resolution. So DNS is domain names or portion of DNS namespace, such as server1.nexus.local. That DNS can be available publicly or privately. DNS servers naman, ito yung mga giving services. They're the one responding to DNS hostname resolution request. Sila yung nagre-resolve and will check on the database kung ano yung IP address, then babatuhan ka ng IP address. No? DNS server can access DNS info from local or external, no? Like Google. Okay? So, ito yung example niyan. Teka, ba't dalawa? So, let's say, pag pining ko si facebook.com, tawag dito forward lookup kasi I'm providing the fully qualified domain name, then it should give me an IP address. Ayun, binatuhan ako ng IP address na 157.240. So, yan yung query, no? Yan yung service na ina-avail natin. Okay? So, ito local, hindi yan local copy kasi ang pining ko is external FB. So, hindi niya ma-resolve using local database. Nag-query siya externally sa labas, no? A zone is a local copy, namespace on DNS, and resource record are created and stored in that local zone. Okay. What is resolvers? Resolver requests DNS info from DNS servers. So ito yung desktop ko resolver. So I'm querying, ano ba IP address ng FB? So binatuhan naman ako. No? So in DNS resolver is the one containing database record of the DNS. No? So DNS zone is a portion of DNS namespace hosted on DNS. So meron siyang dalawa. Forward lookup, which resolve name to IP. Yeah. Ito nga, pining ko FB, binatuhan ako ng IP. Kaya resolve name to IP. And contain multiple records. Ang reverse naman, baliktad. It resolve IP to names. No? Po-provide me yung IP address, okay, using NS lookup, to resolve, sino ba itong 157.240.241.35? So sabi sa akin, Facebook yan, no? Edge Star Mini SHB LGA Facebook DNS. So ito yung Edge server, no? Which is sitting on the perimeter network or sa demilitarized zone kasi Edge siya, facing internet. So this is a DNS service. Okay? So that is the DNS ng Facebook, no? Reverse. So usually ang reverse lookup ginagamit ng mga ISP dahil it is much faster to calculate numbers. Remember ang computer, nature language is binary, zeros and ones, no? Not English, no? So kaya nagkaroon lang ng English for human kasi for us, it's easier to remember mga phone number ng tao than number, no? Let's say tawagan mo si Andrea Brillante sa phone mo, do you type the number? You don't type the phone number, di ba? You type the name of the person, okay? So kaya meron tayong forward lookup, no? And pag nag-Facebook kayo, paano kayo mag-Facebook? Nagfe-Facebook ba kayo? Tina-type nyo IP address ng Facebook? Weird. Tina-type nyo ba yung ganyan? Teka, pe-Facebook mo na pare ha. Ito yung Facebook ko 157240241. Walang nanggaganyan. Do Facebook yan pag in-enter mo. Okay. Ayan o, Facebook yan. Okay. Okay. So pag nag-Facebook tayo, tina-type natin fb.com. Di ba? So na-feel nyo na? Make sense? Make sense? Ano yung reverse and forward? Para saan ang reverse lookup? Anybody?
Check the name of the link.
Oo, tama. Usually use ng mga ISP. Kasi ISP, marami silang router, no? Its router can calculate faster using numbers. Next is primary zone. Primary zone are authoritative portion of DNS. No, ito yung you can update, you can delete the DNS, you can create. Primary zone are where resource records are created. So dito kina-create mga hostname, alias, aka, so on. Meron din secondary, read-only, access-only, which you cannot delete, you cannot update. Copy lang siya. Meron mga stub zone na naka-point lang dun sa Active Directory. No? So what are DNS zones? Ito. Forward, ito yung IP address. Sa reverse naman, meron siyang database din. Baliktad lang no? IP address. Then, he will provide the fully qualified domain name via DNS resolvers. No? So, yan siya. No? So, what are DNS record? Meron tayong SOA, start of authority, meaning start of responsibility to resolve host name, which is local. Meron ding name server. Ito yung DNS server mo na server 1 and 2. Meron namang forward lookup, which is a record, meaning address, IP address, IPv4 address. Now, this is IPv4. So, that's a record, IPv4 address. Ang AA IPv6 address naman yan. Okay. Alias naman yung, let's say, file server siya, pero naka-point sa server 1. No, for easy identification. Meron din reverse lookup for reverse lookup resolution. And then may expiration. Whatever you define sa TTL, yun yung time to leave. Ito na, demo. Install natin ang DNS sa server 2 and we're gonna perform troubleshooting and testing. Ito na. So, Sa server 1, meron na tayong DNS during installation ng Active Directory. Yan. Yan ang ating DNS. Okay? So, meron tayong forward lookup. Ito yung domain natin. Sa forward, naka-define na yung mga A record, which is address record. No? Kaya pag pining mo, it will give you the IPv4 address. And the reverse lookup, wala. Okay, so paano natin gagawin ito? Kailangan ko ng command. Parang kulit na ba tayo lumabas yung command prompt? Dito na nga lang sa server 2. O yun no, lumabas. Reboot ko nga ito. Okay, forward, server 1. Yan, forward. Binatuhan tayo ng IP address. Tama? Reverse, NS lookup. 10.1.1.21. Sabihin niya, error, timeout. Bakit wala siyang reverse lookup? Kasi we haven't defined the reverse lookup zone. So gagawa na tayo ng primary zone. Primary, which means you can create and delete a record. And then you have to type the network ID 10111. Okay? So yan, meron na tayong zone. Okay, pero wala pang record. So we're gonna create a record for server 1 kasi hindi natin ma-resolve eh. Oh. All you need to do is update the pointer record. Yun lang yan. So mag-a-appear na dito yan. Yun, so by the time na you query again, updated na siya. Tingnan niyo. Oh, nag-respond. Kanina wala, di ba? Timeout. Ayan, nag-respond. Okay. Na-feel niyo ang effect ng reverse lookup? Okay, practical example ng reverse lookup when you are doing VMware installation, no? Puro siya reverse lookup. Magtataka ka, ba't hindi ma-resolve yung vCenter client? Kasi wala kang reverse lookup record. Ginagamit lang niya numbers. Okay, so you have to define pa dito yung reverse lookup record. No? Okay, next one, we're gonna create a record A. Let's say server 4. Tingnan mo, hindi pingable server. Hindi pingable server 4. Kasi wala naman server 4, 'di ba? Okay, unknown host. Ngayon gusto ko lang ma-resolve. So gagawa ko ng server 4 with IP address 10.1.1.24. Okay, successfully created. Ayun na siya. So resolvable na to. Meaning, we're gonna query server 4 DNS. Then there should be a record of 10.1.1.4. Ayun, sumagot siya. Binatuhan na ako ng record. So this is the DNS resolver kasi may record siyang 24. Kaya binatuhan na ako. Remember kanina wala kasi there's no record. Okay? Not reachable kasi wala namang server 4 talaga. Okay? Pinakita ko lang yung record. Now we were able to look up. Next is alias. Alias is AKA. So alias name is natin file server 1. So that FS1 is actually pointing sa server name na pangalan ay server 1. Okay. So meron akong alias. So pag pining ko ang file server 1, which is much easier kasi shorter, magre-respond siya. Oh, di ba? Pero server 1 lang yan. Also known as server 1. Gets? Okay? So that's DNS. Any question? Next, failover naman. Failover. So if failover tayo, so meron tayong primary DNS and then server 2 wala pang failover, wala pang DNS. So we're gonna install manually. DNS. Yan, install na natin. Done. So, tapos na to. So, let's go DNS. Yun. We're gonna do failover. So, as of now, wala siyang forward lookup. No? So, we need to failover first. So, it will replicate all this A record, CNAME record, start of authority, and name server. So, magre-replicate yan. No? So, question dito, ano yung gusto mong i-failover? So, I would like to failover the local domain, Nexus local natin. Okay, so, kakreate tayo na failover. Zone. Teka, hindi lumalo. Refresh nga natin. Yan, refresh. Okay, so take note, how do you create failover? So there are three settings that you need to change. First, which server you want to failover. So you need to define server 2. Press enter. Resolve. Ayun. Okay, na-detect niya. Hit okay. Yan. Apply. Okay. Step 2, you need to you need to allow zone transfer. So which DNS server you would like to transfer the zone? To any server, unsecure, only to server listed under the name server. Yan. No? Anything listed dito, you can do propagation. And last one, how would you like to transfer the zone? Do you want secure only or non-secure and secure? Yan, both na lang. Yun lang. And then dito naman, no? Which domain you would like to failover? So you need to define the zone then. So this one, secondary zone, kasi copy lang siya. Nexus.local. Okay? And the master server is this one, which is server1.nexus.local. Yun, nakita niya. Okay, pero mahirapan kayo yan eh. Na-detect niya pero hindi ko ma-hit okay. Cancel muna natin. Refresh. Ayun, no need to define na. Nag-replicate na siya. Propagate na siya automatically. Ayun na, okay? So, what did replication did? Yung A record na server 1 to 4 successfully propagated. Pati yung alias, FS1, okay? Start of authority. Okay, pati name server. Na ang host master is server 1. Okay, siya yung host master natin. Okay, the host master is server 1. So responsible person to propagate server 1. Primary server is server 2 naman. Okay? So gagawa ko ng record, will it be propagated? No? Gawa A record. Server 5. Kung magmamigrate kayo, gagawin nyo ito mano-mano. Pwede rin automatic. No? Yan, server 5 nag-create ako. So, when will it be propagated? So, may konting delay lang yan. Refresh. Okay, may server 5 na. Wala pa dito. Refresh nyo lang. Wala pa, di ba? So, kung gusto nyo i-force, you can do force replication. No? Reload. Yeah. Refresh. Yun, no? Lumabas. Finorce ko kasi. Na! That's failover. Successful failover na. Any question? Nakapag-failover na tayo. Testingin natin kung lilipat ba yung DNS. Diba? Gumagana ba from the client standpoint? So how you will know? Well, yung IP address ng DNS, naka-define na kasi. Diba? Pag na-resolve, that means lumipat na tayo ng DNS. Saan naman may CMD? Lumabas ka naman. Ayun! Lumabas na! Okay, so if I type ipconfig/all, dalawa DNS, tama, okay. So pag pining ko server 5.nexus.local, we resolve the IP to .25. Tama, tama. What if we stop yung server 1? Stop natin. Stop. Okay? Can we still look up in 25? Siyempre, oo. Kasi may cache eh. So I'll show you the cache. Display DNS. Makikita nyo yung it's been cache. ipconfig/display DNS. Makikita nyo yung .25 naka-cache. Kasi yung server 5, ang dami. No? Burahin muna natin to para hindi tayo. So how do you erase the cache? Flash ipconfig/flash DNS. Na-flash na natin. So, display natin uli. Walang laman. Malinaw. Piping natin si server 5, hindi ma-resolve. I mean, na-resolve na kasi sa secondary DNS. Okay, patay ito nung pining... Ay, hindi. Naka-on pa pala. So, na-resolve dito, .21. So, pakita ko yung laman ng cache. Ayun, laman niya. So, laman ng cache 25. Okay? So, nasa cache, kaya natin na-ping. Ngayon, buburahin natin. Flash. Using flash DNS. Burado niyan. Pakita ko sa inyo. Walang laman. Okay? Walang laman. Ngayon, stop natin to. Because we want to simulate failover scenario. Actually, stop na pala siya. Stop na siya. Okay, patayin na siya. Patayin na. So, that means, dapat nag-failover na dito. No? Tama ba? Nag-failover na dito. So, pag pining natin, pakita ko muna sa inyo anong DNS ginagamit natin. /all. Naka-define dalawa ha. So, he can switch over to the next one automatically. So, ping natin server 5. Dapat ma-resolve kasi in 22 naka-point. Ayun, na-resolve nga. Oh, even though patay ito. No? So, nag-failover dito. So, that's the purpose of having two servers. No? So, you need redundancy. Okay? Malinaw ba? Malinaw. Ngayon, how can we prove na ito nga yun? Okay, palitan natin ng IP address. Ay, hindi pala pwede. Secondary kasi yan. Up na natin to. No? Start na natin to. Okay? And then, yan, up na siya. Up na siya. So, papalitan ko tong 5 ng 26 IP. 26 IP. No? Okay? Up. Okay, nag-replicate ba dito? Hindi pa, di ba? Tingnan natin. Hindi pa. So, that will take time. So, how do you force replicate? Anybody? Reload. Di ba? Nalimutan niya na. Hindi pa rin. Hindi pa tapos. Tagal na. Ayun. Nag-change na. No? Now, pag pining mo dito, server 5, luma pa rin. Bakit? But 25, I updated the DNS record na. Anybody? Yung dinemo ko kanina. Nag-demo ko kanina eh.
Naka-on pa si server 1.
Hindi, dapat 26 na eh. Kasi naka-on nga siya. The
Nasa
reason
cache
being,
pa.
nasa cache pa. Yeah, tama. So, if I display the cache, 25 pa rin kasi. So, we're getting the wrong information. No? So, you need to flash the DNS. So, wala nang cache. So, pag pining mo, you will get the proper IP address. Ngayon, papatayin ko to. I just wanna prove na lumipat na siya sa kabila. Stop ko to para hindi na mag-query dito. Okay, down na yan. So, we wanna pull up the right IP address which is 26. Pag ito nakahugot ng 26, dito na siya kumonek sa secondary DNS. Na? Oh, nahugot niya. Burado yung cache. So, that means nag-failover siya dito sa kabila. Okay? Working successful ang ating DNS. Any question? So that's failover. Then lastly, troubleshooting. So troubleshooting, madali na tong troubleshooting na to. Tapos na pala tayo. Troubleshooting is yeah. So actually nag-troubleshoot na pala ako. So ginamit ko lang kanina ipconfig/all, di ba? To display subnet mask, default, and the IP address. And then kanina, hindi mag-green, di ba? If you remember, the DNS service not turning green. Hindi pala na-authorize. So that's why you have to authorize the server. No? So wait, sandali lang may nagbabuzzer kasi. Ayan, so it has to be authoritative, no? Then you can also check ano yung lookup, ano yung IP address sa A record, no? So NS lookup up1. And then I issue DNS flash, no? To flash the cache, no? So to check the DNS log, meron siyang sariling DNS log, hindi sa application, hindi sa system. So pupunta ka lang dito sa DNS log. So type mo lang, teka, up ko muna to. Start. You just need to go sa event viewer. Event viewer. Okay? So nandito lahat ng logs. Okay, so Windows logs. Wala dyan. Application logs. Ayun, DNS logs. So ito ba yung latest? Ayun ang question dyan. Is this the latest one? I guess so. So sabi dito, ayun. Remember I started the DNS. Yan, as of now. Yan. So I was able to look up the latest log. So the DNS started just now. Okay? So diyan mo nakita. So any problem, meron siyang red. Makikita mo yung red. Ito wala kasing problem. Wala pa. Some sort of warning lang. Okay? So event ID 4013. So how will you interpret this synchronization as been successfully completed? No? So type mo lang sa Google event ID 4013. So how do you interpret? No, Google natin. Event ID 4013 in DNS. So ayan, so meron tayong event ID. Okay, 4013. Ang sabi dito, ito yung customer scenario. 2 domain controllers deployed on the same data center. Tama? Di ba? Okay. So cause the copy of AD in some DC contains reference in a forest during startup. Event ID for event log indicates nag-start yung DNS. Di ba ni-start ko nga? Okay. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng event 4013. Resolution, kung hindi nag-start, remove the stale domain controller, make offline non-function in DC, and then DNS shouldn't point to single DC. Kailangan multi-master operation role, which is default connection. No? So, i-reset back to default mo lang yan. Okay, so nandito pa yung mga ibang resolution. Napakadaming information yan. Basahin nyo na lang. No? So, ganun pag troubleshoot. So, zone transfer, let's say may problem sa zone. Hindi ma-transfer. Di ba? Check nyo pa rin event viewer or check the primary whether it's refusing to send. Kasi what I set was secure and non-secure. Baka naman naka-secure ka lang kaya hindi na-transfer properly. So, set mo non-secure din. No? Number 3, check zone transfer tab. Baka wala din yung pangalan ng server mo. Remember kanina, before I do replication, define ako ng server 2 sa zone transfer tab. Ito yun. Hindi yan. Dito. Name server, di ba? I added 2. So it won't replicate if 2 is not there. Pag natanggal yan, syempre hindi yan magre-replicate. Okay? Checkpoint number 4, check the primary server for problem. If check DNS server problem saying when you prompted to perform task line, perform task secondary instead. Okay, so test nyo yung secondary kung gumagana. No? Kung hindi, syempre, you know you have isolated the problem. Server 2 may problem. No? Number 5, check whether secondary is running another DNS server implementation such as bind. Baka naman may service pa ng DNS. Bind kasi is open source DNS service. So dalawa yung authorized DNS mo. So malilito siya. Kung meron ka pang DNS sa router, malilito na siya. Kasi remember, yung option can only run once. No? The Windows primary might be configuring send fast zone transfer. No? Pero iba hindi makapa-cope up. Another scenario, yung forward lookup naman contains record type na magkaiba. So iba yung na nagsisend sa kanya. Like this. Itong record A na to, ginawa ko suddenly na 27. Okay? Tapos, all of a sudden, nawala sa replication tab. Name server yung 2. Natanggal. No? Or may nag-delete. There's no way for them to replicate. Kahit anong gawin mo. No? Tamo, 27. Hindi na nag-update. So, mali. So, kung itong desktop ko nakakonect dito, maling IP mareresolve niya. Hence, you won't be able to open applications. No? Kasi nakapoint ka sa old IP address na 26, ibinago na pala dito. Then expected ng domain na nagre-replicate to. No? Ayan, no? Fino-force ko na. But di pa rin nag-replicate. Kasi nga, the secondary server is not defined. Okay? So, you need to check that. Ha? Daming checkpoint. Hindi lang yan. So, resolve mo. Nexus 2. Server 2 pala. Okay, na-define na. Na-define. So, we fixed the problem. We fixed the problem. Kailangan mag-change na to, ha? To 27. So, updated. Alright, so that's how you troubleshoot. So, you have to check those 3, no? Ano uli yung 3 na yun? Yung sinabi ko, server should be in the name server tab. Kailangan nandito. And then, how would you like to transfer? Kanino? Only to the server listed under name servers na nandito. And how would you like to transfer? Secure or non-secure? Select both. Kung secure lang, limited lang yung send yung update. No? So that's why I select both. Kasi ito, naka-non-secure to eh. Hindi ko naman kinifigure to be secure only, di ba? Ayun, no? Na initially, ano lang siya. Kailangan pareho yan. Initially kasi naka-secure lang siya. Okay, so after synchronization, nag-secure din siya. I mean, nag-synchronize na siya. No? Okay, that's the end of our topic. Any question about troubleshooting DNS? Natapos natin. No? Ngayon tomorrow, paano nyo malalaman yung IP address ninyo? No? So, bibigay ko. Tomorrow, pero stop muna yung recording. No? Stop. Do you have any question before we move sa server assignment? Stop ko na yung recording.